Welcome back to the OCS for Week 5. Can you believe it? We are already halfway through this season. It's been a quick one so far, and there have been a ton of results that have already come in, which has started to form a bit of a narrative. We already have some undefeated teams in both Mammoth Academy and the Dire Cup sitting both first and second respectively, but everything is really to still play for in the middle of the pack. We got teams very much in touching distance of one another, only a game separating the majority of these teams, so there's still a lot on the tail end of the split leading into all-important playoffs. My name is Skimmy, and once again I am joined alongside by Jubes, the man, the myth, the legend, the CEO of the jungle, the content creator. More than anything, I think that's enough to tee you up into how are you going there, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you very much. And you know what? There's no one that plugs me better than you. I might have to start paying you to introduce me and give me those hype up. Then maybe you can do some of the hype up videos for me, because
look, Juves, I'll be real with you, mate. You know, there are times where we've had the Nick Boy host and yourself on there, and it starts off with obviously so much beef and banter, right? Whatever you want to call it. You're sitting in the OPL chat saying, "What's happening here, Nick?" And he's got those little snide remarks. You know, you've got to have that yin and yang moment of, you know, that's OPL, here's OCS, it's your time to shine.
Yep, and well, the important thing to remember about Nick is that he's just not as good as you. Okay. Now,
right at the game.
I'm sure he's never going to hear this, so it's fine.
Okay.
But if he does manage to go back through the VODs, then we just be careful.
We shall be careful indeed, and that's a beautiful segue going into what should be careful for a lot of these teams. It is our schedule. As always, 5 best of ones for your viewers' delight. It all starts off here with the opening match as Pentanet.gg Rise will be taking on the University of Queensland's Union. Both teams currently sitting at 2-1, neck and neck, looking to break away from the pack. That's then followed up by UTS Esports, still searching for a win, and they'll be going up against Orders Academy, with the current leaders 4-0, undefeated. Mammoth Academy taking on the QT Tigers. Gravitas Academy will be taking on the Chiefs. And to round out the night, it will be also undefeated, the Dire Cubs taking on the RMIT Redbacks.
Now, Skimmy, did we want to talk about any roster changes, or do we want to just let it flow on and talk about it when the game arises?
Look, I feel like we have roster changes, we have positional changes every single week, you know. So maybe it is going to be a case of jumping into the game itself and talking about implications when we have that one. I believe I got the word here that we're jumping into Champions League. There it is. Smooth as you like to see it. I'm going to start it off here with, as I said, both teams neck and neck, 2-1, all to play for. It starts right here.
Yeah, so we've finished the first 3 bands, which is Malphite, Yasuo, Ornn, pretty standard, pretty wombo combo-y, if I do say so myself. UQU actually a team that picked up majority of their wins as a 5-man and just forcing straight down mid, and that's one thing we talked about that we really liked from them, is the fact that they're able to just group up, pull the trigger, and be really on point, and really, you know, having some good synergy amongst one another. So I think those are some fair bans coming out of the Pentanet.gg Rise roster. And then on the other hand, Camille, Syndra, Yumi band. So this is one of the roster swaps I wanted to talk about. We have Safa coming in for sure. Safa is a bit of a, I'm not going to call him a Camille one-trick, but his proficiency on Camille is definitely up there. You know, that's something that you see him running around solo queue with. So good to see UQU take that off the table. Now with the set priority, Skimmy, set priority in the OCS.
We see it so much, right? On a global front, even in this region as well. We've talked about it at great length as to how it can be so easily flexed between top jungle and support. I'd imagine that jungle is the weakest of all those 3 flexing positions, but definitely gives your opposition a bit of a headache as to how they want to work their way around it. The opposition, given that the set has been locked in so far, is, well, one, we want Trundle to really disable any lacking mobility carry, and that is definitely the case here for Anophelios, and then lock themselves in the Ezreal, despite not having a Yumi, still a very nimble pick. And this is a pick we talked about a little bit earlier coming into today. Zoe, such a high priority on being banned away and not allowing any of these teams to play it. Luch, every single game they've played so far, his Zoe's been denied, gets let through, he insta-locks it.
Yeah, I know in 2018 when I was still playing professionally, Zoe was the one champion that no one wanted to give Luch. Granted, I think Zoe was a little more overtuned back then, but it was something that, okay, you know when you verse some teams and you decide what can we give away, what can't we give away, Zoe was the one that we never wanted to give to him. So interesting that he got to pick up his, one of his favorites, I think. And the retaliation for Amatul is the Echo. We have seen him play Echo mid in the past, and he is a Zoe connoisseur himself, so
he is.
Maybe he has that pocket under his sleeve or up his sleeve, and this is a matchup he feels very comfortable in.
It's interesting because you almost imagine it was a game of chess as to who is going to lock in that Zoe first, who is more willing to take it in a blind matchup, but obviously Luch wins that in that case. But Amatul, no slouch to that pick as you highlight, has played the Echo already. Unable to find a victory with it just yet, but we'll definitely be looking to have a lot more synergy online this time around, given the fact that he'll be combined with the AD Trundle, so potential for the pillar to cause problems and try and hamper the amount of mobility that Azori already possesses with the infinite amount of flashes.
And we see, look how many top lane bans we actually see coming out here. We see Ornn, Malphite, Maokai, Renekton, Camille, Fiora. So it's very evident that the Pentanet roster doesn't want to play against, you know, a frontline heavy composition, or they don't want UQU, they don't want Clint to get his hands on something that has, you know, a little bit of engage. So if that speaks of what Safa is going to do, I wonder because, you know, I know he does play a little bit of Aurelia as well. Potentially these are matchups he does not want to play Aurelia into, but your guess is as good as mine at the moment. It's first time seeing him in the top lane. I think actually his first time in a competitive match, so maybe some nerves there too, maybe just wanting to get his comfort pick and not really have anything he has to worry about.
It is interesting, and that'll be see the Nautilus pick come in, because for me, Crazy's only showcased both the Nautilus and the Yuumi, obviously the Yuumi being taken away, so still going to keep his champion pool under wraps. And the Vladimir now coming out, this is a bit of an interesting trade, right? Because for Clint on the side of UQU, he'd only played the Malphite, he'd only played the Vladimir. So it's almost a case of, I don't want to say hiding picks, but not expanding that roster and keeping it very much well under wraps.
Well, Kled is a champion. If he does lock that in, that does kind of suit Clint's playstyle, right? He's always with the group, he's always pulling the trigger, and, you know, when you take away the R buttons of Ornn, of Malphite, of Maokai, you know, Kled does the exact same, like, if you will, right? He brings the whole team with him, though. So, going to be, I think, a matchup that I want to keep my eyes on, and specifically because it is, you know, a newer player coming into the roster, but it is set going into the jungle. I think this is the first set jungle we've seen as well. Very popular in Korea. Not exactly sold on it. I think set is overtuned though, so you can get away with playing him in every role. But pretty big fan of Pentanet's roster, if I'm being completely honest. Roster champions, I should say.
Well, I mean, you look at it right now, and you've definitely got a lot of kill threats. So you'd imagine that river control is definitely going to be a high priority here for Pentanet to constantly keep their opponents guessing as to, well, where are they? As soon as that Zoe is no longer on that map, the terrifying presence that obviously causes. And how many times have we seen, you know, mid to late game, a couple of items come online here for the Vladimir, he TPs in and just can clean house, especially with the Hemo Plague. So two compositions that definitely showcase what they can actually do. But from the side of UQU, you highlight the Clint Kled pick. We've seen it have that little bit of innate healing cut built into the kit, the mobility to try and force something out. So there's a potential world in which, yes, whilst Pentanet are looking for those trouble bubbles and looking for the setup that can follow, UQU much more keen on just finding picks with the amount of CC they have.
Now the game, League of Legends as a game moves a little bit faster than it once used to, right? So we used to see Vladimir go into mid lane, go into solo lanes, and have the chance to ramp up to the point in which we knew Vladimir just be able to 1v5 team fights. The Dragon changes, and I feel speeds the game up somewhat and puts teams on a little bit of a timer, and in a sense, make you fight when Vladimir's not ready. And so the Kled pick and UQU, I think the onus will be on them to actually start these neutral objectives, be able to accrue a big enough lead or put enough pressure onto Pentanet.gg Rise so that they are forced into taking fights before their power spikes. And by no means am I saying that, you know, Pentanet can't fight pre-20 minutes. I'm not saying that at all. If there's the right fight there, then they should take it. But what I'm saying is that you rarely want to give away scaling lanes or scaling bot lanes like Aphelios, like Vlad, and do nothing in return and have no win conditions. So UQU, I think, have put themselves on not necessarily a bit of a timer, but drafted themselves a composition where they need to be a little bit more proactive.
And I think highlighting that point in particular, especially on the bot lane for UQU, we want to see this Ezreal find a nice little lead, especially before level 6, when we know how disastrous it can be between the ideal weapon setup for an Aphelios, as well as the CC lockdown. You're talking about 5 seconds of just you cannot move between passive, ult, and hook. that the Nautilus will have as well. So we want to see the Ezreal get himself quite accelerated into this one, be a major threat, and no doubt then be able to source those picks.
Well, it's actually
with the likes of Trundle.
It's wild because Ezreal's had a little bit of a resurgence. So obviously important to note we're on patch 10.12 this week in the OCS. But Ezreal's resurgence comes through build path. So, we saw Ezreal's go mana immune into Trinity Force and steer away from the Frozen Fist. But now the common build that you'll see is the Frozen Fist into Death Dance.
The forbidden item.
Yeah, and Ezreal becomes so tanky. And I feel maybe one of the only ADs right now that I can actually take it to Aphelios just because of how tanky Ezreal gets, how much mobility he has, and like the outplay potential in team fights. So I think Ezreal is definitely in a really high tier in terms of priority. So if you're giving away the Aphelios, then it's it's playable, it's doable, but getting Aphelios to 3-4 items is always going to be scary.
For me, obviously the Ezreal comes online, as you say, with those major items, but there's the mobility factor, the ability to remain untouched and deal out its maximum amounts of damage, especially once you're capped with your CDR, to stay nimble, stay poking, stay fast, stay safe, right? And you're sort of then more reliant on the rest of your team to draw pressure, draw aggro, and sort of display strengths. It's always been interesting as a response to that, how oppositions would then try to favor it. Will we be drafting backline access, or will we try to play front to back? Well, we'll just kill your front line and then hope that we can mitigate or still remain healthy enough that once we've killed everyone, Ezreal is just no longer a threat.
Well, and people think too that going the Frozen Fist build is against a 2 AP solo laners. Sometimes you see them skip that and go Triforce because they say, well, what's the armor doing for me? I don't need the armor. But I think what's more important is the utility that the Frozen Fist brings, right? If Vladimir is trying to find his way into a team fight and you're just tagging him with Q, slowing him consistently, sure, he may take Phase Rush, but he can't even get in range to use the abilities to proc Phase Rush unless he has Flash. So I think just the utility in its own on the Ezreal is so valuable. And now that you compare that with the Death Dance, really, I think saw Ezreal skyrocket in terms of priority.
Well, I'm really excited for our bot lane aside now, this mid lane matchup. You're talking two assassins, really two burst AP assassins, in that they're going to be looking for picks, hungry to rotate between top and bottom side of the map, to try and influence the game in some form or factor, right? You've obviously got the Trundle, as well as the set to try and initiate things. You'd argue that the job here for a Trundle is going to be a little bit easier as to the positioning that set is going to require to really try and set things up. But based on current form, we've seen Luch go in game and game again, just always looking formidable. He's played the likes of the Cassiopeia, the Syndras, those hard AP carries. But for me, I'm excited to see that he actually is the one to get Zoe. But then how does Amatul play into that, knowing that he loves it just as much as well?
Well, Amatul doesn't really want to necessarily play for the 1v1 early, right? Echo's power, and the reason that most people pick Echo is because the access you have and how good Echo is in a side lane, right? So like the aim of the game here is to get Amatul out of mid lane. If Zoe and Echo stay in this mid lane, for majority of lane phase and onwards of 15 minutes, then that's a win for Luch, because Luch really doesn't want to answer side lane, whereas Amatul wants to be put into the side, wants to have the freedom to move into fog, counter jungle some jungle camps, and just keep Luch on his toes, right? So it's not necessarily a matchup you're picking to be like, hey, I've got counter pick, I'm going to win lane. It's more making the champion that Luch has uncomfortable because he has to match the side lane.
Now, let's hone in on the overall theme, really, of this match in particular. For game number one, with PGGR taking on UQU, we said that for them with the Ezreal, with the Amateur wanting to get out of laning phase as quickly as possible, they want to be the ones in the driving seat, forcing the tempo, getting these small advantages. What would be, for you, a win for Pentanet in terms of keeping the goal distance close?
I think the win condition for Pentanet would be to really just control vision, have Vladimir get up to that 2-3 item power spike. We get for me, I look at Aphelios, I think Infinity Edge, Runar's Hurricane, right? They're the two items where I'm like, okay, he's going to start popping off. With Luch, it's minimum the one completed item. With Vladimir, it's 2 completed items. So it's all about extending laning phase, moving into neutral objectives, controlling vision, and then setting up team fight.
So I suppose to summarize that, right, we're looking at what have UQU achieved by those big breakpoint items for Pentanet.
Yeah.
So that'll be the one to keep your eyes on as we start off this very first game here. We've always talked about how a BS Sword crit item, phased, whatever you wish to call it, style of play for the Aphelios goes into the likes of the tier, the slightly cheaper build. So from that standpoint, your overall theme is we have to achieve a nice early start. I have to get the ball running, and then hopefully that trickles down throughout the rest of this team.
And it's not necessarily like UQU are just mega outscaled at a certain point, right? It's not like the game's just over once these items hit. If the game is in a neutral state, right, and Ezreal hits these 3 items or 2.5 items, and everyone's sort of nailing their 10 CS per minute, then it really does come down to execution in terms of team composition as well, right? Scaling is only relative to how you play the game. If you play the game like a complete donkey, then you're probably going to lose anyway. So a lot of it is going to come down to the composition and how they execute, but of course, if Pentanet get a lead in laning phase, it's going to be a long night.
Well, let's see how things pan on out in this game here to kick off week number 5. Only the second performance here for Unshackled. Drafted into the team brand new. Played Sejuani, kept to the theme that Sybil had only weeks prior of playing these tanks, and is quite content with it once again as he goes for the meta option of the Trundle, one that is proving to be such a problem right now, as it is a very much staple pick alongside the likes of the Graves and the Nidleys and even the Gragas.
You actually can tell a good Zoe from a bad Zoe by the actual, the summoner spell Zoe's able to pick up. The better the summoner spells, the better the player.
No cleanse here, so feeling very confident right now as Clint goes in, force some damage onto Sapphire underneath the tower. You can see that Grievous Wound is going to apply, and that's going to be a big determining factor here as to how both these members come ahead in these trades.
Yeah, and this is why Kled is kind of, I speak to some players, some pro players, and they think Kled is somewhat of a sleeper OP pick, right? Not saying it's a blindable champion by any means, but the matchups that you can get away playing Kled into really shows how much power Kled does have. And I think it sometimes becomes one of those forgotten champions, right, in League of Legends, because you can't always play everything, right? And sometimes there's just champs, I think, that are really strong that people don't pick because no one's doing it. And maybe sometimes that champion is Kled, and picking the Vladimir and banning away a lot of top lane champs, we get to see the power of Kled.
I think you raise a good point in a meta that is definitely favouring the likes of, your Malphites, your Aatroxes, your Gangplanks, Ornns, the rest of it, right? Very top-heavy centric. Given that the rest of the team want to try and focus more on those carries, almost play carry bingo. Just how many can we stack into a team and still get away with it?
Ooh, that's really good for Clint. He managed to get his base off, and it's a really good wave to base. So he's actually able to keep his teleport now. Sapphire won't be able to push that wave quick enough, right? Vladimir just doesn't have the wave clear early. And now what you'll see is probably Clint will get back to lane, be able to freeze, force Sapphire's TP, and he'll have a TP advantage now.
Well, that's going to be UQU leading the line with the very first dragon of the game, a Cloud1 at just that. He's fallen a little bit behind with the turbo farming that Seb has on this set, but nothing too disastrous at this stage of the game. The laning phase with the priority found in all the right places, allowing him to find some assistance. And that's going to get them up and running here.
So he's just forcing ulti so he can get a free base. He doesn't want that wave to be frozen outside of turret, and that's why Sapphire burnt his ult. You may think like a mega low ulti, but it's actually a decent ult, He doesn't need that. They're not going to be skirmishing anywhere anytime soon, so using the ultimate for pressure in lane or for a good base is often quite valuable, and probably, at certain points underutilized. I saw yesterday in the LCK, Faker was, he ulted I think it was Twisted Fate or someone in lane just for chunk, just for pressure, and Twitch chat was memeing him, but it's, sometimes burning ult for pressure when you're not going to kill them is more important than necessarily killing them.
I think if you played the game for, say, 10 years, you're very much rigid in your opinion as to an ultimate is only used for executing. It's there for kills.
Yep, and that's why they're used.
That is a very real possibility. It feels like it's diminished. Why on earth would you use it on minions when you can use it to get a kill and get that sick KDA? Well, 7 minutes into this one. Small leads actually starting to be accrued here on the side of UQU, especially in the top side. Clint really giving the Vladimir a bit of trouble, welcoming in Sapphire to the OCS, but the Ezreal starting to pull ahead as well.
Yeah, and that's something that you want to see, right? Ezreal is one of those champions where it's a very high skill cap, high variance champion. So the way you play laning phase with Ezreal is you need to pull the wave and you need to play in minions and out of minions really efficiently to land your Q. If you can do that, then you see the difference in Ezreal players, right? You know, there's Ezreals like this where you manage to accrue a CS lead, or an Ezreal that just goes even, maybe falls down slightly, and that's the difference really between a good bot lane, a good Ezreal, and not.
And now, despite the CS lead, it's not going to feel like he's actually in the league, given the fact that it's a BF sword over a tier itself, so that trading potential. Well, that's it, exactly that. Trading potential is definitely going to still be in the favor here for Zenk, but you continue to find these strong initiations by stealing away a blue. Now, beg the word, and they look for that fight. Zoe gets himself on the assist sheet as well, but it's going to be Pentanet.GG Rise that find the first blood. A trade comes across as Crazy tanks the turret, but it is going to be a 2-for-1. As Luch stays around and finds infinite value.
That's a really nice roam from Luch, to be honest. I think Zenk and Crazy had that kill onto Farmer before even Luch arrived, but this is what happens with Zoe into Echo, right? You know, it's not necessarily a traditional counter pick before Echo gets enough levels into his Q and enough ability power to perm a wave clear, right? Zoe still had the agency, still had the priority to move bot lane there, pick up 2 kills, and now bot lane becomes a bit of a rough one for them, right? Bases gets the pickaxe on the Ezreal, but maybe not enough.
UKU looking to force this fight right now around that Herald. They're going to catch out Seb, so the jungler has been removed. And they're going to pick themselves up a Herald. So yes, by sacrificing their bot lane, they've achieved so much from a farming and neutral perspective. Not only the Dragon, now the Herald, as well as denying away that blue buff as well. So minor difference as to what their game plan is right now, but it's definitely Pentanet looking to try and bridge the gap, and right now actually leading that gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, it was a decent roam from the UKU bot lane. Like, they came to the Herald, they got the kill, now Ezreal has red buff. He lost a wave, but, you know, you take away from him any day. But as we see, the little all-in there from Clint. But now Ezreal actually gets to go back, get his mana immune, and we're in business again in bot lane. So all of a sudden, it's not too bad, right? It's 2 kills apiece in bot lane, and Safa's being ganked.
Safa is being ganked. He has the blood pool. He will have the flash if need be. He's going to use it, but that's not going to stop Clint chasing on because he's got 2 life bars, and he's got the shotgun to knock himself back into safety. That's going to be the kill to try and get his gold back even again. And despite this, the gold is a little bit deceptive right now. So much is available if they can find a nice little lane to get those turret plates when the Herald is deployed.
Yeah, that was actually very well played from Clint. Landing the bear trap on a phase rush target is not an easy task, and he managed to land all of his abilities, and really good dive coming out of Unshackled and Clint, and managing to pick up Safa and putting him that further, you know, just that further and further behind.
And what was a strong lead for Farmer in this bottom lane as a result of the different itemization has been negated and actually has been accelerated over. As now Seb has had enough of all these counter invades. He's decided that I actually wish to force the fight myself. The damage, the bubble, and the death as Luch is now 2-0-1. Definitely well on his way to being an absolute monster there on the Zoe. The one-shots, not to mention what an Aphelios is looking to achieve as well. He leads with the Moonlight Vigil, gets dropped down to half, but that's not going to stop Seb jumping in with the Showmaker. He's going to lock in place 2 in the enemy Tri-Brush right now. He's actually just 1v3. Does he have enough left in the bank? No! Revenge survives! Now Clint in the spot above for himself, having TP'd in, has no team around him, trying to work as quickly as he can to get mounted up again, but will not find it. Safa, both top laners in so much trouble. The blood pool will expire, and that damage connects. Revenge always there. Always waiting in the wings to add some form of utility. The fight continues. The damage from off your screen.
Back.
Zoe is so frustrating to deal with, and Trundle, the Troll King himself, spots so many members ready to chomp. He's found himself a feast. He starts off with 1, and he may just run down Crazy, who is hooking his way out of this situation. Respawn after respawn here. This fight will not end anytime soon. It's been going on for a couple of minutes.
Okay, Trundle Unshackled turns with the subjugate as well. If it's, you know, Zoe, that fight went for so long, Zoe actually ran out of mana, and this is the common theme we're seeing from some OCS teams, right? What we're seeing is they make the initial good play, right? Playing off Luch's priority, punishing Unshackled on the Wolf Camp, but then staying and running down at Revenge and Farmer, trying to punish the bot lane, right? Like, you know, it wasn't enough for them to get that little lead and little kill onto Trundle. They wanted to take the whole, you know, take the whole pie instead of eating a slice. And they were punished, right? That extended fight went for so long. Clint TP'd in, Trundle came out of base, and what was a good play from Pentanet turns out to be a better play for UQU now.
That it is, as all things led them to getting the second dragon, and now they can successfully deploy the Herald in the bottom lane. That's going to be some much needed gold to put this Ezreal back in with a fighting chance. Zenk has definitely abused the fact that he's working towards that Infinity Edge first and has superior trading potential and has found those opportunities to force those fights to punish him. Still does not have the man immune, but I'm sure is got the gold in the inventory if they can find a nice time to recall.
Interesting to note that Clint is going for the Blade of the Ruined King build onto Kled. I'm not, I'll be honest, I'm not up to date with all the latest Kled trends, but see how this one plays out. I thought maybe Black Cleaver or something like that would have been better, a more efficient first item, giving you the HP as well as the CDR, but
yeah, I would have thought that, especially combine that with the Tiamat to give yourself insane wave control and just shred through those tanks, but potentially saying, look, I don't need to shred a tank. I'm working towards this matchup in particular. I want sustain. I want to keep Safa at bay to match him in that regard.
Zoe's still having a lot of priority in this matchup. Doesn't even have the first item completed, but Luch just playing this lane extremely well, and the fact that Amatul doesn't have a blue buff makes this a little bit harder, because the way Echo wants to clear the wave is wants to put down the parallel convergence, able to, you know, take some poke damage and really not feel it too much. But the fact that he's running out of mana trying to push and match these waves with against Luch is making it really hard for UQU to be proactive and have a lot of river control. As you see, Luch having the priority, teaming up with Seb in the river here, looking for a bot lane dive.
Back to back, and this is what we said in the drafting phase, right? The roaming potential that these two can actually possess. Right now, it is definitely favoring Luch. And he has been a massive component, really, of setting up all the success that was found initially in this bottom lane, which will now reward them with the very first tower of the game. And I was talking about what was a success here for Pentanet to keep the goal distance close. Well, you know, forget that question, because they are the ones in the lead so far.
Hear me out, okay? You never want to lose first turret, and I'm not saying that that was a good trade for UQU. But the silver lining here is now that Echo can go to the side lane. Right? This lane becomes that little deeper. Granted, it's deeper on the side of UQU, but now their bot lane goes mid, and Zoe can no longer roam to a side where they can be punished. So it's going to be Thresh Ezreal perma pushing mid. Echo is going to be happily in the bot lane. If Zoe decides to go to bot lane, then there's the option for Unshackled to dive her. So I like this adaptation from UQU, but I also like what Pentanet are doing here and fighting this Herald.
There will not be a teleport here for Amatul, and he has no intention, it would seem, of even coming up to contest that. No, he wants to put pressure back where it started in this bottom lane, left to his own device. As the second Herald will now go into PGGR's arsenal.
A little bit of turret damage there from Farmer and Revenge, but Amatul's having a field day on this turret, and this might be another turret that goes down, and so this is a really good scenario for UQU because this lane becomes that much longer, and Amatul can really start to punish whoever decides to come to this side.
That's going to even out the deficit now. Gold, once again, is back to square even. Plenty of ability now to get some deep vision on either side for either team. As we check in with the gold right now, and you can see what it really means in terms of what has really been the theme, especially top sides. Kled really finding that 1v1 matchup in to the Vladimir to punish here Safa, but in the bottom side, have that small incremental lead and that one decisive roam from Luch has really assisted the bottom side of their draft.
Pentanet are doing this so well. It's almost like every 2 waves, they're just shoving, getting priority, and Luch is roaming with Seb, Zoe and Set to a side lane and getting the turret. So what's going to be interesting now is how they manage to break mid-turret, but really good macro from them. I would argue that, you know, this shouldn't have been a possibility. Losing this mid-turret is quite big, but we might see a fight.
How do these teams want to set themselves up for this one right now? Mid lane is even, 20 seconds on the next dragon. UQ will definitely be hungry to get that one, accelerate their chances. To get a soul point spawning around the 22-minute mark and push the tempo like we wanted to see from them. They've got a scary composition to go into. We talk about those break points, those items that spell disaster. Well, Zenk's Aphelios is already half the way there with the Infinity Edge complete, and the Zeal ready to be upgraded into that Runa and Hurricane too. be Pentanet that start up the Dragon right now. He's going to come in here from Clay to Hemoplague, finding massive value onto multiple members right now. The Dragon is successfully taken here by the Trundle, but the damage that follows up, combiner Vladimir and an Aphelios, and that spells the word AOE. Absolutely insane. Double kill for the Zoe, and yes, you picked up the Dragon, but you've just lost 4.
The problem with that fight was that UQU didn't really set up for it in the sense that Kled was really late. One person was committing for the smite, a couple others were committing for the fight, and it was really disjointed, whereas Pentanet knew what they wanted. Sure, they didn't get the Dragon, but they were like, okay, we're playing for the fight. If we get the smite, you know, that's a bonus, but it was really well synergized from them. They knew what they were doing. Vladimir got a 3 or 4 man Hemoplague onto the backline, and really good team fight coming out of Pentanet.
Pentanet finding what they need right now. I'd argue they don't even care about the Dragon not being picked up there. They want the gold, they want to accelerate these builds even more, and they will have their eyes firmly set on that Baron, and that will be spawning in just under 2 minutes. But let's see how it all started off. As you highlight, the massive Hemoplague.
Yeah, he gets it onto the perfect targets. Revenge gets really low. Farmer burns the heal, but Aphelios as well, right? We can't scoff at what he did there. There was 200 years of game design experience in that skirmish. We just saw everyone's health bar just start flashing red, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Once Aphelios hits that Infinity Edge, sure, he didn't have the Runar's Hurricane, but he had the components for it. It starts to become really scary, and you need to play around the guns that he has. So it's no longer about like when you want to fight, it's about what guns does Aphelios have, and when can we fight?
Oh, that option is going to be just made a little bit easier now, given he's got those 2 core components acquired. As I highlight, they're not going to be too upset about missing out on that Dragon. They got a lot of gold in their pockets, and that means that Zeal turns into a Hurricane very, very quickly. Vladimir well on his way now to getting that second item complete as well, and you can see that this team just has so much damage. Just one way to avoid the scary nature of an Ezreal, it's just to blow up everybody before he has even a chance to make anything happen.
So Zoe moving in again, linking up with the set. Seb and Luch have been just in each other's back pockets this whole game, and this is what we talk about when you talk about jungle mid synergy, right? They've played on a team for multiple years, and they're moving in and really just controlling whichever side of the map they want to go to, right? You know, sure, gets the hook. Zoe has cleanse now. Thresh has to burn flash, but they're just there first. They're pushing waves. They've got tempo, and anything they do is just like resulting in massive leads for them.
Well, you can see what it looks like right now. A 3,000 gold lead here found for Pentanet. They've got the objectives in their sights. They know exactly what they're playing for right now. We just want to showcase what our power has. We want to showcase what we can do with this one. We've got ourselves set up with the ideal weapons. The sniper and the lifesteal. This mid tower will fall on down. We are breaking open the base. We are making it so that you cannot contest this vision in this part of the jungle. And we will be able to set ourselves up with plenty of ganking avenues.
Yep, and so due to the fact that, you know, but Amateur hasn't had a bad game by any means, but due to the fact that Seb and Luch played extremely well, teleport coming on into me.
Yeah, as a result of that tower falling on down, it's going to be a very deep teleport coming on in. There's a 2-man Hemoplague, spells disaster. And that's a double kill picked up for Sapphire. A fantastic debut for him. The rough nature of his laning phase completely negated as soon as those team fights start to come online. The Baron's up. The Baron might be the call. And
Pentanet are just rewarded for being the more proactive of the 2 teams, right? Permanently pushing in waves, permanently roaming, you know, forcing the fights, forcing the plays, and, you know, that was something that they set up there, right? It wasn't like they just dropped the ward and it was a lucky TP flank. It was communicated ahead of time. Sapphire knew what his job was there to do, and we're seeing the Vladimir just become online, right? 1.5 items, able to pick up the 2 kills and the Baron Nashor, but we saw Clint as well as Amateur pick up 2 turrets respectively in the side lane. Is that going to be enough to cause them any dramas when it comes down to defending this Baron? I'm not so sure.
You're definitely showing signs of anxiety in that they do not want to contest right now. They've been permanently fixated in these side lanes, more notably than Clint himself, who's achieved a healthy 30 CS lead as a result of all things considered.
I guess the win...
trying to get himself all up and running.
The win condition that you have now, right, is can we get ourselves into Dragon and can we flip it and smite it, right? I would argue that might be worth it. Flipping it for a smite onto the Dragon. Rich is caught though.
Well, if they continue to present opportunities for Pentanet to execute upon, who are actually looking for short, sharp bursts to fight, well, they're giving them those opportunities every single time, getting caught on the rotations.
Yuki, I actually like what UQU are doing here, yeah? They're trying to stall time, let their split pushers, and I wouldn't really call Claire a split pusher, more so the Echo, get some time on turrets, and they managed to break open top inhibitor. So really good macro play out of them, right? They knew they were dying mid lane, and Vladimir goes in.
Could be a win right now. Yeah, they're going to match it in towards Safa, who has been left to his own device to try and respond to this one. A 2v1 is taking place as Chrono Break comes across to cut out that angle. Inhibitor will be taken up here, which is actually a massive win for them, as Seb gets the Dragon to prevent the Soul from being achieved as a second prize win. But, well, you know, the pressure from Pentanet continues to be a beeline between mid and bot. They want to get an inhibitor of their own.
Yeah, but this is what Amateur on Echo offers that Zoe doesn't. Hang on a minute, they've been caught.
I don't want to let these guys get out scot-free right now. They will juke at that sphere. Echo will not be able to find a stun collapse. He's on full disengage mode, and Safa is quite low as well, but this is buying time to prevent a recall, to prevent the base defense. Fresh finds the hook. The Moonlight Vigil comes across. He's rooted. He's hooked. He's in so much trouble, but Trundle finds the kill in the top side, all things said and done, but it's not going to stop this inhibitor from falling on down. Redemption tops them up. Redemption will not be enough for them to lose out on this inhibitor. So inhibitors have been taken on either ends of this map right now. Next neutral objective is going to be a spicy one.
Well, that's a very good trade for the side of UQU. You know, if you're down the Baron, hang on a minute, Vladimir ult.
We're back to laning phase. Clint is far too low, and despite everything he can throw his way, Safa has hit that power point right now. The Proto Belt, he's got the Spellbinder. Tons of damage is what he has right now to deal from afar. And really put that laning phase as a very distant memory.
Yes, I wanted to talk about how that was worth for UQU, right? Even with Clint's death, you know, being able to break an inhibitor, trading inhibitors whilst the enemy team has Baron is always going to be in your favor. And so now what we have is we have Infernal Soul spawning yet again in 3 minutes. But the thing is that inhibitor pressure for UQU is top side of the map. So they're going to have a pressure vacuum in top side, whilst Pentanet will have a pressure vacuum in bottom side. And the bot lane is closer to the Dragon, obviously, than the top side. So the ease of getting to Dragon and ease of, you know, pushing out the wave and accessing Dragon is in the favor of UQU. So I think we'll see the game really accelerate or really blow open at this Dragon fight. Again, really good play from UQU, able to utilize their split pusher and break open the game.
We'll see how this fight really took place. This is initially when Amateur was on the defense, gets the shield, disengages away, but it's the sheer power of the Vladimir is just far too much at this stage of the game.
A little bit of a greedy base from Clint here. Managing to remount though. I think this is the reason that they got the kill. Trundle on the flank.
Just buying time. He's rotating through those cooldowns. And look, as soon as there's no Grievous wounds, he's getting at least a half of his health bar back in one fell swoop. That's going to be the Chronosphere stunning out Crazy, who disengaged away, will not be the pick target anymore. Seb trucks out two, aims towards the backline as one support falls on down. Zek leads the line, and Philios, by the way, 1v2 spraying and praying from afar as everybody has to go on full disengage mode. They cannot contest, they cannot prevent the inevitable, and that is UQU will lose their mid inhibitor.
They're a pixel away from winning that team fight, UQU. Amitul just misses the stun onto Zenk. If that lands, I'm fairly certain Zenk's getting one-shot by the Echo, but, you know, good positioning from him, and Seb just soaking up so much damage in the front line, using the stone plate, also popping the shield. They just couldn't get through him whilst they shoot through the Thresh. So, showing us the power of their team fight composition, Pentanet are, but, you know, I don't think it's over yet, right? Only a 4,000 gold lead. These team fights are still very close. Amateur stopping bases minute before Infernal Soul. 2 inhibitors down now. Going to be hard to contest, especially against Zoe, right? If Zoe ever gets tempo and is able to get into River before you and you have to face check the objective, I'm just going to say good luck.
It's a rough situation, though, Jubes. Despite the kills being double in favor here for Penta, you have to highlight the discrepancy between both of these AD carries. This is what we talked about from laning phase into where we are right now. The damage output that Philios has, especially now with 2 completed Zeal items, is just far and beyond anything that Ezreal could even dream of contesting. Now you've got to obviously look in denying these two inhibitor waves that will be crashing on through. So yes, you've potentially got an idea of being in the right place at the right time to respond to that and then go transition into a dragon up in 30 seconds. But two of these waves now coming on in just gives Pentanet far more avenues to find these picks and let Luch look for that one shot.
Yeah, it does. But I think this will be... Oh, they're pinging the Baron instead though. Potentially we see a trade for the Soul, but I think it looks like they realized halfway through this is Soul Point, guys. What are we doing? I think initially they were happy to trade the Soul for the Baron, but the Infernal Drake for the Baron. But once they realized it was a Soul, we saw them double back and decide that they had to take it. Trumbull has no flash.
Inhibitor has just respawned. Oh, we've just jumped to a break, so we'll wait to find out what has gone on there. But the Pentanet Inhibitor had spawned at pretty much the ideal time. Yes, there'll still be a wave coming on through, but after that, they have got the Baron dance definitely working in their favor, given the fact that they took two just a little bit later on. So this is a situation now, Jubes, we start to wonder, do they wish to contest the Dragon? Is the Infernal buff for UQU enough to allow them to have a fighting chance? Or do they say, look, it's Baron or bust, we want to make sure that if we win a team fight there, we can end the game as a result?
Yeah, look, the Infernal Soul probably isn't enough to win the game outright, but it definitely gives them, like, you know, that amplification on damage. Ezreal becomes that much more relevant. The Echo one-shot becomes that much more relevant. So it's not necessarily game over, but they'll have also the Elder Win condition, and then being able to, you know, deal with Echo in the side lane becomes that much harder. So it definitely gives UQU... It probably honestly takes away the gold lead. It probably puts the game into a neutral state, and then team comps can actually be played out. Because at the moment, what we're seeing Pentanet's composition just not run over the top of UQU, right? But they have all the onus in the game. They're able to dictate where they want to go on the map. If they want to walk in there, they can walk in and there'll be no resistance.
Well, we're talking a 5k gold lead right now favouring Pentanet. And if you're looking at those two carries between mid and ADC, you're looking at an item advantage for both Luch and Zenk. So there are definitely reasons to cheer that they are the ones in the driving seat. My question now, I suppose, there, Jubes, is if they do say, look, you can have that Infernal Soul, we just want to focus on the Baron, is there a world in which UQU, do you think, can actually stall long enough for the reality of an Elder spawning?
It's going to be a tough one. If Nashka, I'm replaying game state in my head as we get back into game, I believe. Yep. I'll hold that thought. It looks like Pentanet are just happy to take that Infernal, but look at Kled and look at Echo. Potentially we just see them suicide to stop bases and end the game.
Well, that makes the shot call much easier. No hypotheticals here. They forgive and forget that soul point. They want to go backdoor. What is it with the OCS and going for backdoors? That is something we'll have to find out in another day right now. The Hemoplague is going to come on out to try and do as much damage as possible. Their Nexus turrets have been deleted. Clint is on a one-man opportunity.
That's a wipe.
That will be a wipe.
Yep.
But that is a big avenue now into an exposed base.
Oh, JJ, I think the Zoe just walks through and ends the game. You know, Zoe, the way that mages work on turrets and inhibitors and all that now is that they do so much damage in relation to how much AP they have, so...
I say all that, Jubes, and then there's an ace that happens afterwards, so... We thought, okay, UQ actually have a situation here.
Oh, wait a minute.
But hang on a minute. Unshackled is a monster.
Maybe that's not the game.
Subjugates.
Yep, okay.
He's actually held this game on. Here I was thinking we just went from one to the other, and back again.
Okay, so hear me out. I know a team just got aced, but this scenario is far more worth for UQU than it is the side of Pentanet, because there's an open nexus with a Kled and an Echo. So now anything Pentanet does, they have to account for that the potential that they're going to be backdoored. So here we see is they're just trying to cancel bases. Not much they can do. I mean, you know, at this point the comms are really just, please stop bases. We're going to end. Luckily for Pentanet, the Aphelios and the Vladimir got back. I think if the Aphelios' base got cancelled, then we might have been saying GG and well played. But UQU are doing a good job in still managing to find win conditions, even from behind.
This feels like a UQU special. I mean, date your mind back to week 1 when they versed Chiefs for our opening match of the OCS, and we had a game where there were chances for both teams to end at least 5 times apiece.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it is, what they're teaching in that training camp of theirs. But they definitely like to try and keep these viewers on the edge of their seat.
Yeah, well, in terms of a raw 5v5, if we were to put 5 members, you know, in mid lane of both teams, it would just be a wash. Pentanet would wipe them completely. It wouldn't even be close. But what UQU are doing is they're not giving Pentanet the chance of fighting. And with the open inhibitor, open Nexus, Pentanet can't even really force neutral objectives anymore. Because the threat of losing the game is so prominent. Leech Bay and Echo, probably 2 shots in the Nexus.
Well, this is going to be a test of mental resolve, of superior shot calling, as you highlight. 2 teleports, the ability for them to run it back once again and finish what they started. Baron is always there. 2 minutes on a timer for when they can look to try and contest a soul, but obviously the respawn on the inhibitor will be around that time as well. So it's going to be all about very meticulous timing.
Well, keep in mind, okay, and I just thought about this. Echo and Kled, if Kled ultis towards the Nexus, they just 6,000 move speed down there, and this game becomes very hard. What objectives do Pentanet contest? Are they going to give away the Baron? Are they going to give away the Infernal Soul? Because, you know, if you make one mistake, this game's over. So, in terms of Pentanet, how they win, well, it has to be a perfect macro game. They've got to shove out the waves, wait for Inhibitor to respawn, potentially get a pick in the side, but, you know, this leaves the game open for UQU to start the Baron.
But this begs the question, right? How do you want to get Pentanet out of their base to facilitate that form of a play? Surely you want to try and set up a Baron, do the classic Baron dance of just wanting to turn as soon as they show face, but then saying, now that Nexus is exposed, it is your time to TP in. Are there any wards in there? I cannot see any at this stage, so the opportunity wouldn't be as clear-cut as we may make it out to be, but the Baron looks to be started up right now. Yes, it does, as Luchface checks that one, realizes that so many members, 3 members of Pentanet have been distracted in this bottom lane. It's only Luch and a Dream right now, looking to try and hold on to this one. Seb is now just joined on up. Amateur looking for the 1v2, but he's just merely buying time. The Dragon will fall on down. Can they get a steal? They cannot. Seb does what he can, but the Redemption will top these boys up. It's a shutdown, it's a ban. Now they have the speed boost to say there is one place to run, back to their base, back to this game. Flash Hook will not connect. I think they may have just done enough here, Jubes.
Okay. I don't think that was a very good Kled ultimate, okay? I think he should have been able to position that and aim that so that it latched onto at least the Nautilus. But really good decision making from UQU. I think they're one of the teams that have some like decent understanding of macro, right? Like, you know, identifying, okay, guys, we can never team fight, but let's play the map. And so, you know, Amatul in that passage of play was the person who was really the scapegoat and was the one that he knew he was going down, but it was at the, you know, the expense of a Baron, and you have to say worth because now they have a Baron buff, they have an open Nexus, and they have a split push win condition.
Clint will not have teleport, but he will be saying, I don't even care about joining my team for the Soul contest. If you try and go for the Soul, I will end the game. So now this is do or die really for Pentanet as to how they want to try and finesse this one. Can they get a steal? Would that hold things on? It will not. Between Smite and a True Shot Barrage, they will get the damage done. They will get the Soul. Clint, 1v3. That is the shot call here from Pentanet to shut down that assassination on now a second respawn inhibitor in the top lane. The goal still is 5k, despite the last 10 minutes of passage of play. The gold as a whole still hasn't changed.
No, but that's a little bit of an unnecessary death out of there from Clint. I feel like they were always going to get that Infernal Soul, and there was no reason to put his life on the line because potentially now we see Pentanet end the game on this 28-second window that they have, but we'll see if the Infernal Soul poke is relevant enough as we see Echo go in, but does enough. That was very good for Amateur. Does enough to clear the wave. They'll still lose the inhibitors, but Echo ultimate cooldown at this point in the game is about 30 seconds at level 16 with CDR, so not a very big cooldown that goes down, and they're being poked out. Actually, Vladimir not even there, and the thing with Vlad has to stay there because if there are wards where Echo can teleport, then it's just game over.
They are so reliant on Sata for that damage. We've seen no better example than when he and Zenk have linked up and just caused chaos amongst the ranks of UQU. But they have put them in a bit of a checkmark or checkmate situation as to, well, if you go there, we will go here as a response. Always one step ahead. And they've bought themselves enough time here for Farmers Ezreal to reach that luxurious standpoint in the game. He's got the death stance. He's working out towards that Blade of the Rune King as well. A ton of life still, a ton of control, really, between the Frozen Fist and all that. Well, that percentile shred to then wreck the likes of both Seb and Crazy.
If no one dies for 4 minutes, the game becomes so dangerous for Pentanet, right? Because they're, like we talked about before, and the top lane inhibitor being exposed makes it that much harder to contest dragons and elder drakes, right? Because you have to send members to the top side of the map. The fact that they have an Echo and a Kled as well means that Vladimir and one other member is going to have to be in that top side. So, you know, Elder Drake becomes a real possibility for UQU. And I know we keep talking about how dangerous this game is for Pentanet, right? You're like, okay, well, they're in the gold lead. They're really in control. But the fact that you have to look at the compositions and how UQU wins the game versus how Pentanet win the game. The fact that UQU win the game from side lane and split push with an open Nexus means that, you know, gold lead at this point is relatively irrelevant in that sense, because we're not ever going to see a team fight. And if we do, of course it's going to be a wash for Pentanet. They're going to ace them, and they may not even take any casualties.
And that's how they've mitigated this gold lead right now. They are chasing from lane to lane to try and control these side lane pushes that are causing them so many headaches right now. And whether or not they've tracked these cooldowns, because they should know now that both those teleports are up and available. So there is once again a very real possibility for a third backdoor attempt on that top inhibitor. What do we have in terms of neutral objectives to contest? We've still got a bit of time. 2 minutes on another Baron, 3 minutes on an Elder. And it feels like despite the goal discrepancy, despite the team fight prowess that they have shown, it is UQU exerting their form of play and sort of forcing the game to be played their style.
I wouldn't mind seeing Amatul and Flint swapping and just having Echo threaten the open Nexus, but maybe Amatul just thinks he beats Vladimir on the side, and, you know, with that damage coming on through, can you argue with him? Sends Vladimir down to half health. Yeah.
He is a scary man, and if there were to be a one-shot potential coming out, well, he's got the Zhonya's as that protection element. Both do, in fact, to try and find Virtue.
Well, if you look in terms of itemization, Skimmy, Echo is down one item, and the item he's down is basically a death cap, and that's nothing to scoff at, but just going to show the how strong Echo is in a side lane, being able to, you know, being down a death cap and still having relevant side lane pressure into a Vladimir. You know, I'm sure if Vladimir uses a full combo onto Echo, we'll be able to force Echo base, but losing the Vladimir ultimate is probably not worth it at this point in time.
I'm sure that's what Amateur was banking on, the fact that he has the Zhonya's as well as the Chrono Break to negate all that and say, well, what are you going to do, Sepher? Because I can either push this lane and really negate the fact that you had that Rapid Cap advantage over me, or are you just going to join your team and force a 5v5 and say, this is going to be going down to the wire. You can feel the tension in the air as it's now 20 seconds on this next Baron. As you say, gold is essentially irrelevant given the state of this game. It begs the question, though, where do Pentanet decide to go? They've been running around this map rampant right now, really trying to keep in check these side lanes, really not trying to fall victim to any vision that could cause some sneaky backdoors with those teleports. I am looking at the map. There is a ward on their top inhibitor.
That ward is
an eye on things.
The top inhibitor ward is that of Pentanet.
Yeah, no, correct. That's what I mean. So they are scouting out for any backdoor attention.
Yeah.
Making sure that there's nothing sneaky left in there.
But we have that ward from the Sleep Lands, and oh no.
That's what they needed. Unshackled has been flawless in this game in over to pick up as many of these objectives as possible, but comes at a very crucial time. Now the question is, what do they do? Okay, the call has been made. If you go for the Baron, we will go for the end. Amateur pushing through bot lane right now. Clint looks for redemption by taking that top inhib for the third time in a row. We might be seeing a case of just forget the Baron. We have to come back. Our base is under threat right now. Safer survives.
He's broken
the bot lane
will
fall on down. The Lich Bane comes in clutch as you highlight the damage that this Echo can do despite being an item down. It's just irrelevant.
They haven't even lost Baron yet. And Elder's up, right? Like, sure, they're down a jungler, now they're down a top laner, but Echo can teleport. They're pinging the ward. You see the ward need blue buff? They're pinging it. Question mark pings go down, so if they go to Elder Drake, we're going to see Echo try and end the game. He's going to buy so he gets enough AP to one-shot the Nexus, but oh my goodness, we might see Thresh and Ezreal just trying to... Look, TP coming through.
There it is. There's the TP once again. You flip the map, the objective from one side of the map to the other. We're going to go from one lane to another. He blast cones himself into base right now. He is running straight towards the Nexus itself. It's a 1v1 between himself and Sapphire. Zonya's at the full combo. Now he has the shield for the spear, for the damage, for the Chrono Break to try and negate as much as possible. Nexus is down to half. Loot shows up and evaporates him.
Wait, the Dragon
Nexus survives. 2 members have to come on back. But does that mean that UQU have a numbers advantage now around this Dragon? It's going to be Farmer that finds the first kill. We are sniping from afar. There's so much TDR. Can he do it? Clint's going in. Luch went for the end, but it's not going to matter. Clint comes in to finish things off. It's going to end the game. He's going to win it for UQU. I do not believe it. 26 6 kills to 9. UQU just never won a team fight and they win the game. Oh no.
Oh, you hate to see it if you're
man.
Pentiment. Oh.
The last 15 minutes, they said we're so far ahead, we win these team fights, just please give us one team fight. But everything was set up. TPs came in clutch. At the end of the day, both Echo and Claire just are the MVPs.
That might be the best game we've ever seen in the OCS in terms of just like a pure like spectacle. You know, UQU, for me, in terms of a team composition, were out. The game was done and dusted, but they used superior macro to pull Pentinate around the map, make them make decisions they didn't want to make, ultimately breaking open the base, and it was just a real masterclass of playing the map and using your TPs to end the game. Sure, they died a few times doing it, but they got the job done.
A highlight in the OCS, absolutely. The Onyx Peke of the Oceanic region as we get week 5 underway. We're going to jump to a quick break to cool things off here. But after the break, it will be a big one. It's UTS still searching for a win, and they'll be taking on the Order Academy. Welcome back to week number 5 here of the OCS. And well, Jubes, has that told us anything about scaling, team fighting, and above all macro? It shows that, well, despite if your opposition is fantastic in their scaling department, they hit those breakpoints that we highlight, if you just avoid them for all game and basically run them around the map of a game of chicken, if you open yourself up an early win condition, that's how you're going to close out the match.
Well, UQU's next challenge for next week is to try and win a game without getting a kill. Just avoid them at all costs and just play for hitting turrets.
What is that? The pacifist achievement. What are we looking at? We're looking at as much farm as possible and just a team full of TPs.
Well, they do have farmer, don't they?
I'll let that joke slide. Moving on, Jubes. Next match. It's a big one. It's going to be UTS, still looking to find their victory, still looking to try and get this campaign off to a flying start. They're 0-4 right now. Last week they got in a brand new roster to try and change things around a bit. The only bit of stability they've found so far is that they've retained Azeus, their top laner. One that showed a fair bit of promise, quite honestly. He's had a few respect bans thrown his way, in particular the Jax, which we've yet to see come out of him just yet. So I wonder if he could be the difference maker. I think really for me, UTS are just looking for any signs of not only improvement, but a sign that they are improving from week to week.
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily care too much. Okay, care is not the word. I think that they are okay with taking some losses as long as week to week there's improvement, right? You can't put together a new roster once every week and then decide that they're going to be, winning worlds anytime soon, right? So as long as we see some synergies built up, between maybe Azeus and Akano, because Azeus has been, the one stable on this roster. Obviously, Sprint Stamina, Chicken Frog we talked about before, being having that competitive experience. So they have some names that can definitely do some things. I think last week maybe was a little bit of a warm-up game, a little bit of a nerves game. So I'll be really looking at them, this week, especially going up against Order Academy to really see, where their kind of baseline level is at.
And speaking of, Order Academy coming to this week 2-2 right now, so they are in the middle of the pack here, and they just actually faced against UQU, who unfortunately fell victim down to a team that basically gave them a taste of their own medicine with a very wombo combo-esque style of play. We talked so much about how Takao loves to play that set support. He's been undefeated in the 2 times he has played it. But the opposition said that, look, we're going to try and force your hand and make you play just a few different champions going into this one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Order Academy bounce back into this one, if that is their firm identity, or if they have been practicing anything different with this week-long break.
I think they should stick to identity, even though they had that, that little break. But because the thing about the OCS season is it's so short, and it's not like there's a split 1 and 2. And I think you can really get away with just honing in on that one playstyle and becoming really, really strong and really relevant in that one way, because it's very hard to ban out, and it's very hard to, it is very hard to develop another style, right? Like to be able to become that team that plays 3 or 4, especially in a competition like this. So they should really just stick to what's been working for them, in my opinion.
What's interesting for me is the adaptation in their bans, at least in terms of the Yuumi, the Senna, as well as the Varus. A lot of those obviously incredibly meta as they stand right now. But with the exception of the Senna and the Aphelios, the exception of the Senna and the Varus, not bans they've really tended to go towards. But regardless, what we're going to see here is, once again, we talk about the Takao set. He gets the opportunity, he will take it. The Karma as well, we've not seen it come out of this roster just yet, but we have seen definitely a case to be made of double supports, quote unquote, just finding infinite value on, for me, Seaway, showcasing that he can be a very strong AD carry as well.
Well, the beauty about set is that we don't know it's on Takao yet, but if you were a betting man, you'd safely say that he's going to be the one that gets his hands on it. Karma as well is another champion that can also be put into the support position, but I do have insider knowledge that Framer has been playing it a lot, and by insider knowledge, I've just seen him in solo queue spamming Karma mid lane. Ellis actually said yesterday that Karma is Aphelios' sister, in the sense that really broken right now, being able to build the Athenes, shield the whole team, and play with a lot of utility in team fights. So, Karma set, definitely 2 formidable picks right now.
You speak of, Clovis to date has yet to play that set, and for good reason too, given the highlight of the bottom lane. But what they're going to be going into is going to be a bit of a rough one. It is going to be the Ezreal as well as the Soraka, almost your second best bet when you talk about enchanters, Yuumi, Lulu, Soraka. You want that sustain, you want that denial. I mean, you're looking at a set that wants to play very aggressive with that Hex Flash and cooldown, force fights from level 1, the Silence Puddle could actually do a lot to negate that aggression.
Yeah, but Soraka is a champion that is okay when her ADC is the one getting harassed. The moment that you start landing poke and trade on Soraka, then the lane becomes a little bit difficult for them. And I think if they do put Karma support with the Misfortune, they will be able to get off some relevant poke onto Soraka. And, you know,
Sure.
Soraka is a champion that obviously scales really well. So you're not necessarily worried about, you know, falling behind a little bit in laning phase. So we'll have to see what they decide to do, whether they put Set in top lane now, put Karma into the bot lane. I mean, this is what I like about Auto Academy's draft so far, is the that we're talking about where everything can go. And if that's happening to us, you could imagine how hard it is for UTS to draft against it.
And that's what they are currently guessing as right now, as we're looking at bans that will definitely favor the mid lane. As Ornn, Orianna, as well as Echo have all been taken off the board as it stands. I wonder where UTS
I'm surprised.
go with this.
The one thing I'm surprised is we haven't seen any Echo jungle. Not that I'm saying it's an S tier champion, it's that it is quite popular in solo queue. People are playing it. You know, we've seen it in the OPL as well. I know some of these players do get away playing Echo as well in solo queue. And, you know, for the most part, we've seen it either banned, not picked, or put in a solo lane.
This spices things up considerably now. We've got so many flexes as it stands here, Jubes. We've seen top lane Hecarim in the LPL. Conventionally is a jungler as well. Ghost obviously on 10.12 has been buffed. It's that instant speed boost if they were to consider that as an option.
I've also seen YCK playing Hecarim jungle in solo queue. He has put quite a few games in on that champion. So for me, if I had to guess, I think the Hecarim's going into the jungle position with YCK. He has the flash right now, but I'm certain he will change it. This is the patch again where like you said, Ghost is buffed. So that is like a tiny indirect buff to Hecarim as well. We see him swap over to the Ghost now, so I guess we know where the Hecarim is going.
We know what the option is, and we know where they're looking to try and play right now as their final pick. It is going to be their flex. You'd imagine it's now going to be their top lane for Clovis to try and round things out. We'll be going into the Wukong matchup, a pick that Azus has already played so far, will be quite comfortable on, and it is going to be the Camille. The second time now that Clovis has brought this into the team.
It's really weird to me because Auto Academy, for the most part, have got their... I'm not going to call them one tricks because I don't like using that terminology. It really means that you can't play anything else, but they have got their champions that they're most comfortable on, right? Like,
yeah.
Clovis traditionally has been a Camille player. Framer all week been playing the Karma in the mid lane. Takao gets his Set. YCK gets his Hecarim. So looks like it's not necessarily target bans from the side of UTS. It's more banning what they don't want to play against, right? And sometimes that's fine, sometimes that works, but we'll see. This looks like it's going to be Auto Academy at their best and on some of their best champions.
It's going to be definitely a case of that being a very real possibility, with the Karma finding a lot of key targets to empower with that shield that will benefit, no doubt, from the Ardent Sense and the Fiends if we are going to go down that kind of direction. You'd imagine it to be the case, given that they already have the Set and a rather bulky team as a whole. This will be Seaway's third game now for the team, only debuting the Ezreal as well as the Misfortune. So not wishing to go for anything deeper, and why would you, given that these top picks are still available? The Callista seems to be one that is sneaking through despite the global structure. But I think one thing I want to highlight and zone into in particular is the fact that, yes, the Victor's been locked in here for UTS. It gave Auto Academy a lot of problems last week based on the AoE wombo combo centric style of play. You still got glimpses of that, right? You've got the lockdown with the Cataclysm. You've got the Cyclone that can come in here from the Wukong too. So there is a potential case for PTSD to come across here for Auto Academy.
Yeah, I mean, there is a definitely an argument to be made that there is some wombo combo on the side of UTS, and for me, if they can get out of laning phase even with those compositions, or even with a slight lead, right? They have Jarvan, probably definitely the more proactive of the two junglers. Then this game is going to be hard for Auto Academy, right? They have, you know, champions that do need certain items to be relevant, whereas where we see the Jarvan could potentially just permanently invade and abuse the Hecarim, potentially even cheese one of his buffs level 2. So yeah, it's going to be a game, and I'm a fan of both drafts. Like, you know, and similar to last game, you look at both drafts and you can make an argument for both, right? And why one's good, why one beats the other, and vice versa. So that always excites me.
And let's zone in particular, obviously, because it's a big deal. Hecarim coming out here in what has become a very stable meta in the jungle of power farming and looking to get yourself into a formidable situation where your lanes are winning. We talk about Java and how proactive he wants to be in finding those ganks, looking for that level 3, looking for that double buff initiation and to get the ball rolling. But for Hecarim, how are we looking to see this matchup? What is a win for him?
A win for Hecarim is just a full clear, and Hecarim is one of those champions. You put him into the same basket as like Karthus, same basket as similar to a Graves and things like that, right? Graves obviously can invade and be a little bit more proactive and punishing, but in the sense that Hecarim's weakest pre-6, but even weaker pre-first clear, right? After first clear, level 4, get jungle item, and you're laughing, but the Hecarim. Sorry, the Jarvan would be looking to get a red buff and potentially invade because Hecarim doesn't necessarily get too low when clearing, but is able to be abused because Jarvan has one of the strongest level 2s in the game just from Jarvan's passive and getting the flag down and getting the bonus combat stats. So Hecarim, for me, needs level 6 to be relevant in this game.
And I guess leading into that point, then you already talk about the invade potential that the Java will have in this game, but he definitely has a lot of lanes that he can look to go towards and try and get out some important summoner spells, bait out those flashes, be a point of a frustration, because we imagine on his bottom side for Order Academy, they will have the priority. They will be the ones in the driving seat trying to find fighting angles with this set. We talk about top side as well. There's a lot of CC that UTS have that can facilitate the flag and drag.
Yeah, the problem that I have with the Jarvan pick sometimes is, so yes, we pick Jarvan. Yes, it's the more proactive of the two, but you look at the lanes that Jarvan has to play around, right? He's playing, it's a Victor into a Karma. I think the Karma has to significantly misplay to die to a Jarvan gank, right? At least pre-level 6. Mm-hmm. His bot lane's Ezreal Soraka. They should not be killing the Misfortune and the set anytime soon, right? At least pre-6. And then you look at this Wukong and Camille matchup, and potentially this is the one where it's a little bit volatile and where he can get the most work done. Not because Wukong has gank set up, but because Camille's trading pattern generally to win this lane has to be a hook shot off the wall into Wukong. And once that goes down, then you start looking for the flag and drag, and almost Camille sets that up for you by being aggressive and trying to trade in lane. So Jarvan is going to have his work cut out for him. But when you don't have gankable lanes, sometimes that means you have priority. And so if Ezreal Soraka can get priority or Victor can get priority, then Jarvan will be looking to invade Hecarim and put the punish down onto YCK while Jarvan still can.
Well, let's see what the game itself presents, what the options will be, and where Akano wants to invest those resources. Our second game of the day here in Week 5 of the OCS, it will be UTS still searching for a win up against middle of the pack Order Academy. And I want to already talk about that top lane matchup. We talk about Azus being the sole survivor, the stability factor for them, whether or not he's almost now taking up a leadership role as to invest in me, come to my lane, allow me to find a lead, and I will be able to keep this Camille in check before those 3 items are even a threat, or whether or not Order Academy will just showcase their strengths, force fights, and work around the power that Akama presents them.
I like seeing these cheeky level 1s from teams, right? Like Takao has the set, standing in the mid lane bush, potentially Victor walks up too far, maybe Soraka does, but, nothing's going to happen, but it says confidence to me, right? Looking confident. I wish we saw more level 1s, to be honest, in competitive play. Whether you have the stronger level 1, the weaker one, but invades or looking for something, looking for leads, I think you can get quite creative, and there's often times where teams get a little bit resident sleeper and they're not really watching out for innovative strats. So, but yeah, Hecarim starting the red buff.
So we're going to start
Sorry, Jarvan.
The blue buff there for Hecarim.
Yeah.
So obviously going to allow him to spam away those skills to go for that full clear, as you highlight. That breakpoint that he will be needing has gone for the Conqueror. No Predator to empower the Ghost just that much more. Wants more trading potential, wants to bully you with the tanks at the best of times, as you say. Yeah, both junglers starting opposite ends of the map. So definitely pathing topside to influence, as you imagine it would be the case.
Yeah, I think you really need the Conqueror on Hecarim. The Predator, sure, yes, 10-12. Predator got changed. When you press it, it's instantaneous, but Conqueror gives you so much value, so easy to stack up and ramp up to 10 stacks on Hecarim. So, and with the Ghost changes, right, you really need the additional move speed. You're pretty much max speed as soon as you tap Ghost. So, Conqueror for me is the correct career choice.
You can see Takao running what is now standard for him, the Omni Stone. Currently possesses the Electrocute, so would have a very strong short burst window.
Yeah, and
he was able to find a window.
Taking Omnistone on set is really just about trading around the runes that you get given, right? He went in a little bit earlier there, didn't really have the optimal rune choice for the trade that he wanted to take and got punished down one pot, but you know, when you have things like the Electrocute, you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive, but we're already seeing the poke come out of UTS and they're so far playing this lane extremely well, but you know, Raka double range matchups generally have this advantage in lane where you will see them the first few levels be able to force you back, get some poke down, burn through some pots, but once level 3 ticks over, level 4 starts ticking, we'll see Order Academy bot lane be a little bit more aggressive in lane.
And that's what we've seen from a volatile nature standpoint of level 1 flashes to get the ball rolling, or sometimes waiting for those moments in the game as you highlight. But this will give UTS a bit of vision, a bit of chance to guarantee Akano the bottom lane scuttle. But what's interesting to me is how top lane started off. Yes, it looks a lot closer than it was before, but moments before that, it was a 14 level discrepancy. But hold that thought for 1 second, because mid lane is where the action's at. And this is what we're highlighting. What is Jarvan's game plan? And it is, let's burn summoners. I
mean, it was a decent, like, in terms of mechanics, it was decent, but we might see him die here. I'm going to hold that thought. YCK hits the ghost, really good presence of mind, and
he's got the vision. He's going to look for it. Spins to win, hits them with the side, is acting as the Grim Reaper, and that'll give Order Academy the very first blood.
And what I wanted to talk about before those little chain of events happened, I wanted to talk about how Hecarim got his full clear off. And so the important thing to keep in mind, when you get a full clear off, it's nice, you hit level 4, you have a little lead, but what's most important is that the tempo you get from that, right? Like, Hecarim was able to base, pick up his red smite. He was pathing back down to bot lane to go to his Gromp and just clear on repeat again, which means that he's going to be so far ahead of the Jarvan because the Jarvan did not full clear, still had rates up, still had Krugs up, was down tempo, was down a base, and is now going to be down a full level once Hecarim clears this wolf camp. As we see, he ticks level 5.
Well, so that is the dream start there for YCK. We said the onus was on the Jarvan to either invade, fully out the Hecarim, do as much as he can before level 6. The trade there obviously now favouring the flash burnt for a kill. All things looking good for Order Academy, but that's not going to stop him just yet. They are still going to show face. Unable to find a flash out of Clovis, but still letting them know, I am a threat.
And this is the lane that I wanted to see Jarvan focus on. I wanted to see Jarvan gank. The only thing is that Camille wasn't using the hookshot aggressively, right? We can see how easy that lane is gankable once Camille hookshots forward, but has to be comms around that. So Jarvan's still not level 5. Hecarim is close to level 6. Once those Krugs go down, you know, Hecarim, I'm not sure if we can get a toggle onto Hecarim's EXP bar, but if we do get that, I'm pretty sure Hecarim after Krugs will be close to level 6, maybe one more camp or a scuttle.
It begs the question where they decide to go with this one. If he is then going to say, look, let's go straight to the dragon, let's force a fight, let's use this ultimate advantage to our favor. Whether or not Clovis would be willing to make that play, as he has been pushed underneath his turret for a very long time right now, and that is the driving factor behind this CS discrepancy.
Bot lane stabilized, not really a CS lead to write home about in terms of misfortune or the set. Would like to see Hecarim potentially, you know, pop his head into bot lane, hit that ghost when it comes off cooldown, and Takao just burns flash, ripping Soraka back, trading flash for flash, like we always talk about. If you're a set, is so beneficial because you take the Hex Flash with Nimbus Cloak, and the kill threat in lane just becomes pretty much every 20 seconds or 25 seconds when your Hex Flash is off cooldown.
He's not level 6 just yet there, Jubes, but it's not going to stop him from the greater goal at hand, which was, let's take the dragon, let's leash things out. That means that Order Academy get a little bit more aggressive in this bottom side, but Seaway takes a trade that does not really favour him, as he is down to half, and Takao still searching for a window in which I can execute. There is not that golden opportunity to force the flash to get the trades out. The dragon, as you say, works around in a slightly different fashion, but we'll give enough priority now to rotate across to this one, and all that Akano can do is merely watch.
Here we go. That Ghost is coming off cooldown, but
Ghost is off there very shortly. That's a two-man fear. Can Seaway find anything with this? He's not level 6. And teleport is coming in now from his Zeus. He will have the Cyclone to try and turn things around. Actually, no, it's Arpia, of all people, that came into this one. Drops down the Chaos Storm. Locks in place Takao that, but honestly says, thanks, basically just tickled me.
And while there's nothing really fancy about what YCK is doing, I think in this meta, in current state of the jungle, you really need to be doing a full clear or be 100% sure you're going to get a kill or a lead in another lane. Because what YCK has done is he hit level 6 first and made a really high impact play with his ultimate. And the important thing to note is that early game, each time you ding another level, so from like level 4 to 5 to 6, that's a significant power spike in gold, even if you haven't gone to base, right? Each time you level up, you're getting stats and you're getting a gold lead just through superior pathing and being able to put that jungle on cooldown.
Well, what level would you say that roughly equals that at? You're talking like level 9 onwards when it starts to become not as big a deal?
Look, I'll be honest, not completely sure.
Regardless,
I tend to like put it this way: at level, if I'm level 9 and homeboy I'm bursting in the jungle is level 8, I'm probably gonna run over him because I've just pathed better. I'm ahead, and I'm
still
always
feeling strong regardless.
Yeah, I'm going to go for that fight. Like it's really rare that you're up EXP and weaker.
I always just get curious as to, you know, if there are breakpoints in that, given how influential the early game can be for your success fan around the mid game, to keep that momentum up, how often it is enough to obviously then guide you through to that win condition, or for teams to then hit that quote-unquote scaling late game and turn things around. But as it stands, Order Academy in a nice little situation here, up by 800 gold as it stands. A lot of this, in fact, due to YCK's, as you say, superior pathing, superior ganking, and really preventing Akano from finding those opportunities. But he now will have the Cataclysm. And he is working towards getting that stopwatch online. We'll need a few more shutdowns before that can be utilized. But will, no doubt, look to contest the very first Herald of the game.
And so this jungle lead 2, though, is a little less punishing than it would be if Akano was playing a carry. The fact that he's going Cinderhulk Jarvan means that they can still team fight here, and we might see one breakout.
Ghost has been popped. YCK's looking for it. He has the smites, and well, that's a lot of damage right now. Cataclysm knocks in place too. That's going to be a Cyclone that does damage from afar. Everybody's getting locked in to AoE-centric style abilities as YCK looks to take down a Zeus. The Order Academy survive. Karma Shields are OP. The damage is done now. 4 kills to 1. Which way did the Herald go? We'll see it when the scoreboard comes back online. There was a fight of the ages.
That was
being chucked out left, right, and center.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable bullet time from the Misfortune, landing across multiple members, full channel, untouched. Really nice team fight coming out of Order Academy. I thought UTS, you know, potentially had that, but as we see here in the replay, Set goes in and managing to soak so much damage. Look at that bullet time. Forces the flash from Victor. Camille just gets onto the backline, manages to find the flank, and really well executed team fight coming out of Order Academy.
Well, all things basically led to Wukong. Yeah, Wukong actually stole it away, the cheeky little goblin. He's picked it up.
Yeah, cheeky little monkey kid, hey?
There he is. That'll give something for UTS to celebrate right now. There's 3 minutes left on the clock before those plates fall on down. Now, where will they decide to use this? That is the question. Dragon up in under a minute. We've seen time and time again teams look to deploy it in the mid lane to force their opposition into a catch-22. Do we catch the mid-trial, or do we just look to sacrifice everything in mid lane and invest heavily into this dragon at a cost of its own?
You know, Wukong is my the one champion where I get very bad flashbacks when I see it, and so whenever it's in meta, I get very upset.
So, who hurt you?
Well, when I started my pro career, I was a substitute for Carbon. You know Carbon, and we were playing against Curse. So when Curse was in OS, and they had like, you know, Keen, the TFT streamer now, but he was a professional player LCS. They had Keen and a few really good old school OS pros. And this was like my first competitive tournament, and I had to sub in for Carbon. And we got to game 3, and if we won, we got to qualify for like a big tournament, like at the time in OS. And I ended up going 1-10 on Wukong.
1-10?
Yeah, I dropped 10 deaths on Wukong.
Are you a Yasuo cosplayer? You were making it before it was cool.
Well, except I didn't power spike at 10 deaths. And so now whenever I see Wukong, I get a little bit upset. It's actually never left me.
You can spin it around in another narrative of, you know, you were a pioneer of creating memes before they even were a thing.
Or my team was terrible and they should have all played better.
Yeah, always. It's never your fault. We've always got to blame our team.
Well, to be honest, there was a few players who could have had my back, but they didn't have my back, and so therefore they don't get to play the tournament.
I see Rusty in the chat there saying he actually remembers that game. So,
Rusty, Rusty's an OG.
Somebody.
Rusty's been around. He knows all the goss. He's
been around from day dot.
Yep.
The Boomer caster, although similar in age, so I guess that means absolutely nothing. But regardless, the game state as it stands right here, Order Academy still in the hot seat. They've retained that 1,000 gold lead. That's not going to stop Takao doing what he does best, and that is a wombo combos with the showstopper. Once again, Seaway finding infinite value with the bullet time. Framer gets himself a double kill and gets out alive. As Arpia finds himself a shutdown from the grave. That will reset the dragon. Akano down to half will be forced to reset. And that is all despite the fact that YCK is out of this fight. Now Clovis goes in with the Hex deck, looks to lock in place the Azus. He is forced to not only clone, dash, and flash afterwards.
That's a little bit
being achieved here is the threat, the pressure that Order Academy can present is allowing them to start this even without their jungler here.
Yeah, look, ultimately they get the dragon because we see Victor teleport into the top lane, but I would argue that that's probably a little bit aggressive coming out of the Order Academy lineup. They took a 4v5, Camille had to walk all the way down, and sure, they got some kills and they traded some kills back, but you never really want to be giving a shutdown away to a Victor. Victor's one of those champions that scales extremely well, maybe arguably one of the highest scaling mages in the game, so they need to be careful with who they give their shutdowns to.
Arpia will definitely not be complaining about the goal that will be shown his way as he sits on 1-1-1, the ideal number. Almost call the ambulance.
Replay coming on in here. So Takao, again, no stranger to engaging in team fights, soaking so much damage up in the backline. Bullet time really nice, but the Jarvan ultimate here traps Hecarim. The fact that Hecarim takes the ghost, once he burns ultimate, can't get out. So he takes the full duration of the Victor ultimate and goes down, and whilst yes, sure, net gain in the favor of Order Academy, like I said, just the threat that Victor poses in games like this is really high, so you want to close it out cleanly and not give away any shutdowns.
But let's see what it actually means now, Jubes. That's a big power spike that's been achieved, especially for Order Academy in both their mid and jungle matchup. You've got the Ardent Sensor coupled with the Affines. That's everything that Akama needs to make sure that the carries will do their job. And that will find a lot of value, not only on the Misfortune, but definitely towards the Hecarim as well as the Camille. Hecarim, mind you, actually has himself a Trinity Force. Akana continues to be aggressive, continues to find value in lanes. Unable to find that decisive kill, always taking summoners instead.
And the Athenes, you probably look at the Athenes and the... wait, I'll stop talking because potentially we see a turret dive in the mid lane.
Every single time I see this Hecarim, I always see double buffs. This guy is farming up an absolute storm right now. 30 CS discrepancy, a big contributing factor as to why he is so far and beyond ahead of this Jarvan.
Yeah, and I was talking about the Ardent Sensor and the Athenes coming through on the Karma, and we're like, damn, that's scary. And we start looking at Misfortune's items, right? Because traditionally, Athenes and Ardent Sensor goes on your ADC, but the scary thing is when it goes on to the Hecarim. The Hecarim
can go anywhere. It really can.
Well, it will go on anyone, right? Like the Empowered Karma Shield. But the thing is this Hecarim is going to run rampant. No one can really deal with Heck at this point in the game if they play the team fight correctly and the Karma Shield's the correct target. So, these crucial item power spikes coming through from Framer is going to really set the tone for next team fight. And 2 minutes coming on, in 2.5 minutes, we'll see a not soul point, but third dragon going down. So Order Academy in a really good spot.
He is the most fed member in this match right now, and coming from a jungle role that has to absolutely feel good. But if we compare now the solo laners, it's Zeus who's now just hit that Trinity Force moment himself. Nearly completed the call for extra money, as Arpia in that side lane is doing the damage. He took out Framer once, he was looking for it again, but the shields and the movement speed were just enough to get him to the safety underneath that tower.
Yeah, but that's promising signs, right? If Arpia is able to force Karma out of the lane, be able to get the wave in under turret, potentially take turret, then you're starting to look at a win condition for UTS.
Begs the question now, in this next team fight, when we do see it, if it is going to be around that dragon to contest a potential soul point, how does Arpia look to play it? Who does he look to try and focus? Is he looking for a kill target, or is he looking to try and zone out those components, like the Karma?
Yeah, you'd be looking for a kill target. You'd be looking for a kill target. As Hex Slash, I want to start, elaborating on points and things like that, but the moment I do, I just see people in positions of positions of power where they're channeling a Hex Flash or charging up the Hecarim charge, so...
They're always threatening something.
Yeah.
Is what we're seeing right now, as Clovis no doubt isn't too far away from the Trinity Force himself, but that build will be slightly delayed based on the fact he went for a Tiamat first, just to help match the push power that a Wukong presents.
Yeah, so you would probably argue that relative power spike, Wukong is ahead of the Camille, right? Camille opting in for that Tiamat is not necessarily something that you purchase for its combat stats or combat effectiveness, but more so the pushing power that it grants you. So if Wukong can find his way out of this lane and into a skirmish, my money would be on Wukong at this point, but...
Well, they want to force a fight, and that's Clovis teleporting in right now, going to teleport himself into a Cataclysm that does fall on down, but Cal with a beautiful flank takes him right back underneath that protection and finds a very important kill. Every member of Order of Academy gets some gold as assists are shared galore, and that is perfect timing, Juice. The Herald now spawning, that will delete the bottom turret, and the next dragon up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, but, we have to look at what's being traded on the other side of the map. So, Wukong getting time to farm, getting time to take tower, push waving, getting some of that solo gold, solo EXP. And whilst it is a very good play from Order Academy and something that, slightly extends their gold lead, you have to wonder, what does this mean for Wukong? And what does this mean for the wombo combo of UTS?
UTS have invested heavily now on that top side, but Clovis will return, went for the recall after that fight, came up top, and is there to answer to make sure that Zeus does not find 2 turrets for this trade. Now, Order Academy sitting on 3 dragons. Ocean Soul is what they're looking at, and that will do wonders to accelerate and assist what this job or what this role is for the Karma.
Yeah, and we're going to see also a 24-minute, 25-minute soul point. And I think it's important to note that it's an Ocean Soul. So, UTS are really on a clock now. They want to have their items coming through in the next 4 minutes, but to their to their credit, I guess, they've slowed the game down. They're only at a 1k gold deficit. 2 items now on Ezreal, Athene's on Soraka, so they are hitting these item power spikes, and I think we'll see the game blow open or a team fight around the in 4 minutes time.
And look, for the last 20 minutes, it has been that magical number. It has never moved, never swayed from 1,000 gold. So UTS have done a fantastic job keeping it within a touching distance. The question is, though, Order Academy have always been the ones forcing fights, never allowing UTS to set things up to find those win conditions. But we cannot discredit what they have, especially for mid-lane priority, the ability to contest, the ability to try and set yourself up for an objective. Silence, stuns, roots, you name it. They have so much AoE to try and disrupt the pack.
Might be a solo kill.
1v1 take place here. Clovis is looking for the 1v1. He wins those. He has the Trinity Force and says, this is what happens when I hit those breakpoints. And he deletes a Zeus.
It may not mean much in the context of the game. Like, just getting Clovis, that little lead in the split push in the side lane. Wukong's never really going to scale into winning the side lane against Camille. So really well played from Clovis, but still, I think the game swings on in 3 minutes.
Finding a few advantages as a result of this one there, Jubes. They're able to finally break through mid lane and take that turret. Easier access to the side lanes now, which also are beginning to become a little bit crippled here for UTS, especially in that bottom side of the map. Easy rotations, and that has been their priority for the majority of this game, right? Let's get these dragons online, and that's why they are in a 3-0 lead right now. But it's all around this Baron. Vision control so damn important right now. There's nothing really that Akano can do to match the damage output that YCK presents, but there is a world in which they can survive the initial onslaught, much in fact, or much in part really, the survivability and sustain that Soraka can provide. Maybe, just maybe, there's a world in which they can turn things around.
Oh, if it's an extended fight, a sustained fight, then UTS for me win that fight every day of the week. There's an argument to be made that fight also suits Karma, but the way Ezreal will be able to get off so much free damage would be a crazy amount. But important to note, Stoneplay coming through from the Jarvan now, so these items that they have are the best that they're going to get for the scenario that's approaching, right? Like 2,000 gold deficit, sure, not great, you never want to be in that position, but it's going to be a competitive fight for this Ocean Soul, I believe.
No stopwatches, but Framer has definitely geared himself up for a fight, swapping into the barrier. Couple that with the heal, he wants to force those fights. The cow gets exhausted, but that does not slow his movement speed despite having the dead man's play. Akano in so much trouble, receives the wish, but it's easy picking for Seaway, who had the shield and had the mobility, chased him down. That's an easy second as YCK takes out the support. 2 members of Fallen down, and now that is a triple. The bot lane of UTS dismantled, the Baron in their sights. The lane's pushing. All they can hope for is that Zeus can try and distract them down here.
It's just really well played from Auto Academy. Every time they force a fight or engage onto the backline of UTS, it's a 4v5. You know, Victor was in base there, coming out of base when his Jarvan was already dead. His Soraka had already burnt both summoners. So Auto Academy really pulling the trigger, rotating from minion waves. So we saw Wukong in the bot lane, still pushing waves while Clovis was at the play and, you know, getting onto the backline of UTS. So these things are really well communicated from Auto Academy, and we're really seeing them develop into a formidable team.
Definitely are, and they are showcasing why they are a team to keep your eyes on. Middle of the pack right now, sitting at 2-2, but definitely wanting to battle with the best, wanting to secure themselves on the tail end these next 5 weeks. A fantastic spot to go into the playoffs. 11 kills to 2 right now. UTS still searching for signs of life, a sign to shout out for. I mean, that really was our narrative for them coming into this game. Yes, it is a brand new roster once again, as Zeus is the one remainder of what was once upon a time there. Has there been anything that we've looked at? I mean, for me, it has to be Arpia. We've seen him get that shutdown. We've seen him emit a ton of damage. I'm now looking at this next dragon, which they have to contest with a lot of scrutiny.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they contest this, right, versus the Baron buff is really hard because Clovis, you know, they can just do the dance and Clovis is going to be taking their base. So that tier 2 turret already dropping in the top lane means that UTS may have to be the ones, yes, that start this off, as we're seeing now.
They're going to try and bully these members off right now, but out comes the teleports. Clovis joins in. We're going to get a glimpse at a full 5v5. Takao runs in, gets stunned for a second, pulls the flash, brings in 2. Cyclone takes out 2 as well. He gets headbutted into a wall. He is deleted before the fight even takes place right now. 2 kills too far easily. And as Auto Academy start up this one, that is a double kill for YCK. The jungler is so far accelerated. Ghost is OP apparently. As he is chasing these members down left, right and center. Only 1 member survives, only 1 member left. A triple kill in the jungle. That'll be the soul, and that'll be the ace.
Yeah, it's a really well played team fight from Auto Academy. They knew how strong they were at that point in time. So they just pulled the trigger and went onto the back line. Set lands the slam onto Soraka. Hecarim gets a multi-man ultimate interfere. We potentially see 2 inhibitors drop at 25 minutes.
That's what they are gearing up for as it stands right now. Every single lane is being pushed, and bear in mind, this is still a Baron buffed team. These minions are definitely packing a punch. The first falls on down, the second in their sights. Third and final, to complement the triple kill that the Hecarim found, will be deleted in the bottom lane.
It might be 3 inhibitors at 25 minutes, and potentially they can't even deal with the super creeps. At this point in the game, right, you don't have enough AD, enough wave clear to get through all of these, but they're letting UTS fight another day. They're living up that bot lane inhibitor, and I think they'll just come back to it when they feel like it.
Well, they will now have the advantage, quote-unquote, of having some minion waves be flooded into their base. Easy pickings for them to try and get themselves back into this one. Still the insurance policy of the Nexus turret surviving, the bottom inhibitor staying online, and I start to wonder now, what are these next breaking points that we're waiting for? Obviously, the matchup between the Ezreal and the Misfortune is far and beyond gone, but look at this, despite them trying to start things off, Takao and the rest of them just charge straight forward.
Yeah, it's this point in the game where it becomes a little bit less elegant, right? You don't need to play the team fight that well, it's more about pulling the trigger. You know, Victor, for me, landed a really good Chaos Storm, landed some good lasers, but Dragon even hitting the backline of Auto Academy, so it's almost like they had a 6th man, but really didn't matter at this point, you know. Gold Blade, sure, not that, you know, wasn't that far gone at this point, but relative strength is really important. Hecarim had so many items, was so far ahead.
And I mean, it's interesting, because we've highlighted so many of these tools that could look to try and shut them down, but they just have so many gap closers, so much movement speed combined with the kits of these champions. Well, you know, the karma to facilitate it all, but they are running over it before those can even activate.
Well, it's just a really good team composition, right? One that suits them. They want to have access, they want to have go buttons, they want to be hitting backlines and forcing 5v5s, and from what we've seen in the last few weeks, that's what Auto Academy really accelerates at, really thrives in.
They're all about pressure, and that is what they're finding as Hex Flash is used to style more than anything. Takao finding success once again on his undefeated champion. He loves this pick, and it always gives them a victory. One you can always look to bet your house on if you were a betting man, as all inhibitors have fallen on down. The pressure is going to come on in. No neutral for them to contest right now, so it is all about escorting these minions in and setting yourself up for that one final play.
Yeah, with the open fall too, it's really hard to poke them and force them out, right? Like, look how hard the wave period is for them. They do not have, you see maybe the last stand.
Cyclone will be used, but it will do little to nothing, especially when exhausted. He's going to get slam dunked out of that one. All of time will do so much damage from afar. Uncontested, Seaway will finish off the second Nexus turret. It is do or die right now for UTS. Can they find a kill? Can they find anything to celebrate here? As this game will finish 18 kills to 2, and Auto Academy are back to winning ways.
That was a really clean performance from them. I don't think we really saw any doubt coming from them. They pulled the trigger when they needed to. They rotated around the map when needed. And they had a really strong lane phase, so congratulations to them, managing to take their victory or their tally to 3-2 and looking better each week, I think.
That they certainly are, and we've got a banger after this break. It is league leaders Mammoth Academy, currently 4-0, undefeated. They will be taking on the QT Tigers, a game you definitely do not want to miss. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to week 5 of the OCS. And if you just missed that, well, I tell you what, UTS still very unfortunate, unable to find their first victory. But for Order Academy, business as usual, back to winning ways, finding success on a new patch, 10-12. That's where Ghost has been changed. They utilized on the Hecarim. We were talking about that jungle match between a Hecarim and a Jarvan, and the Hecarim just steamrolled things there, Juice.
Yeah, just put the jungle on cooldown, got the EXP lead that was required, hit level 6 first, had a very high impact level 6 play, and that was pretty much all she wrote, really. He just kept running over the game, kept building on his lead and influencing team fights whenever he could.
And it's interesting because we've talked about how teams could look to try and shut down, especially their bot lane, where Takao is so big on the set. One team did it last week and it found success, and it starts to beg the question, right? What else do they have in their arsenal? Is that the answer, is to try and shut down this very wombo combo? We want to be aggressive, get in your face, because I'm seeing this style of play from Order Academy, which is overwhelm your opponent with pressure, and they just can't deal with it. And no better example than that team fight where they just essentially Shirelled in and ran over, Soraka roots, past the Chaos Storm, past everything.
Yeah, well, I said to you, right, I couldn't understand how they got pretty much all of their comfort picks in the draft, right? And that's exactly what it looked like. They were very comfortable on their champions. Not only were they comfortable in terms of an individual sense, but, bringing it together and finishing the puzzle, they looked really calm, collected, and you said just Shirelled into team fights, and everyone knew what their job and their role was. So for me, it was like, teams are they doing their homework on oppositions that they're versing, but nevertheless, you still have to execute, and it was well executed from them.
That it was, and that'll put Order Academy in a nice little spot to try and escape from this middle of the pack, putting them at 3-2. But let's move into our next matchup, our third game of the 5 best of ones on offer here tonight. Our next matchup will be League Leaders. Mammoth Academy, undefeated, have looked sublime, really. There's no other word to describe it. They have looked flawless in their approach to the game, maximized their top laner, has always been winning those 1v1s, has, in many occasions, ended the game on his own accord. I start to look at this matchup and say, okay, you go into the QT Tigers. This is a game where we've been very vocal about how they like to play through top and jungle. Is that potentially going to be a strategy that could look to come back and hurt them? We've only seen it really impact the Tigers once, and that is when they versed the Dire Wolves the Dire Cubs, when Ubisoft had Jungle Kingdom across him. And that seems to be a big catalyst for their success. If the jungle comes online, it sort of starts to trickle down throughout their other lanes.
Well, we actually probably see a clash in styles today. We see both teams who like to play heavily through their top side, heavily through their junglers clash. And for me, it's like, well, who's the better top jung? Really, at the end of the day, of course, yes, Zayt has been having his solo kills. Don't get me wrong, not trying to diminish what Zayt has been doing in the mid lane, but for the most part, right, when we see games won, it is through the Maximize having that 100 CS lead that we know him for. I want to talk about, and I want to note, I had a DM earlier today, in fact, at 4:30 from the support of Mammoth Academy, and he says to me, cheeky intel for tonight is that Maximize is the best on the server. So
he's yet to play the Ornn just yet.
So what we do is we talk about, the Fiora, the Camille, the Aatrox, and now I get a DM from the support telling me about his Ornn. So will we see the same Mammoth Academy coming out that we normally see, where they just funnel through top side of the map and put all the resources into him? But interesting to see whether or not he locks in that Ornn.
And it is an interesting pickup, Juice, because if we look at their bans, the opposition have never ever banned away the Ornn. It's always been towards those Fioras, Camilles, Renekton's, anything that has carry potential. We saw obviously what he did last week, where he busted out, from the side of Nightfall, it was the Cassiopeia to try and throw a spanner in the works. But for Maximize, it's always been about those carry champions. So see if they were to chuck out the Ornn, would definitely be a spanner in the works. We look at the mid matchup, we've coined it the Zayt Flash based on his aggressiveness. He always likes to play those high impact control mages. We're talking Orianna, Syndra's, he's played the Karma as well. But Tekka is a bit of a flex in that regard. He showcased that, yes, whilst I do like to play the mages, I'm no stranger to putting Camille and Aurelia in the mid matchup too.
Tekka's like a OCS tally, okay? Like, Tally transition from top lane to mid lane, plays those, champions that really facilitate his teammates more so than, benefit him. Yes, we have seen him play the Syndra. I'm not trying to say, he's a never playing a control mage, but for the most part, he plays those, those champions that are able to have a big team fight influence and really get priority for his jungler to be able to move into whichever side of the map or lane he wants to. So, Be interesting to see what Tekka decides to do in terms of draft. Does he opt in for the Galio? There's been a resurgence of Galio. There was a dude who was Diamond 1 in Korea, played only Galio, and now he's 1K LP challenger. So there's been a lot of emphasis on Galio this week and the last few weeks. So again, maybe this is something that Tekka's going to look at. Definitely suits his playstyle.
Then moving to the jungle itself. Now, this is an interesting one because we've seen that Vengeance has been a very prominent jungle, but he's not actually revealed too much. Well, from the 4 games, he's only played 2 champions. That has been the Trundle and that has been the Elise. So we're talking meta, but also talking early game. I start to wonder if this is a pick that could get undone because for Hingubi, different champion every game. You know, we're talking the standards between your Graves, your Kindreds, your Trundles, but he chucks in a Poppy just to really confuse his opponent.
It's funny because if you look at solo queue, right, Vengeance LX most played is actually Zac, Shyvana, Echo, Elise. So, you know, also played a game against him the other day where he was playing Graves. So I don't necessarily think Vengeance LX is handicapped in his champion pool by any means. He's also put a lot of time in on the Fiddlesticks. So, you know, I think he has a pretty deep-ish champion pool, specifically because his most played is Zac. 112 games on Zac, and we've seen none of it. So I think that it's an instance of they're just getting what's working for them, so there's no need to adapt. And why give away secrets or why give away what you can play and what works best if you're just winning, right? If you're winning on Trundle, just pick Trundle. And we look
that has to be the point.
Yeah. Well, you got Hingubi, who also in solo queue, I would have said, didn't have a very deep champion pool, right? His most played is the Shaco, and he's obviously been known to play Shaco, and really it's what he finds fun, but you know, and he's never showed us the Shaco in competitive. I'm not sure if it's strong enough to be played in a competitive sense, but he's played a wheel of champions, right? We don't really know what his main champion is. So do these junglers have champion pool problems? I don't think so. They're just playing what works for them and playing what works in the scenario.
Hiding strats until they need to be revealed against teams that could potentially challenge them, and this is definitely going to be one of those matches here. Now, finally, yes, guys, there is a small delay getting into this game, and we will jump to a break whilst we wait in just a second, but I just want to hone in on one final aspect here, Jubes, the bottom lane matchup. Now, we talk about, obviously, what is meta. We're talking Aphelios's, Varus, you name it, right?
Yep.
But what is really interesting for me, for Mammoth, on the side of Exiden, he has played, from the 4 games, 3 times on the Ezreal. You flip that across to Eden on the QT Tigers, he's played half his games as Kaiser. Now, from what I've seen, it seems like the Kaiser is a very good pick into the Ezreal for the sole reason that when True Shot Barrage comes out, the same response comes there from Kaiser. Lock them in place with the animation, burst them down, be that assassin. And I think the first person to really show us the raw strength for those assassination attempts is when we saw RMIT go into Pentanet. Luch, despite being 12-0, still stood no chance. Yeah,
that was a solo lane Kaiser though, so I think that is a little bit different. Kaiser definitely has benefited from buffs over the recent patches, but I really think that Ezreal is far more versatile and has a much better build path than Kaiser does. And so Ezreal doesn't have a bad lane into Kaiser. If anything, the Ezreal can actually win the lane into Kaiser. Sure, in terms of the 1v1, Kaiser will probably kill the Ezreal because she can duke out Ezreal Qs, but also, you know, with the ultimate and the shield. But in terms of like, you know, if you think about a power spike curve just consistently going upwards, that's what Ezreal looks like. You know, first item is a bit of a power spike. Second item is a significant power spike. Death Dance comes through. And then Kaiser really has a dip in power spike before she skyrockets. So, you know, Ezreal, I think, is a sufficient and fine pick in this meta.
And just to confirm, I heard word that it may be that the Champions League isn't actually too far away. I believe I heard it's only a minute away. Just need confirmation on that one. And then we can find out. Yeah, it is. So we're only a minute away. So the break has been saved. There are no trailers. No time for the PogChamps in the chat. But those are, for me, the matchups to obviously keep your eye on. For the side of Fruitcake, he's played a different champion every single game. They have played the Kalista and the Tarek once. I think they're the only team in the league that have showcased that they are willing to run it. And it's definitely pulled up trumps for them. But for Akira, guy's a bit of a karma connoisseur. The guy loves to play it whenever given a chance. And here we are. Mammoth Academy up against the QT Tigers. It is going to be a tall order. Which team can dethrone them as being undefeated? And that's what we're going to find out here, Jivs.
Well, yeah. I mean, will we see it, right? Will we see Mammoth Academy believe the only undefeated team in the league, because I believe Dire Cubs are the other undefeated team.
Undefeated, yeah, but Dire Cubs is an interesting one, right? Because they had a bye, then they had a forfeit, so despite going 3-0, they've only played twice, so they're a bit of an outlier.
Imagine that. Imagine being 4 weeks in and you've played twice.
Yeah, it's a little bit unlucky, as people tend to say.
So we're seeing the bans come through now. We're seeing the Zoe, of course, you know, that's gone away. Zaita's not getting his hands on that. Camille as well, taken away from Maximize. And this is a team, Mammoth Academy, where we have to see so many target bans. And the Fiddlesticks being banned away from Vengeance, you know, they're obviously doing their research, seeing him put a lot of time into Fiddlesticks in solo queue. And, you know, it's one of those unknown quantities, not really sure how to play against a Fiddlesticks because it is, you know, you hear stories about it. Fiddlesticks is OP, but no one really wants to run the risk, do they?
No, they definitely don't. And it's interesting when you have such strong pocket picks that it's going to say you're very rigid in your approach to a draft just out the gates. Despite what is prevalent in the meta, you have to ban away Liz. Both Zoe and the Camille have been banned every single game against Mammoth Academy. I think there's only been one time when he's actually been able to get that Camille. So those are picks right off the bat that force your hand, but it does allow a lot of these powerful picks to still slip through the draft. Now, we highlighted before that Akira loves to play the Karma. It's going to be banned, so that means they're going to go for an interesting matchup, which is going to be the Varus and the Yuumi.
Yeah, Varus, Yuumi, interesting lane. I think the reason why Ezreal is also good into Lethality Varus, sure, Lethality Varus, you know, has a good time in lane. Obviously, Lethality spikes much earlier in the game than any other traditional ADC build, but Ezreal is one of those ADCs that can actually build armor. Like, armor building on Ezreal is efficient. You know, you go the Frozen Fist, so then you go the Death Dance, and then once you have the Death Dance, that has a little bit of built-in armor as well. So all of a sudden, you have an ADC that has built armor into his kit whilst being really efficient, right? Like, whilst still being able to pump damage. So I do like the Ezreal pick into the Varus, and Ezreal Braum's an interesting one because...
Well, I got excited because I saw the Nautilus Hov and I thought, finally, our prayers have been answered. They're going to go in aggressive lane. They're going to try and shut down this with the double CC combination. It didn't happen. It's gone for the Braum, which to me suggests that they're almost... Are they expecting tower dives to happen here? They just want to make sure that they don't fall victim to CC Wombo?
Well, I mean, like, there's other ways to not get tower dove, right? Like, you match the poke with shove and you keep the wave off your turret, so therefore you can't be dove, but... In this lane, they're just really giving a free lane to the Varus and the Yuumi, right? Like, Braum really doesn't offer much, really can't do anything. Yuumi's just going to farm Spell Thief stacks, being able to consistently poke, harass, auto-attack the Braum, and this is one of those things where kind of why Braum sort of fell out of the meta. It was because range supports were becoming so prominent, and Yuumi was a champion that was being actively picked, so interesting one for me. Maybe it's just something Fruitcake's comfortable on, but we'll have to wait and see. Graves being picked up by Vengeance, so finally we're not going to see him on the Trundle, but more of the proactive jungle route. And Echo as well picked up, so potentially we see the Graves into the Echo. It's definitely not a terrible matchup for Echo, but if Graves has priority and is hyper aggressive, then Echo can get forced out of his jungle early.
I want to be a betting man and say that this is going to be a mid lane Echo, because I'd like to see an aggressive jungler that would really pair nicely with the Yuumi. Somebody tanky, somebody that is going to be easy for him to assist as they transition from lane to lane. But what is interesting is we are playing drafting bingo now for Maximize, with not only is Camille and Fiora taken away, only Mordekaiser would remain. I'm really excited now that you've hyped up this Ornn pick, whether or not they're actually going to display it or if it is a secret OP intel just to throw you off your game.
Well, is he going to pick Ornn? Is he going to pick Ornn? If there was a game to pick Ornn, it would be this game. Because you're having an Ornn versus the Lethality Varus, you're never going to die. Unless they have like a hyper carry in the mid lane or something that has a ridiculous, like, consistent damage output, then the Ornn's just permanently alive. And the reason I'm optimistic for the Ornn is because they actually have a Graves jungle. Now, I think it would be a little bit silly to have Graves jungle, Ezreal bot lane, and another carry top lane.
This is getting interesting now, Jews. I'm wondering if we flipped it completely, and now we have Echo jungle and a mid Lulu, given that Karma's gone.
I mean, mid Lulu is something that's being seen a little bit more and more nowadays, right? Like, initially Lulu was played into LeBlanc. It had good matchups into certain mages in the mid lane, but I've seen it, you know, in recent times make a resurgence into the mid lane, and it's been completely fine, especially when you pair it with the carry jungler, right? If you pair Lulu with something in the jungle that has carry threat and carry potential, then you're in for a really rough 2v2. So I'm really keen to see how this Lulu plays out.
And this is incredibly spicy because we're seeing very different picks coming out of these teams. There is the Ornn. We wanted to see it. It will come out.
He wasn't lying when he messaged me.
There is going to be that take. He wasn't lying. No, he was telling you very vital information. But what is interesting for me is if that is going to be the mid Lulu, going into the Twisted Fate, the Whimsy could completely negate that global threat of Destiny. So you've got this cancellation, outplay potential now. Very real, very possible.
No.
The Wukong is the final pick.
So Wukong, I think, has a very good time into Ornn. I don't think it's a bad lane for Ornn. Whilst it's a really good lane for Wukong, I don't think it's a very bad lane for Ornn. And I know that sounds like I'm contradicting myself, but Ornn can survive. Ornn doesn't have to die. But Wukong has the kill potential early onto Ornn, and then Wukong will also have priority to move the plays. And for me, that's a good Wukong matchup, right? If your Wukong can just farm, win the trades, and then also roam the plays, you're really happy. So I'm really excited for this game. I'm not sold on which draft I like more because you have the lethality Varus, and if this game goes past a certain point, Lulu won't be able to buff Varus, right? Like if Lulu's buffing the Varus, it's not going to do much. So potentially we see on-hit Varus.
That's a very real possibility, actually. As you say, we were wanting a good target for this Yuumi to jump onto, and we're going to get given that Wukong there, but combining that with the likes of the Lulu as well, you're going to have a ton of attack speed, movement speed, and ability to just jump into that backline and try and one-shot somebody. You're looking at mid lane, the interaction between jungle and mid, obviously both mid laners having CC with the Whimsy as well as the gold card, and then just a straight raw damage that both a Graves and Echo present to try and turn things around now. I'm still a little bit upset we didn't get to see that Nautilus, but regardless, we didn't get to see what variation of this Varus we will see, if they can achieve enough priority to get the ball rolling, to get themselves maybe some early objectives, and really challenge Mammoth Academy for the first 15 minutes.
Well, this is also Mammoth Academy, doing a complete 180 on how they generally play the game, right?
Correct.
They play, not necessarily play through Maximize, because it would be rude to say that he hasn't gotten his leads himself, but Maximize historically has been on carry type champions, and now they flipped the script, they've put him on the Ornn, but in saying that, they've also put their bot lane on a safe matchup. And so generally how teams draft is that you have one lane that's somewhat volatile in which your jungler can play around, and then your other side of the map is safe. Because if you have a top lane that's volatile and a bot lane that's volatile, then it makes your jungler's life impossible because he can't split time and he can't be in two places at once. But what they have now is they have an extremely safe bot lane who's going to be, pressured in this lane, pushed under turret and poked. They have a safe top laner who's going to be able to do Ornn things, but they have a jungler who's hyper aggressive, wants to be invading, wants to put pressure onto Echo. So in terms of how this makes sense, I'm not sure. I don't know how this is going to play out, but we'll have to wait and see, I guess, right? The game's only moments away.
That it is, and obviously many narratives to follow right now. Mammoth Academy undefeated. They've showed a few different picks coming to this week. Definitely feeling that the QT Tigers are one of the teams that could threaten them in that top position, who have also responded in a very different way to how they've played in the past. So obviously double support. You're coming in here, you're looking to try and empower somebody. We want to see what variation of the Varus is. It's become much more of a stable style now that you go Arcane Comet, you build lethality, you have insane poke potential, but you've got a lot of tanks right now, a lot of beefy members that Mammoth Academy present themselves with, so it would definitely fall off quite quickly.
Yeah.
And then you're starting to bank on the Wukong to really lead them across that line, and I'd be quite concerned if that was their sole win condition.
I think that the QT draft is mega brain and actually really good if they swap out Varus for, say, Philios. I'm sure the lane wouldn't be as good.
Double support Philios.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, you got a Lulu, you got a Yuumi, and the Ornn doesn't matter anymore. No one matters, and it's a free laning phase, but they snap lock the Varus early, so it is what it is. But be interesting to see if he goes lethality or if he goes on hit.
So we talk about bot lane matchup, where we expect them to get a nice early lead and really push in both the Braum and Ezreal. So they're going to be distracted underneath their tower. We expect mid lane to be... do we expect to be favoured either way? I mean, it feels to me like both can match.
TF Lulu, they're not going to be killing each other, right? Like,
no, it feels like they're just going to look to try and play ping pong.
They're both playing to move, right? Lulu's playing to facilitate Echo. TF is playing to facilitate Graves. The one danger that happens here is that Graves walks into Echo's jungle at TF's level 6. It's really hard to play the game as a jungler when you're versing a global ultimate mid laner. So I think Vengeance is going to be pairing with his mid, with Zaita, and they're going to be looking to abuse the Echo. The one thing I'll say about Zaita as well is he is not afraid to lose minions to get someone else a lead. He's not a selfish mid laner, sometimes to his detriment because he'll fall behind in farm or he'll fall behind in EXP. But for the most part, if you pair Zaita with a Graves or with a carry jungler, he's going to do extremely well, or at least his jungler will.
And he's one that's always looking to make those plays, right? How many times have we seen him do a 1v4 flash forward to try and get a kill just to fall on down? So this is a player that will definitely be looking for those moments. I suppose really we're now looking to see, yes, that both these mid laners will be matching each other, but for that to continue, because as I say, the outplay with the polymorph to try and shut down that global threat could be pivotal in deciding how these team fights are going out. Mammoth Academy taking on the Tigers. We are only moments away for jumping into our third game of the night. I'm so excited to see all this hype that's gone towards Maximize veering away from the bruises, the split pushes, into a conventional tank and what you can actually do on this map today.
Well, if you want to take the next step, right, if you want to become, if you want to go through your journey, play OCS, potentially win the OCS, and then if your next step and your ultimate goal is to play in the OPL or wherever it is in the LCS overseas, you have to be versatile and play both styles. So seeing Maximize do this very early on not only creates a headache for the teams in the short term, but it's good for him in long term as well.
Lots of players looking to make their name, make a statement in the OCS. We've already seen one be promoted up into the OPL and plenty more weeks to showcase their talents, not to mention the playoffs afterwards. It's been a proving ground over the years for many of these players. I was actually having a look at some old VODs from, say, 2016, 2017.
Oh, that would have been fun.
Yeah, when XL5 were a thing, right? Obviously from when I was a part of the organization in another game, and I saw Midbeast used to be on their team, and how you guys would go toe-to-toe on Sin Gaming.
Toe-to-toe, or I would slap him?
Well, look, I had to make it a little bit even in that statement, but yeah.
I don't think I've ever lost a mid-beast in a professional match, so I just want to put that out there.
I don't think you ever did.
Yeah.
But it was interesting, right? Because we saw some of these names really start to really creep through us, or Babbitt amongst the likes of things.
Roma,
the heights he's now achieved. Yeah, so it's cool to see that this is definitely a platform, nothing to scoff at as to what this opportunity can be for all these players, and that is going to be Mammoth, true to their nature, being aggressive and looking to invade the blue.
I like it. I mean, this is why the matchup for Echo is not great, because level 1, level 2, you can't really trade back onto the Graves, especially because Phase Rush is so prominent now. I think that rune makes a lot of bad matchups worse because the champions that can take it just get so mobile. And so we might see Echo look to go to Graves' blue buff, but the danger that he runs is that Graves is going straight there as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a jungle mind game. See which one wins out. See if Hingubi knows what Graves is going to be doing.
And that is the major question mark right now, because he's actually standing on vision. So Hingubi will know exactly where this Graves is, as the ward will spot him out at blue buff, but also onto this Gromp, which he is now taking after a successful clear on the Wolves. So denying the bottom side of Tiger's jungle.
So it is
going to mean that Hingubi can take that blue buff for free.
Yeah, it is lethality Varus as well, and I'm not a big fan of seeing this, right? Like, if you're a Graves, you put the emphasis on level 1 to get the lead, okay? Now, he could have dipped back to his blue buff mage, ensured that he got the 3 buff, but he went for the greedy full clear, and Echo was able to pick up the blue buff at the very least. But, in saying that, Graves is still going to be ahead in jungle camps because he was able to clear Hingubi's full bot side, and Hingubi was only managed to take his blue buff, so 2 camp leads to the Graves. I stand corrected.
And it becomes a case, right, of, we're looking to see a big advantage picked up here for those lethality items to come
ghosting
online.
here.
Now, this is a scary situation, because they are pushed underneath their tower. Brom can look to try and start this off, and that is what he will do. He will take the turret, switch the aggro as he goes across. TF comes online before Destiny's even there. Ghost finds Valley. That's a first blood. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, however, but more kills going at the way of the Tigers. Everything exploding in the bot lane. Only 4 minutes in, but we've got more kills than minutes to count right now. Kill after kill. The Tigers are being so damn aggressive, and I believe virtually every summoner was burnt.
Yeah, now, this is a classic example of we've practiced it, so we must do it, right? In the sense that, yes, I can tell that this is a coordinated play from Mammoth Academy. This is something that's worked for them in practice, and they've decided to do it now, but, you know, there's so many factors that they didn't take into account. X then ended up tanking tower as well, so it was really, honestly, it was just poorly executed. That was the problem. They probably could have got one kill, gotten out for free, no one would have died, but in terms of juggling tower aggro, it was quite poor. QUT, also well done to them. They were awares of the play happening, and they were, you know, quick to teleport, really early TPs coming on through and managing to pick up 4 kills there.
Major lead now achieved in the bottom lane, but in part only towards the Yuumi. 2-0-2. It is going to be a little bit upset the goal doesn't go that way, but it will allow the Yuumi to get themselves quite early on towards that Dark Seal, as well as to the Athenes. That'll give them some much needed sustain to win out those trades, win out that fight, and more importantly, win out the poking battle, as despite what we imagined to be the laning state, they're the ones getting pushed in.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks that they didn't have tempo, right? Like, they died later on, and, you know, Yuumi was in base waiting for the item. Potentially, they're looking for the Echo gank as well, so...
There's no vision, and they're going to walk into this one uncontested. Actually, hang on a minute, they had no vision, but that does not prevent them from actually looking to try and force that fight. It's once again deja vu in the bottom lane. Less members, but still potentially the same outcome. 4 versus 3. Mammoth turned the tide of this fight. And once again, Zaita being so damn aggressive and saying, I am more than just a press R champion.
Yeah, I mean, his first base is the Swifties, right? And sure, you know, whilst that dive was a botch one from Mammoth Academy, the one person who benefited off it was Zaita. He picked up 2 kills, managed to get the Swifties, and so now we're just going to see him perma-roaming, and we might as well just call him River TF, but really nice counter gank.
Well, that's going to be a nice little start and a little turnaround to find retribution for the attempt that took place only mere moments before. And that will give Mammoth a small gold lead. As we talk about the top lane matchup, well, Maximize, he is more than just a Camille and a Fiora player, it would seem, for sure. He's definitely giving Nightfall a run for his money.
Yeah, I didn't see the top wave when teleports came in through bot lane, but my assumption is that Nightfall TP'd on a really bad wave, so lost a lot of CS from that. So we can see that for the EXP differentials, like Ornn's already hit level 6, Wukong's halfway to 6. This wave might get Wukong 6 though.
May need it, because we can see Graves right now parving to the top side of the map, but there will be Hingubi in the area as well if they were to try and force that fight for a nice little 2v2. Now, so let's beg the question right here, Jubes. Given the fact that we've gone for the Arcane Comet lethality variation of this Varus, will that change the Lulu build? Will we still have that conventional support style? Or, given the fact that Yuumi is going to be no doubt going for that, more AP carry-on intensity?
Uh-oh, this is what I was talking about. Very hard to...
Default though, level 6 comes online. Lulu was on a base, cannot interrupt it, and 3 versus 1.
I mean,
Hingubi stands no chance.
Even if Lulu's not on a base, like, what can they do there? I think that the Echo just dies before Lulu can even react to the play, so really well played from Mammoth Academy, playing around this Twisted Fate pick extremely well, and Vengeance as well as Zaita have some really good synergy at the moment.
Aggression continues in the bottom lane once again as Eden burns the Cleanse Summoner down to half, and boy, he's taking so much damage from these Mystic shots. Excellent just does not miss. Is bullying him and saying you can lock in that Varus. It will be perma-banned, but when it does go through, I want to make sure you wish you didn't even have it.
Yeah, and like I said, sometimes I think it's best to adapt in terms of like when you lock in the Varus, you do have the option to go on hit route. Sure, lethality is, you know, is the most popular build by far, but this does not look like they're having a very good time. And you know, they didn't trade negatively at all in lane when they got dove. Lulu getting caught here, having to use the cleanse to double.
Used the teleport to come back into this lane, but now finds a fight with the Wild Growth, buying her so much time. The heal comes out, the shield, the damage, and that is going to be 2 kills just as easy as that. And Gibby doing a fantastic job to claw himself back in despite the 3-man collapse only moments before.
Yeah, I mean, somehow he's also hit level 6 first, right? So just putting that jungle, just pathing that little bit better, picking up that, you know, little bit more EXP, but more importantly, Teko got the cleanse from the spellbook, and I think the Mammoth Academy roster didn't really expect that, able to cleanse, use the wild growth, and really turn that skirmish around. So well played from QUT.
Now, he is going to start off this dragon right now, but his health bar is a little bit low, deceptively low, given the amount of shields that he and Lulu can provide him with. We'll go for this one, we'll connect, and we'll use the ultimate to make sure that if a fight were to ensue, he has enough health bar to try and get out. And not be one shot here by Mammoth Academy as they look for the collateral blast and look for the damage. Flashes on in, but Chronosphere will pause that engagement, and they will merely just walk on out.
I mean, 2 flashes for 1, you have to say worth for QUT yet again. So Mammoth Academy, whilst they're being, you know, a little bit aggressive, don't look like the plays to be made. Sometimes it's just okay to farm. You don't need to be putting your foot on the accelerator all of the time. You know, you have the Ornn, have the Twisted Fate, have the Ezreal. You know, your bot lane's up 20 CS. Take a breather. QUT.
But I think it's very characteristic of Mammoth Academy what you say there, Juice, where they want to showcase that they are better than you from a laning standpoint and actually transition that into those fights later on. Zaite in so much trouble.
So I got a special shout out from Fruitcake about Maximizer's Ornn and how good he is on that champion, but manages to miss the Ornn ultimate there. Oh,
clip it, send it to him,
yeah.
And tell him, you know, when you give me some intel, at least make it accurate.
He did say best Ornn on the server, and I quote.
Oh, he quoted that as well.
Yep.
Well, he gave us half the truth with the pick. Maybe a little bit of stage nerves, you know, playing from home.
Yep, stage.
10 minutes into this one, the Gold Juice is dead even. An explosive 10 minutes with 10 kills. Dragon goes one way, but the Herald goes the other.
Yeah, Gold's quite even. I would say that there's no real, you know, significant advantage for any of the teams. Lulu, however, has picked up the Mercury Shed, so makes that Gold card less prominent, but top lane turret looks to be the focus now. They did a little bit of a flip, and this is really good for Mammoth Academy. So we always talk about this, but having Ornn in bot lane, the Varus and the Yuumi will not be able to get past the turret. You know, I'd be surprised if they even get any turret plates versus the Ornn at this point in the game, right? So yeah, well,
this is perfectly set up.
Yeah,
as you say. I mean, they've been pushed at their tower for the bottom half for as long as we can even see in this game right now. The rotation comes out, the hero gets picked up, perfectly set up to take down that Tara, and now all that pressure has exploded the gold lead for what was dead even before into now a 2k lead.
You want to know what a KFC, do you want to know what a variety bucket Varus build looks like?
What is that, mate?
When you go Comet, get the recurve bow,
but build as
and
if
the
you're on hit.
pickaxe.
Okay. Maybe he's even had the realization now, hang on a minute, we have a Lulu, we have a Yuumi, we're going to be so reliant on just this Wukong. Is that
okay, but you knew your draft before you got into game.
Is it potentially a misclick, like where we saw in LPL, they forgot to pick Smite, and then they said, no, you can't remake?
Oh, do you reckon? Surely
do you
not.
think he's just locked in the wrong runes by mistake and gone, ah, damn, well, I guess I need to go for this now.
I mean,
because attack speed on poke sounds garbage. So, I guess he's made the adaptation here. We'll have to wait and see, Jubes. It's going to be a question mark.
Yeah, I'm just, like, because he's got the longsword now. And so longsword, so his components that he has right now is for Rageblade, right? But anyway, skirmish in the bot lane. I'm gonna stop trying to figure it out, and I'll wait for him to get some gold and tell me later.
We shall wait. Would be interesting to know if we've got a sprinkle of lethality as well as a bit of ADC on hit. But regardless, still more attention shown towards that bottom side of the map as the ADCs are dead even and no major item online just yet to give them a significant lead in terms of skirmishing potential. But Maximize is definitely having a lot of fun right now. He is outputting a ton of damage. Definitely be keeping Nightfaller in check and definitely showcasing with that early lead on the first turret falling on down. But he is resigned to wait for the duties.
But if you're Exiden right now, you're happy being here in mid lane. Like, to be honest, this Ezreal would be happy being here for the next 30 minutes. If he didn't have to do anything for the whole game and he could just sit mid, then he's laughing.
think they will be as Tekka comes back for this one. And this is one of the questions I had to ask before, right? What kind of variation of a build are we going to get? Are we going to get the more traditional support, or are we going to get a variation of utility? And it appears to be so just that. So they've gone for the sprinkly hose, looking to lock members in place. I wonder how much AP he is going to itemize towards, though, right? For the empowered wild growth, for the bigger shields.
Okay, so Varus did pick up Rage Blade.
Okay.
And now, the thing that I'm gathering is that he's going to go a hybrid of first item is for the arm pen attack speed and like the auto attack, but then he's going to go lethality.
They've broken your head already, mate.
No, because
even fleshing out the points.
Okay, let's see. Maybe,
but let's just wait and see, because he's going to force a fight right now. 1v3, sure, it looks glossy, sure, it looks good. But is there a world in which he's saying, look, I want to emit a ton of pressure once the Rage Blade is stacked on up, I can act as a potent lethality shield still, and I'm serving two purposes at once.
Look, okay, there's no doubt it kills tanks better, right? There's no doubt it probably kills tanks better. But for me, then just go on hit, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Just go on hit if that's the case. But let's focus on that. Lulu also picked up the hose. So if you to answer your question, whether or not it's going to be like an Athene's or more of a supportive build, then you know, I guess that question is answered. It's going to be a little bit more of that utility, the AP. Maybe we'll even see Spooky Ghosts come out. Sometimes we do see that, but
yeah. Well, we will keep our eyes on that. But as it stands right now, the map control firmly in control here for Mammoth Academies. They now have their bottom lane set up here in mid. So the 2v2 takes place as it is traditional. And that is going to give Zaita free reign of the side lanes here. Done a fantastic job, as we've highlighted already, in being very influential on the map, not very reliant on his destiny to try and unlock those fights and find situations in which to collapse, but definitely has presented a few of those opportunities and found great success with it. But we will be definitely waiting for those key rotations for objectives before another major team fight were to break out.
yeah, not much. We'll probably see a little bit of a stalemate. There's no real crucial objective coming up, right? Like, no one's going to be dying for that second dragon unless, you know, both teams think that they can contest it and it's their dragon to take. But both teams happy picking up side lanes, just picking up and trading farm. Ezreal, for me, is one that's going to benefit significantly from this little, you know, gentleman's agreement handshake. Graves
Push pressure is definitely favouring Mammoth Academy, you would say, right now. They had to answer the top side. That's where Tekka is right now. Doesn't have a teleport, but does have the unsealed spellbook. So if he gets lucky with the lottery, he can cycle through and find it.
Yeah, and so
and that's the pick that we were talking about. Rotations were definitely going to be the name of the game as Hingubi goes aggressive. That forces out the Destiny. They've done the damage, and they will just recall out of that situation. They will back away. The poke comes out here from Eden, inspired and empowered by the Yuumi on his head.
And
the fight doesn't stop there.
Yeah, that's a really nice catch there from Hingubi in the mid lane. Wait a minute. Yep, okay, really nice catch. You know, being a little bit too far up mid lane when his team's on Rift Herald was fruitcake, and sometimes it's better to just go to the objective together as a team. Means you can't get caught, get the Herald earlier, put it down mid lane, break turret, but looks like it's something that they'll still get, and this time Zyda's down here for that neutral.
Pressure is a trade. We're going to go for map pressure with this Herald, whereas QUT decide they want to try and break through the mid turret. Both are incredibly healthy on either side so far, and taking one of those down would do wonders for finding avenues for them to flank. You look at the Ornn and the Wukong specifically, but then you look at the ability for both the Echo as well as the Twisted Fate to find those flanking angles where there is just nowhere for you to be safe on a disengage. But both will remain healthy for the meantime, as both teams will now wait for the next dragon up in just under a minute.
Yeah, I mean, Infernal Soul, very nice for both teams, right? Having the Varus probably going that like on-hit hybrid poke, you know, having Infernal Soul there would be fantastic, as well as the Ezreal. So it's going to be definitely hotly contested. Just wondering which team thinks that they're at their relative power spikes at earliest to contest, right? Yuumi, for me, is so far accelerated at this point in the game. As you see, you know, the Comet Varus there did absolutely no damage to the Ezreal, but Yuumi, for me, so far accelerated that potentially just turns the tide of any team fight that we see here right now. Yumi the power of Yumi cannot be understated, especially because she actually has relevant damage with the ultimate.
It definitely does. That final chapter is deceivingly strong as both supports here for QT have their Dark Seals, so we'll be looking for a big decisive team fight which will get them online. Chain of Corruption to start things off with Fruitcake disengages, but he will fall on down regardless. The Ornorn comes out, does not find value onto a key target as Eden is the receiver, the recipient of the wild growth. They stand healthy, they stay strong, and they turn their attention straight towards their second dragon.
And this is just QUT pulling the trigger before Mammoth Academy, right? Mammoth Academy are actually postured into the river. They're the ones that have access to the dragon. But I might hold that thought because we're seeing a contest 45.
They've made a trade, they've summoned the Herald, they've broken through mid lane, a second headbutt goes across, they take down a second turret, Nightfaller falls on down. This is looking good so far for Mammoth Academy, but it will be a trade as Yumi is the one to pick up, finally maximize, making it a 4v4. I say that, back-to-back supports making damage stick, as Vengeance, the jungler, falls on down too.
Yeah, and so what I was talking about before I was rudely cut off by the team fight, was that Mammoth Academy had access to the river, but they never pulled the trigger, right? They have Zaita with the TF ulti, sure, it's a 4v5, but can port in and have access to the backline, right? But it was actually Eden pulling the trigger first on the Varus ultimate, catching Fruitcake, getting enough relevant damage down so that Hingubi could come in, clean him up with the execute and secure their team, the Dragon. And then, you know, following on from that mid lane turret just seemed a little overzealous, right? Maybe Herald was timing out. They felt the pressure to go here, but this is a 4v5 and it just feels like it's never going to end well, especially when Braum is a big component of your composition. Wukong does get one shot, so Mammoth Academy kite this out quite well, but I think for me, the MVP is Lulu and Yumi here, right? Like, look at Eden.
Yeah, for sure.
Just absolute madman, running forward, full health, just double buffs, and again, QUT really knowing the limitations of their composition and when they can go.
The support's definitely setting up so much there to prevent the engage or the re-engage from their opposition, but also to lock them in place to get the kills done. Obviously the gold goes their way as they're the ones to pick up those killing blows. Now we look at an incredibly fed Yumi. Never seen a scoreline like that. 4-0-5 on the Yumi right now. As Eden with this hybrid build, wishes he had that gold in his pocket right now as he is. Despite going for the Rage Blade, still going to itemize towards lethality with the first of, you'd imagine, a couple serrated Dirks to come in quick succession, but this hyper-accelerated Yumi will definitely get a lot of those core components online to continue to find fights that favored him just like that.
Now this is some innovation tech because, you know, whilst there was a little bit of a lull in action, I did some research on some Varus builds just in case I was missing something, and I scrolled for a few pages, couldn't really find the Rage Blade lethality build, but, you know, this technology is working for him so far, so we'll have to see how this one plays out.
Sure is. It could be very hard to try and take him down, or whoever the target is that Mammoth look to try and focus right now, because you've got two Athenes. Plenty of sustain, and given the amount of damage they are both actually outputting right now, plenty of charges for that to keep on cycling throughout the sustained fight. Still looking to find an opportunity really for Maximize to truly unlock this all, and hasn't really found the best engages as of yet. But they are definitely smashing it from a macro turret, whatever you want to call it, strategic standpoint.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like the double things. You know, I don't think there's two targets worth... Well, I don't think that it's needed, I should say. Lulu, for me, because he's gone the hose route, potentially could have just gone, you know, for Spooky Ghost as well. That's something that we see quite common in Vega when you go the Glacial rune. You know, I'm sure Lulu has the unsealed spellbook, but, you know, there's an argument to be made that just go full utility, just slow everyone down as best as you can, and just put all your cooldowns on Eden. But double the thing, not the worst, I guess.
Couple of things now complemented with the Ardent Sensor, and I wonder if we'll get the trifecta with a Redemption as well. I'll have to wait and see how this Lulu continues to itemize, but as you say, it is a bit of a variety right now here for the Tigers, but it is proving successful despite the goal being against them. You're definitely feeling their power in winning out skirmishes, winning out objectives, but at the cost of losing more map control.
Yeah, and the gold lead is just the turrets, right? Mammoth Academy have done a very good job in breaking open the map. They managed to secure Rift Heralds as well, which helps, you know, in taking down those turrets. So map state and map pressure probably in favor of Mammoth Academy, even though they're down kills. QUT, however, even in a little bit of a gold deficit. So if QUT manage to take down mid turret, manage to take down bot turret, then you'll see the gold lead stabilize, but nothing to write home about. Still anyone's game, really going to come down to how teams execute these fights.
That is for sure. Same setup as last time right now as Hingubi is there to face check, but that sweeper will catch out, but somebody's hanging on in. Cyclone will engage onto one right now as Vengeance one-shots the Wukong. He's gone before the fight can start. This time a much better engage found here by Maximize. Buys time for Zaita to infiltrate the backline. Comes in, finds a key target, separates away to Lulu, and Varus will not get the two-man support protection. They have dismounted this comp. Now they will even out the score with 2 dragons apiece.
And so that's the team fight Mammoth Academy have been looking for a while now. This is the first fight where they had Maximize and Fruitcake in front of their carries. Yes, it started off as Exodus nearly being caught, but he managed to fight back using the Arcane Shift to get behind Braum, get behind Ornn, using their CC to just completely lock Wukong down. And Wukong, I believe, only got 1 ultimate charge off. If your Wukong isn't even getting R2 off, then you know, it's a rough game and something's happening that shouldn't be. Wukong can't be the one to just be solo engaging on the backline, and if he is, he really needs Lulu ultimate to follow up. Or, you know, put the Yuumi into the Wukong. At the moment, Yuumi, for me, isn't offering much, just staying attached to Eden. Having the Yuumi ultimate on Wukong whilst Wukong had access to the Ezreal would have been so good for that fight.
The last few fights definitely felt like Nightfaller is on perhaps a bit of a different page to the rest of his team. He's looking for these creative angles. He's looking at opportunities to engage. Either the team aren't in the same spot to follow things up with, or they get broken apart from these flanking angles that Mammoth are throwing at them. And as you say, you know, Varus and Yuumi together, that could be the difference maker given how fed this Yuumi is, to keep Nightfaller alive, to lock them in place, and allow them that time to then come through.
Yeah, I think that's the thing sometimes. Not necessarily Yuumi players, but supports in general get a little bit fixated on. It's that, you know, I'm the support, I linked with my AD, therefore I'm going to be there for my ADC. When, you know, in this game, I would make the argument that at this point in the game, when we're fighting these objectives, the Yuumi is better spent on the Echo and Wukong initially, at the very least, because Wukong is just getting blown up in CC, and with the help of Lulu and Yuumi, I don't think that that's a possibility.
Well, credit to Mammoth. They find an opportunity to blast away the composition that the Tigers have brought to the table here today. They're able to dismantle the strength when they are grouped as 5, and that allows them to grow that gold lead, which once upon a time we said wasn't too big of a deal, given the fact that it was mainly down to structures, but now becomes a little bit more relevant as a result, and you can start to feel the power that Exodus has on his Ezreal as he works towards getting that Death Dance online. He's delayed it a little bit by going for the Executioners, but a very necessary purchase, you would have to say, given the state of the game, with the Bramble Vest also to add the Grievous Wounds in. That's present here on the Ornn.
They're looking for the flash forward.
They are indeed. Flash with the Trend of Corruption, and, well, Exodus deleted. You talk about a very nimble ADC, well, he definitely got caught without a chance to escape at that time. 2 ultimates burn, a Flash from Eden, but a successful fight that could give them control of whatever they decide to do here.
Yeah, this might they might be able to break mid lane turret here. Ornn has rotated, probably a little bit too late, so this turret will go down, and this is very important in the context of the game for QUT. Being able to get this mid wave that little bit deeper means they'll be able to get that vision control in the river now. They don't have to worry about a mid lane turret being up, so yes, aggressive play from Eden. His flash is down, but a necessary one.
You say it, they finally break through the first turret in the mid lane. Unable to find much more from that, given the respawn time is still being very short, only 27 minutes in.
TP, so Ezreal just TP'd into try, and now they're on the burn.
They are going to force the Tigers' hand right now, based on how strong they were in that previous team fight. Mammoth want to run it back once again. Question is, can they separate the members of the Tigers? Are they doing a Baron dance? Are they looking to turn, or do they wish to commit? The Baron is low. Yulnot comes out, catches onto one key target. Vengeance flashes forward, looks to one-shot him before the sustain can even come on out. But Nightfaller survives. Will he ever receive a heal? Will he ever get a shield? Finally, Yuumi jumps across. Eden is surviving right now. The Hybrid putting in work right now between On Hit and Afar. Members are falling on down. Tigers are healthy, but they've lost Vengeance in the process, and then Nightfaller receiving the heals, jumps across and snipes for the second time in succession the ADC. Mammoth are losing numbers and they're losing these fights.
Yeah, we're seeing the sustain coming out of the QUT roster, right? Not being able to finish any members off means that they're most likely going to get topped up. As we see the turn off Baron.
Glacial Fissure actually buys a lot of time, and Nightfaller once again is so damn low. Exhaust on Desire, we can't find a target to execute upon. That's a shutdown after shutdown. As the Tigers light up the Rift, they find kill after kill. They are smashing it in that department, sacrificing map control for successful team fights. 16-7. Everybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like there's no clear winner. I mean, look at the gold lead. It's just evened out now. And, you know, that fight for Mammoth Academy was also a winnable one, right? Like, one auto attack difference means Varus goes down and potentially changes the fight. But King Gooby playing that really well, being able to land a big parallel convergence, also use his ultimate to get out. So, you know, King Gooby, whilst he's someone that does a significant amount of damage, I like to think as Echo as a pseudo tank because you take so many cooldowns. If you manage to get your ultimate off, you've then just burnt, you know, important cooldowns, and your team can re-engage and win the fight.
You're essentially SpongeBob. You're soaking it all up and laughing straight to the victory screen there as they pick them up with the third dragon of the game. And now pressure on really for Mammoth as they look to try and control the vision around this Baron pit as to how they want to set things up.
Ornhorn coming through.
We'll let the one slide as the fight may continue. Chain of Corruption does not land into anybody, but Final Chapter will definitely connect as Eden finds the first kill, takes out the support. Chronosphere in a choke spot. Can they find value? Can they find a stun? Hingubi jumps in, but the disengage is just that much better. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Support for top.
I need to regain my composure after what I just saw on my screen. I saw a Varus with no flash walking through a choke that could not miss. And the Ornn ultimate went to the mountains. We've
seen a few ultimates. We definitely have seen a few ultimates. Whether or not they've hit, that is up for discussion. But
okay, but really nice team fight coming out of Mammoth Academy. They were down, you know, some crucial cooldowns there. They managed to trade 1-for-1, and you know, like it's just not a negative for either team. The scary thing is though, is that Mammoth Academy are actually up gold. They're up gold, and they're down 9 kills.
But it's credit to really how well they did in terms of taking all those turret plates, taking all those turrets, but also how they've kept up in the CS. The biggest winner has to be obviously mid lane. It's quite standard when you're playing a supporting mid style to fall behind a little bit, sacrifice it for the greater good of your team. But Zaito is pulling away well and beyond now, sitting at 50 CS difference.
Yeah, he's just been hitting the side lane, and I mean that's what you're meant to do, right? Like he's playing the Twisted Fate for a reason, so it is what he's meant to be doing, and he's playing the map quite well, but he needs to be able to threaten objectives while in the side, because at the moment, QUT are able to group, and they're not losing anything, right? You know, Zaita's not taking any turrets while he's in the side, so the onus is on Mammoth Academy to set up correctly and leave Zaita on his own, and when someone goes to answer Zaita split pushing, they then can take a 4v5.
Been locked in place here for what feels like the last 10 minutes around controlling the mid wave, but most notably controlling who has access to the Baron pit and who has vision, more importantly, to start it off and force out responses. We've seen teleports, we've seen Destiny from the teleports, Destiny from the Twisted Fate be used to great effect. Try and force out these key long cooldowns to find any advantage. And any advantage really is going to be crucial, as this game has been so neck and neck for such a long time.
Here we go. This is what we want to see from Mammoth Academy, right? Tekka doesn't want to be answering in a side lane, whilst TF has, you know, Leech Bane, Roa fully stacked, and Azonia's, but I think this is the incorrect play, rotating to the TF lane, and now we see them get caught rotating up, so really good punish from QUT. They're still going though.
Bot Duo have to use their ultimate to survive there in that exchange. It's an easy rotation now for Mammoth Academy to come on through to this one as Hingubi looks to use that mitigation, but has to receive the Wild Growth. Survives as Yubin provides him the heal, but that now allows Nightfaller to jump into the backline, use that Cyclone, get a double knock up, but fall on down regardless there, Juice. Hingubi and Nightfaller so damn low, unable to do the damage that they require. But once again, will be the same situation with Fruitcake being traded for Nightfaller.
I mean, the Ornn's unkillable because they don't really have an ADC to kill him. Like, that's just the harsh reality, right? Like, that the Ornn has a Sunfire Cape upgraded, a Thorn Mail, and he's being hit by lethality.
He doesn't care.
No, like, you can't. Okay? And what was it? For me, that was a terrible macro play from Mammoth Academy, right? Rotating to the TF. Getting caught on rotation didn't matter because they just could not kill the Ornn. So, you know, QT did well to find the pick, but really not having enough juice in the tank to punish.
But I definitely have a lot of juice now online here, Juves. 9 kills to 18, but you definitely feel like the power shift is now tangible. You can actually feel it here for Mammoth Academy. They pick themselves up the Baron, now 30 seconds on the ability for them to deny away the soul point. And just take a quick stock check of the items between these two AD carries right now. 3 lethality and a rage blade compared to now what Ezreal has. He's got the death stance, he's got everything he needs to be a blue Ezreal. He's also got the mortal reminder. He is where essentially you'd want the Varus to be at this stage of the game.
Yeah, but like, I also don't think he needs the Mortal Reminder. Like, there's no armor on the enemy thing. The executioners would be fine. But anyway, we're fighting.
Regardless,
yep.
He's not going to care.
Ornn's going in.
Disengage over that wall, and he still managed to find a 2-man knockup. Yes, he can't press R2, but quite honestly, the damage was done. Eden is gone. He used Cleanse. He did not have Flash. They will find themselves the 6th dragon of the game.
And potentially we see them look to end the game here. Death time is, 27 seconds. It's only 1 down. Maybe they look to break base here. TF still sitting in the side lane. Very hard to deal with now for Tekka because he was having a rough time before, but I like this. Attacking the side lane. Wukong, Yuumi. No, oh, Zyko does have flash. Okay, he is out. We see them moving to the mid tower.
Success right now. They've got obviously top lane already available, but the minion wave is far too far away for them to even look to try and contest that. They will need minions. They will, however, break through the mid lane. The disengage gets completely cancelled out, receives the wild growth, gets exhausted, Zonya's that, and Chrono Breaks, burning basically every cooldown that he has to try and survive, but still will fall on down. Secures that one. Now Wukong accessing that backline, spinning to win, trying to knock up as many people as possible, trying to buy Eden as much uptime as possible. How much damage can he do? How much blight can he apply? And how much can he explode? Now 3 members, well, they funnel into a choke spot, and instantly, just like that, Exodus punishes with conviction. 1, 2, and 3. Let the bodies hit the floor. Exodus shows them the scoreboard and says, go next.
That might be game. They have Baron Nashor. Probably can tank that turret. They don't even need the next minion wave, and the minion debuff will be there on the turret as the minion rolls on through. And Demolish proc's going to be half of the tower, and Mammoth Academy may be our undefeated thing.
They got pushed. They definitely did get pushed here by the Tigers, but there was a reason that Mammoth are undefeated, and they proved it right here. Time and time again, they managed to do it, but still, they bring it to feet. They hang on.
Gooby.
We're wrapping things up, but he respawns, and Hingubi is able to extend this for one last time.
Now, unfortunately for them, there's no neutral objective to be taken off that. Sometimes, you know, they can be overzealous in trying to end the game and lose, like, you know, a Baron buff or Infernal Soul. But luckily for Mammoth Academy, there's nothing to lose. You know, the threat, and now we have another game, right, where the threat of a backdoor is really relevant, right? Zyta with the Twisted Fate ultimate. Here's the replay, though. This is the team fight. We see Nightfaller on the flank, goes on to Zyta instead. Hingubi doing his best to stay alive, popping the Zonyas. So much stasis. Eden really can't auto-attack anyone, so now he can finally auto-attack as the Chain of Corruptions goes down, but Maximize just doesn't take damage. Like, that damage is coming from Wukong. He's just soaking so much. He's even polyed, pops the Zonyu, still alive, and gets out.
What's interesting for me is it highlights your point incredibly well about how an Echo can be a pseudo tank with the amount of damage that he's soaked up. But the problem I'm finding is just Exodus is being left to his own device. It's really up to Nightfaller to try and dive that backline, but he's never got any follow-up to try and to enable it, right? We're seeing Exodus again drop down to half as soon as Wukong was gone, which he's very quickly taken out of the fight. He's back up to full health. You know, he's got so much lifesteal, so much protection. Everything that he's done, completely forgotten.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just what we've been talking about all night in regards to this Ezreal build, right? Like, even if he doesn't have protection, he's his own protection.
He really is.
Yeah.
He's his own bodyguard.
You know, he's got so much defensive stats now. He's got the Death Dance, he's got the QSS as well. So the amount of magic resist coming on through, we see Hingubi go for the Void Star.
240 armor juice. 240 armor.
Yeah.
It's insane. He's a tank.
Yep, exactly. And it's like, you know, you think about the stats and it's like, okay, the stats are nice, but he's also got the Death Dance passive, which doesn't account for stats, right? He's got the life steal from there too, so it's going to be a very rough time trying to kill him, but
they are trying their best, but as you see, yeah, Hingubi is definitely trying to act as an engaged tool, but to soak up as opposed to backline dive. And that begs the question, right? Well, if they were to go as a two-pronged attack from that backside, how does the double support Varus look to try and push aggressively? And that's one that we may never get to find out. But regardless, Hingubi respawns. He keeps this game alive for just a little bit longer. Now these next 30 seconds are absolutely crucial. Both teams, 3 dragons apiece. A 5k gold lead separates them. A mid inhibitor has been lost for the Tigers. They have the ability to either go for the Baron or for the Soul Point.
Well, the hard part about this now is that Nightfall is going to be sitting in base, watching for the backdoor and look to 1v1 TF as TF goes for the end. Now, Wukong will have to TP to the Dragon if they want to fight, but if he does, then they run the risk of losing the game from a TF backdoor. So the ball is really in Mammoth Academy's court, and they have, you know, all the tools to decide what play they make to end the game.
For that shot call, because it is one of very tough mental resolve as to how long you fall to wait. What do you look to try and take? They will sacrifice the soul. Infernal Soul, 3 Infernal Drakes. That is a lot of extra punch and a lot of extra power that Mammoth have already showcased they can well utilize. Now, Baron, the second time, the second chance. Is this where Tigers invest all their eggs, all their resources?
Yeah, and so now Ezreal HQ, Ezreal does pretty much just want to have like a little Luden pop on it. So if he wasn't doing enough damage before, watch the damage now.
Destiny goes out, reveals where everybody is. Keep an eye on the minimap. Zaita is hanging around bottom brush. He is not even with the team. Okay, now he's going to group through mid, looking for a backdoor attempt on towards this team fight at least. Gets the stun to Eden, receives the heal, receives the flash, and cleanses away. He had no impact on that team fight as Lulu is gone. Provided the wild growth and then fell out of harm's way. Hingubi on the flank, Nightfall to lead in the line. Hingubi's out of this fight completely. He's 1v1 chasing down Accident, which quite honestly does not care. The longer this fight goes on, however, maybe Eden to do something. He snipes away Zaita. Nightfall gets a 4-man knockup. But it's all for nothing right now as the sheer damage they possess locks them in place. Racial fissure will have no follow-up as the team decide there is no need to be aggressive here. We have so many numbers.
Here we go. This is the fight
to a victory. But can the Tigers turn it around again? Once again, a 2-man knockup. Maximize slow to start this one. Definitely turns up when it is required. But Exodin with the Infernal Soul, with all the items that he possesses, can act as a tank. He is a tank. Flash forward aggressively. Will take anybody within his sights. And this time, Juice. Maybe the game-winning play. They may just forego the skirmish. They may just go for the end. The flare comes out. Mammoth, they were pushed 42 minutes, but they will still remain undefeated and finish week 5, 5-0.
Yeah, Mammoth Academy remained really resilient considering, you know, the watched dive bot lane. Zaita was the catalyst for keeping that early game together, managed to get the Swifty boots and just perma roam and offer his team the assistance they needed. Maximize on the Ornn. I wouldn't say he's the best Ornn on the server, but definitely had a decent game being first time on Ornn, at least in a competitive sense. So really well played from Mammoth Academy, and we got to see them against a good opposition play a different style than they used to. So for me, that's quite scary for teams that are looking at them thinking, oh, we thought we had them figured out, but now they just added another, you know, composition to their game.
A new draft, a new start, and a different opposition, but the story, the style, the outcome is still the same. Mammoth remain undefeated, as the Tigers will be looking to find vengeance next week. But coming up after the break, game 4 of 5 tonight will be an all-out OPL affair with the Gravitas Academy taking on the Chiefs Academy. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to week number 5 here in the OCS. We had a long game there. It was the undefeated Mammoth Academy that were pushed to the wire. We wondered when it really would happen there, Jubes. It was a 42-minute fiesta with action from the 4-minute mark with a very, very fiesta-esque bot dive.
Oh, it was definitely a bloodbath of a game, right? Like coming on that early, going for the set play, which, you know, for me is very obvious when the TF is popping Ghost with his jungler running to the bot lane. But it was, you know, really good counter game from QUT, being able to use their teleports, you know, proactively and manage to minimize losses and get themselves a little lead. But Mammoth Academy just proved too good, and in skirmishes, in team comp, in just execution, really. And it goes to show why they're the undefeated team.
Showed us a new style, and that'll be something once again for teams to look forward to. But now into our 4th best of one of the night. Going to be a bit of a different one. Chiefs Academy taking on Gravitas Academy, 2 well-known organizations, but currently sitting at the bottom of the table at 1 win and 3 losses. So identical standings for both of these teams. So the occasion is pretty big for both of them to try and get their campaign well underway with only 5 weeks left to go before those playoffs. We talk about the Gravitas Academy. A lot of these players have played in the OPL, at least for Split 1. But some of those standout players for me, one for Gravitas absolutely has to be Bambi. He's really proven himself to be an absolute terror in that mid lane. The only player to get a pentakill to date. But then we flip the script over to the Chiefs Academy. They've changed things around a little bit, right? We've had their support player be changed pretty much every single game. So there's a bit of a difference there. Dragku initially was filling in as their mid laner, now playing on the main roster as the support. So they've had changes on week and week past, still waiting to kind of understand what their real identity is as an Academy roster.
Now, I believe they also have another roster change for today. They actually have Pado out and Mincam going into the jungle. So, you know, who we thought would be the Chiefs' kind of marquee player, if you will, or the player that they play through quite heavily, he's no longer playing. Now, does that mean that Pado is moving up to OPL? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Maybe just whatever it is. But Mincam's coming in and it's going to change the team dynamic yet again. So it's not even the Chiefs that we know from previous weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you highlight the point there for Pardo. He was very much a big advocate for the Lee Sin, wanted to try and force those early advantages, wanted to get some kills, and many a times was definitely finding that. But I think it's a bit of a weakness that we're seeing in a meta which is definitely favouring the likes of, Gragas, Trundle, and Graves and whatnot, that the Lee Sin feels a little bit lackluster in comparison. So there were times where, yes, despite you maybe having this massive lead, you had to play maybe twice as better than, say, your opponent on a slightly different jungle to emulate their levels of performances. What's interesting for me, obviously, is Winter. He has to be the standout player for me. He's come into this roster. He's a new player, but definitely hasn't slouched away into being what is a quote-unquote meta slave, right? Game 1, it was a Nautilus. Game 2, it was Talon. The guys definitely said, look, put your resources in me. Unfortunately, the Talon wasn't able to get up and running, but if it had done, would have definitely been their win con.
I mean, yeah, but that's like, I don't like that statement, because it's like, if he had done, it's like if he had not played bad, then he would have been the win condition for his team.
I suppose to reframe it, it's to say I am confident enough, and the team has enough faith in me that they will allow me to play these kind of picks that warrant these amount of resources and can have this much of influence, right? You could always just say, look, play something passive, go Lissandra, go Orianna, go something that just, goes even, does its job in a team fight. But he's like, no, I want to exert pressure from level 1. I want to be annoying, and I want to really sort of make my own statement here.
Yeah. So, Varus ban, I mean, that's globally been a very big ban, and the Graves coming through as well, not wanting to give that to Jinx V, but Trundle Wukong as a retaliation. So Wukong, a big priority in the OCS from what I've seen this week at the very least. But Syndra to be the last ban, so Winterer not going to get his hands on that. The last ban coming out from Chiefs Academy. Wonder who that's going to be targeted at. If it's me, probably at Bambi, but who knows? Maybe the Yumi. Trashly's been a very big range support player in the past.
See exactly what they decide to lock in with. Once again, it will be the Fiddlesticks. It's definitely causing a lot of pain. We saw Pentanet play it in the OPL, then we started to see it happen in the OCS, and I think it's now becoming a pick of, hang on a minute, just like the Wukong, this is actually really strong.
Yeah, I mean, Pentanet for me, innovators of the Fiddlesticks Nocturne composition, right? I think that'll go down in the history books if another team does innovate and play that. But yeah, it seems like no team's giving away Fiddlesticks, but I'm yet to be like a believer in its strength. I've versed it quite a few times, and I'm not too sure the role it serves in a team, right? Like, especially there's certain champions in a competitive environment that don't function well when there's lots of vision. And if you put down a lot of vision, I'm not sure how Fiddlesticks will go. Is a summary of that, as we see Ezreal and Jarvan locked in.
Classic comps as it stands right now, no major outlier that would suggest that these teams have changed by any stretch of the imagining so far. But now it begs the question, what do they look to try and lock in here? Will they want to pick up a support that can really bring potential to this Aphelios, or are they willing to roll the dice and have something banned away? We talked about last game how good it would have been for a Yuumi and a Lulu to protect the Aphelios. Well, they're going to say, we're going to go for the Karma, and this is once again a pick that can be flexed.
Yeah, and I mean, any draft in this like iteration of League of Legends that has multiple flex picks is a really good draft, especially on blue side, because you know, red side traditionally gets the counter pick, but if you have 2 flex picks on blue side, then you're not necessarily giving away counter pick, right? You know, there's not going to be one champion that counters both, at least in a traditional sense. So I like this from Gravitas Academy. Could be Karma mid lane, could be Karma support. Again, could be Ornn mid, right? You know, could be Bambi, could be proficient on this Ornn. So the only one that we know for sure is Aphelios is going into the bot lane.
And what is already cool is that Elo is once again going to get his Mordecai. It's his 3rd game on this champion. Very much loves the idea of being the death dealer, if you will, and will definitely dissuade the opposition from running a double support, especially with the likes of Yuumi still being up and available, as it does detach you when the Death Realm comes on out. So, comfort picks for them. Pretty much standard from Chiefs, despite them not having Pardo anymore. He played the Jarvan, but Mincam is saying, look, we're going to retain their identity.
I believe Mincam is a bit of a Rengar player as well, but Jarvan already being locked in. Kindred banned away, not wanting Jinx Speed to get his hands on that. So Graves, Kindred are 2 very good bans to give away and ensure that the enemy jungler isn't going to have a mega amount of priority in terms of the jungle matchup. There for me, Graves, Kindred pretty much win any matchup, you know, aside from like the Nidalee pick and things like that, but going to see probably a real standard jungle matchup now.
The Kayn comes out as well. Just denying as much that would give Mincam as much grief as possible, especially with the ability for the Ornn or the Karma, if we imagine him to be in that part of the map, able to assist and sway the balance of that fight. Now the final ban that comes out here is going to be the Thresh, another pairing that we commonly see there with the Ezreal. And given that it is Shinky as the support here for Chiefs, what have we seen from so far? It has been the Nautilus and the Lulu.
Yeah, but still plenty of options available, right? I mean, there's so much you can play. I think Karma is definitely rising to popularity, but the Nautilus, that's what I love to see. We don't engage Aftershock supports enough, I think. Like, sure, if you can get away with playing a ranged champion in lane, then you're going to outscale the Aftershock support, but in that sense, if you're getting outscaled, then you probably didn't do your job, if that makes sense. Like, your job is to kill them. To give your jungler a lane to play around. Set up accordingly.
I do like the Gragas pick up right now, because if you're looking at what Chiefs have, they have 3 very beefy boys that can act as a shield, can give fantastic engage and a lot of protection to this Ezreal as he looks to try and hit that break point like we saw last game, where he has 250 armor. The Gragas with a well-placed cast could do wonders in breaking out apart and finding a clear avenue, an access point to get towards Ezreal or get towards any key target. And that might give us a little bit more insight as to why the Fiddlesticks was banned away. The Nocturne is locked in, which most certainly now guarantees we have an Aphelios Karma bot lane, Nocturne in the mid, and just a lot of aggression.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that this is 10.12 if you're just joining us. This is patch 10.12. Predator buffs are in place. Gragas is one who will benefit from these Predator buffs if that's the route he chooses to go. And often you were talking about Gragas' influence in team fights. If he pops Predator, flings a cask at a carry, you know, and just hits him in any direction he wants, at certain points that forces the carry out of the fight, right? And in a sense, you've done your job because they're half health and they don't want to be one shot. So, you know, very nice composition coming out of Gravitas Academy very much dependent on their R buttons. You know, much the same of Chief Academy though, right? I was talking about this Galio pick, how I think it is a little bit sleeper OP in the meta right now. And Galio Jarvan is definitely a wombo combo that used to be popular back in 2000. Back in looks like we had a little lobby thing pop there. Yeah,
sure.
But
I'm sure we'll be back in a second. But yeah.
No, yeah. I was talking about 2018 rather. Galio Jarvan and Galio compositions in general were really popular. So looks like we're having a bit of a throwback.
Throwback to a meta of old, but they become meta like a reason. It's almost a bit like fashion, right? You know, something is really, really popular, it goes away for a bit of time, and it comes back, and nothing seems to have changed. But looking at this one, obviously we do have some new influences with Aphelios being brand new, but being very highly contested. So obviously, what springs to mind for me is how we've obviously got this dive comp that is looking to press those R buttons, looking to try and access that key target. We talked about the cast there from the Gregos. We've obviously talked about the Nocturne wanting to try and cause chaos when that comes out and then find that key target to blow up. But I look at the Chiefs Academy, by going for the Galio, that's now a 4th frontliner. You're looking at so many protection tools, so much time bought that can allow this Ezreal to reach that luxurious standpoint in the game where he no longer needs that protection and can really do whatever he wants.
And sometimes these compositions, you know how people talk about the R button comp is the easiest to execute, and these wombo combo team fighting comps like the Jarvan, the Galio, or the comp that Gravitas Academy are rocking with the Nocturne, the Ornn, and things like that. Sometimes the team that wins is actually the team that's just the most disciplined. And what that means is that when your R button is down, you don't fight. And while that sounds simple, I guarantee you, even if you're playing in solo queue, there's been ample amount of times where you engage or fight with cooldowns being down and you're like, oh, I thought he had ult, right? And so the same thing happens in a competitive sense. You need your R buttons. And it can't be any simpler, but trust me, when you're in the game and you're thinking about so many different things and where everyone is on the map and what you need to do next, sometimes that can slip your mind and,
For sure.
and you can really be punished.
And we've talked about how many times, right, where there have been comps that are, excellent at poke or excellent at engage, and then say, look, something is down, now's our time to fight, and you go, hang on a minute, but our style of play facilitates this, right? So sometimes being too zoned into a particular idea. Now, quick update, guys. We won't be too far away from jumping into the game. If you did catch the tail end of that draft completion, there was a bit of a lobby disconnect, so the word from the producers is that the Champ Select is being remade, although they are the same picks and the same bans. So what we saw and what we're discussing is still relevant, and that means we'll just be a couple of minutes away from jumping into our 4th game of the night.
Can't wait for this one. Gravitas Academy and Chiefs Academy really are two teams who historically have done very well in the OCS. Last year, Gravitas Academy making it very far deep into the playoffs. Chiefs Academy just missing out, but in the past, the Chiefs organization have won the OCS before, so these are teams that I guess come with the expectation that we see them doing, that little bit better than they currently are. Yes, very early on into the season still, but you want to be starting to string those wins along and getting some stability in your roster. And Gravitas Academy are one that have that stability. So not do or die, but definitely want to see some more from both these teams.
It's a turning point. When you're already halfway through the split, it's now time to start amping up what you've been preparing, what you try to be instilling in your players as to this is the identity, these are your picks, this is what we're looking to try and do, and this is what we want to make happen as we do once again into that champion select with those same picks and bans.
Wow.
As I mentioned only moments before.
Well, what a surprise. I didn't expect to see the Trundle, Wukong, Syndra bans coming on out and the Varus Graves as well. Potentially, I think Gravitas Academy go for the Ornn. I wouldn't be surprised if Elo picks the Mordekaiser here into the top lane. This is definitely something I could see him playing. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Mordekaiser. Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
This Jarvan pick could be good. Yep.
Oh, there you go. Wow. You got such a good read on the meta.
And Bambi, for me, should play Nocturne.
Yep, there you go.
What do you think Winter
really expecting... I'm going to see a Galio, I think. Yeah, there we go. Next ban, okay.
I don't remember the next bans, to be honest.
Next ban, I'm expecting a Kindred or a Yuumi.
This is so good. We're actually so good at this. These are 5-head predictions.
This is definitely 5-head predictions. Imagine that, just knowing what the draft is going to be, and then it comes on out.
Our stocks are rising. Okay, you got the ban right. Kindred ban was correct.
Yeah, we've got the Kindred, so now it's going to be a Yuumi ban, because why would you leave Yuumi up?
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
You wouldn't, absolutely not.
But then, what would you ban here?
The Kayn one feels bizarre to me. Like, what is strong about Kayn in this particular setting? Is it to do with the Jarvan or the theme as a whole?
No, so it's just a target ban. Jinx V plays a lot of Kayn, and sometimes it's good to get rid of a player's comfort, and it's a little bit of like the unknown. Like sometimes the Kayn can be unknown to you, and so you don't know how to play against it, you don't know how to punish it, and rather than just deal with that can of worms, you'd rather just get it out.
Gotcha. Well, there we go. Going to be the Aphelios and locked in with the Karma. No surprises there. So, from a standpoint of aggression, it once again becomes a little bit of repetitive in that bottom nature that you've got pretty much the dream set up with strong engage from afar, strong damage from afar, I should clarify, a lot of pushing power, a lot of poking power, a lot of ability to try and set yourselves up for an early dragon, get that Predator online and look for those skirmishes where you can use that Keystone to great effect. The question then becomes, right, based on these two mid laners having these globals to try and influence the map, how influential is it really on Galio finding that turning point with a massive knock-up? Or is he really saying, look, the onus is fully on both Bambi and Jinx to find success with their wombo combo. We can just sit back, maybe give up a few towers, a few 1,000 gold leads, and just buy enough time for Ezreal to reach that breakpoint.
No, so both compositions are really dependent on their first ultimate usage. If Nocturne ultimate fails and Galio's doesn't, or vice versa, then the team that obviously fails is in big trouble. They're kind of like volatile, high-risk ultimates, and we used to have this saying in 2018 is like, if your first Galio ult fails, you probably lost the game. And like harsh reality is like sometimes that's the case. Obviously, different levels to the game. Sometimes you get punished quite heavier the higher you go. An OPL team may punish the Galio ult missing far better, but for the most part, we could also see some cute synergies in the sense that Galio goes roaming looking for a play, but Nocturne ultimates. If Nocturne ults, then Galio can't ult because Galio can't click the ult target. So that is an interaction, and whilst there's some darkness, that's potentially where Gravitas Academy win the game and win the team fight.
So from a standpoint of, we look at this and say both are looking to have a major influence with their first ultimate. Both are looking to be, as junglers, quite aggressive to try and reach that breakpoint, perhaps even before level 6.
Yeah.
We take away those nameplates, right? We look at what obviously Gravitas have before those nameplates are removed. They have a ton of OPL experience across their board. Is that experience enough with the picks that they have, do you think, to be a difference maker? Given that these teams right now, right, are 1 and 3, they're both identical, is that experience tangible enough to say that I can bring it to the OCS and I can beat what the Chiefs have got here, do you think?
No, I think both these teams are quite evenly matched. I don't think that experience pulls, one team over the edge. Like I would expect to see nobody play quite well into this matchup, right? I know it is slightly Mordekaiser favored, but in terms of, the experience he has and how much OPL he's played, and specifically, we were talking in the OPL when he was playing Ornn, he was doing quite well. I would like to see him kind of, stamp his authority on this game. Jinx V is also a player who in recent weeks done quite well, even when his team isn't doing well. So, on the other hand, Winterer on this playstyle where he's able to leave his lane and influence others, that seems to be the playstyle he prefers and goes on. And like I think that Galio is a sleeper OP in this patch right now. Look, I don't think there's a difference between these teams at all in terms of it's going to come down to execution and which team plays better as a team. But in terms of individual skill, there is really no standout. There's no one that's like, yes, this guy is clearly better than the other.
And this is the lane we're looking to target to, try and be that difference maker. And I suppose if we open up that point a little bit more, right, to flesh things out, you say there is no real difference maker, but it is going to come down to that level-headed nature, right? Who is timing out those cooldowns? Who is looking at those summoners? Who's looking to say, we can punish you on this rotation. We can start up a Baron or a Dragon and know that you cannot influence us. We can make it a 4v5 and sort of go from there. So I suppose really, that has to be the narrative that we run with, is to how much value can they find when they are looking to force out these fights, burn out, find small wins, but then convert them into bigger wins.
Yeah, and you would probably argue that most players in this game are actually on their best champions. Now, Elo's on the Mordekaiser, played multiple games on that, Mincan on the Jarvan, Galio on Winterer on Galio, not Galio on Winterer, Ezreal as well picked up, and Nautilus in the bot lane, so it's not like there's people out of comfort. The only thing I would say is it's interesting that Bambi's actually opting in for the Nocturne. We've
Well, that's the question mark, right?
Yeah.
We've never seen him play it, so we're sort of a little bit curious, but we know his potential given how strong he's been in these last few weeks. So we say, okay, you must be feeling pretty confident that practice or scrims have proven that you guys, have the ability to make this work.
Yeah, I agree. Jinx V also is a player who was quite prominent throughout Spawn in-houses, played a lot of Gragas as well, so going to be interesting to see if Jarvan's able to punish the Gragas slow clear early, or if we're going to see the Gragas able to full clear, get base, pick up the Predator boots, and influence the map.
How big is the Predator change in your opinion? Right, obviously they've changed it slightly, but do you feel like it's enough to make it better or worse?
I haven't really used the Predator in the jungle. Like, none of the junglers I play at the moment use Predator, but I've had it from support. And it's nice because there was times where you channel Predator, then take damage, and then Predator cancels. But because Predator is instantaneous now, it feels quite nice. Like, you're always going to get it off. So the buffs are definitely relevant. And I think it probably, if anything, it probably makes Predator in lane a little more, meta and be able to be picked. I know there's a Galio in Korea who plays a lot of Galio that takes Predator in mid lane in certain matchups. But Winter has obviously opted in for the spellbook, but Predator Gragas at least. Be interesting to see what that looks like when he presses that Predator button now.
Well, it is a staple for the Gragas, but let's see if this changes anything as we enter into our fourth best of one of the night in week number 5 here for the OCS. Gravitas Academy up against Chiefs Academy. Both teams even on the record and will be looking to pull away from the pack, as the middle of the pack in the league right now is dead even. Essentially every team within touching distance, only a game separating the majority of them. And with playoffs not too far away, they'll be definitely looking to pick up as many important victories as possible. And that starts right here with denying some of that crucial vision which we've seen junglers use to great effect.
I want to keep my eyes on this bot lane, Skimmy. I want to see if this Nautilus can land the hook and Ezreal can follow up and they can, manage to win this lane. So, Heki's also gone for the greedy summoner spell of the teleport. Gets hooked, don't have the heal to disengage. Sure, Karma has it, but you're losing a combat summoner in the bot lane. I think we'll just see a bit of a gentleman's agreement in pushing the wave here. Bambi just, Nocturne passive, so good at clearing minion waves, and this seems like a decent enough matchup for Nocturne, right? Able to just not really get harassed out. If he's versing a control mage of sorts, probably makes his life a little bit tougher, but the fact that it's a Galio and Galio's range is also quite short means Nocturne gets first access to the wave.
Yeah, I would be quite surprised if we see any kill happen in mid lane, at least without any jungle intervention, but there's going to be Shinky once again showing his prowess on the Nautilus, finds the hook, threads the needle.
And I mean, that's
put some damage.
So good for the lane already, right? Trading health. If you're a support and you're trading health with enemy AD, 9 times out of 10, it's beneficial for you because you end up with the 2 pots. Level 2 though.
Oh, nearly landed it. I think that shield was just enough to provide clipping to get themselves away. And bear in mind, this is Heki running a teleport as well, so he wants to be the one playing very aggressively, spamming for those resources and coming back and saying, look, I feel like I am strong enough in combat to not warrant the idea of a barrier or a heal.
With Jarvan pathing towards bot side, I would argue that Shinky should have flashed there. Oh, nice spell shoot.
Now. Yeah, lots of damage getting done in the mid lane right now. Shinky actually is going to reveal, and Jinx reveals too, so they both know where they're at right now. I wondered if they're going to set themselves up for a red buff invade. It was a very real possibility. Like Jinx was going to be contesting otherwise.
Whilst it's not the end of the world, this is a good invade from Chiefs Academy because Trashly actually loses out on some experience. The wave was on the turret, he left. Heki gets solo EXP, but it's going to stop Trashly from hitting level 3 and then level 4, so it's going to plague him for the rest of the lane at the very least.
Couple buffs come online, but it's definitely the Chiefs Academy keeping him in check by using not only the Scry's Orb, but consistently running into that part of the jungle to let them know that they're always there. Once again, Bambi finding value with that spell shield, but only denies 1. That's what I needed to allow Mincam to come in through with the EQ combo.
Nice flash coming out of Bambi there, but now he's so susceptible to being punished now.
Yes.
He has no flash. Against the Galio, against the Jarvan, can only spell shield one thing, and going to be dangerous times burning your flash that early in the mid lane. Because the next time that, his flash is up, Jarvan will already be level 6.
And that's what we're looking for, right? Is that level 6 difference maker, and without that flash, may not be as easy now to find a successful paranoia, to make that aggressive play, and to turn things around, to find the value that you're looking to achieve with some of these key ultimates.
Yeah.
But as it stands, back to the bot lane, it is even. The XP disparity, you'd say actually favoring really Trashly, because Shinky is still level 2.
Yeah, but keeping in mind there's a massive wave coming to them now. Uh-oh.
This is a situation where Jinx needs to be a bit careful. Conqueror gets fully stacked up. He has the flash, but he feels very confident in his ability. Now burns it and is out of danger. Bambi turns around, but he's going to be careful as well because there's no flash for both the Gravitas Academy members. Does not seem to matter though, Jude, because it's going to be a killer piece. As they take down supports, they take down junglers, and they take down everybody. A 2-for-1 trade favoring the Chiefs.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous from Jinx there. Not sure why he thought that he had the opportunity to counter jungle there, but if you skirmish around the Galio in mid lane, good luck is all I'm saying. He's very oppressive, has so much CC, and in this early in the game has so much damage, is able to, not one-shot a carry by any means, but get them down to lethal, and that's what we saw there. Also, Winterer is a real team player. He burnt Flash Heal just to keep Nautilus alive that little bit longer. I know most mid laners do not burn their sums there. Winterer, you're a champion.
Might be under some pressure as the new player to showcase what he can do, but I've been impressed with him regardless. It's not easy to come into a new team and form your own opinion, but here he comes in.
Yeah, so look at him
and showcases what he can do.
Yeah, look at him there. Just flashes, gets the Nimbus Cloak move speed, gets into the fight, and puts his team in a really good position to really set the pace for this game. And important to note too, Skimmy, that both mid laners have hit level 6 now, so it's going to be good to see which lane they go to. Looks like top lane will be on an island, and most of the skirmishes will take place in the bot side of the map.
And this is what we start to watch now with a very keen eye. I mean, you're looking at the summoners being burnt for the most part in the entire bottom half of that draft. Junglers don't have them, mid laners don't have them. Essentially, no one has them except this Karma. So very easy kill targets if they were to focus that direction. But regardless of what we call, it's going to be attention shown to the top side. Deathram goes out to pad that damage. Heal comes around to turn things out and wait for this to expire. Galio comes on in with the hero's entrance. There's a shield, but there is no knock-up. Nobody is able to flash away to safety.
That looked like some miscommunication from Nobody and Jinx V there. Nobody headbutted in like he wanted to fight Elo, and Jinx V was like, no, I'm heading out. And so what looked like a bit of a disaster for Gravitas Academy turned out to be not that bad, because Galio did burn the first ultimate and got nothing out of it. It's only an Ornn flash, and really it's not that relevant in the context of the game at the moment.
Thanks for the question though, as we highlighted in draft, who is going to be timing those summoners, because that could be a major talking point. That could be a big difference maker, as it appears to be that both teams are quite evenly squared up. No contest yet for a Dragon or for a Herald, which will be spawning in 30 seconds. But that, once again, will be a nice little hook found there by Shinky. He's going to walk out of range from that Tether. Gravitum locks in place Kimjin, so he doesn't have easy access to the outflowing damage that a Mystic Shot presents.
And while Gravitas Academy have the ultimate up in the mid lane, I'm going to stop here because Gragas is ganking.
And we're going to expect to see this time and time again. Predator is used, but it isn't found to any success as the taunt cancels it out, gives themselves some resistances.
Look at that. That's 2/3 of Gragas' health gone from a tanky champion.
I know, and it's not something like Fed. He's only got a few tomes and a ring.
Yeah, so what I was going to say though, I want to see Gravitas Academy bot lane start trading health so Nocturne can look to ulti bot lane while Galio ultimate is still on cooldown. This is the window Bambi has to really influence the map without any repercussion. But right now, Winterer is being proactive with Mincan, and it looks like they're going to dive Trashly and Hex.
Ultimate or not, they want to force that fight. Trashly will flash out of the EQ. Teleport comes in here now as protection as they look to try and force that turret dive, but they will quickly and swiftly disengage away. Mincam in trouble, does not have a flash, doesn't have the EQ up just yet, as Elo now gets the attention thrown his way. Heal comes out clutch! Kimjin saves the day again. What is it with Chiefs Academy and their heals? Finally though, Bambi is presented with an opportunity to use that paranoia, and he makes it stick. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but that is now a double kill found here as the Chiefs Academy turn things around. But All things said and done there, Jubes, it is still going to be a win that the Gravitas Academy will be quite happy with.
Yeah, and so we talked about, right, first ultimate has to be an impactful one, and Bambi's one was impactful. Sure, it was only a 1-for-1, but manages to pick up the kill, and then some after that, okay? Like, gets the assist on the other, and what's important here is they pick up the dragon on the back end too, so really well played from Gravitas Academy. Remember, you do not want to be even in lane or trading evenly versus a Karma Aphelios, right? If you're picking the Nautilus Ezreal, it means that you want to be punishing that lane because in terms of absolute scaling, you're getting outscaled every day of the week. So again, I would say that's a positive play for Gravitas Academy. Punish in the mid lane though.
See what it means in terms of goal, but mid lane is where the action is once again. Pay the price. Yeah. You went for an ultimate, you went for a kill. And we're going to punish the fact that you do not have any summoners. You should push up that dragon, but you are now 1 and 3, just with a Tiamat. Not looking too good for you. Winterer proved to be an absolute monster on this Galio when he links up with Min-Chan.
Well, I think this is the best game we've seen him play so far. I think he had a bit of a disaster last week, if I'm being honest, on the Talon, but this game here, he's really dictated the pace of the early game. He is the one who's had perma priority, moved to both sides, you know, nearly picked up kill in the top lane, you know, instigated a dive in the bot lane, sure, mis-executed, but he's really setting the tempo and the pace for Chiefs Academy. Also, Min-Cam really focusing the mid lane here and, you know, identifying that, yes, this is where my CC is, this is where my kill threat is, and he's really freeing Galio up this game.
Shinky and Min-Cam able to get that second objective picked up in their favor. Is going to be the Rift Herald for them, and you can now see that Winter returns back to this lane with a stopwatch. So if he wants to be aggressive before, he can definitely be a lot more aggressive as a result now. He has the flash available, and Bambi will be a couple of minutes away before he has that opportunity as well. And all things considered, in the grand scheme of where the map state is at 11 minutes in, it will be the Chiefs that find themselves a 1,000 gold lead.
Option ulti comes through, Ornod as well.
Looking for, once again, the kill target has to be the Ezreal. He flashes away, not going to be the target that is going to fall on down today. Min-Cam in a lot of trouble. The cast comes across, he flashes forward and he smites, he picks it up. But now 3 members surround him. I don't think he'll find a second, and he will pay the ultimate price. Jungle for jungle.
Jungle for jungle, and at what expense, right? You know, all key ultimates really being used and no real advantage coming out on for either team. I would say that's just a neutral play there. Right? Like, there was no real benefit. Sure, you know, maybe in favor of Gravitas Academy because double summoners burnt out of Chiefs Academy bot lane and Jinxby was the only one burning some, so still dead or close to dead even, really.
Highlights, if I was just to take you know, the point back to what you mentioned before about the Aphelios and the Ezreal. Yes, they are even in CS right now, but these successful fights are being kill secured here by the Ezreal, right? So that is hopefully enough of a buffer to allow him to hit his stride just a little bit quicker than the critical strike build that an Aphelios will be itemizing towards. And you know, we've seen how strong an Ezreal can be once he hits his stride, and how devastating he can be when he's playing from behind.
Yeah, but I would almost argue in a composition where your majority of your magic damage, right? Sure, Ornn does a lot of magic damage. You know, he's a bit of a frontline tank assassin. People joke about, but having the gold on Gragas, yes, you would want some on Aphelios, but having gold on Gragas at this point in the game is not necessarily a bad thing. I know junglers tend to shy away from taking kills, but in a composition where you have an AD mid laner, you know, you have a traditional ADC bot lane, then, you know, Gragas with kills is really relevant. Like we talked about, popping the Predator, flinging a cast at Ezreal, you know, early game probably forces him out of the fight.
Little magic resistance online at this stage of the game. Definitely able to
nice Herald.
Destroy those health bars before anything is even able to turn things around. Once again, the Herald is summoned perfectly to break through the very first turret of the game, and an important turret at that as they break through mid.
Yeah, this is really big for the context of the game because now they have access to both sides of the map without really being punished. And so they'll have their duo in mid lane, being able to get that wave as deep as they want, or Heki and Trashly have to think about potentially getting engaged on or flanked by Jarvan and Galio. So breaking mid turret really gives them access to River on both sides.
Now, Juice, 30 seconds on this next dragon. Ezreal will not have that flash, so completely reliant now on the astral shift to get out of harm's way. So that was a casualty from that previous dive attempt that Jinx was able to set up. Both junglers still do not have their flash, but TPs are soon to be up and available as they're still sitting in the top side of the map.
Yeah, so Aphelios has picked up the Infinity Edge skin. That's
You start to wonder now, right? With the right weapons, with the Infinity Edge, Ezreal could be a very real kill target.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity Edge isn't necessarily where you see Aphelios ramp and start taking over a game. We talked about it being like that 2-item power spike, but
yeah,
but he's well on the way to being there. But Ezreal for me is just like really accelerated and probably will take over this next dragon fight. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Gravitas Academy just like give it away really and try and trade top turret. But I think Jinx V is really feeling himself. He's got 3 kills, feels really strong, and he's probably calling to pull the trigger. The problem with Gravitas Academy's comp is you never want to get caught doing the objective. And here we go.
They're going to start things off as Heki's already down to half. The shields do a bit of damage to try and hold him in place. That's now going to be the Paranoid jumping onto that key target that we had only just moments before. Heal comes out, he's surprised. Nautilus takes out Bambi as Gragas responds before he falls on down. The dragon fight's an absolute disaster. It's in shambles as Elo finds himself a double kill, holds all the threat, controls all the damage. You said it, they should have sacrificed it, but they do not. They pay the ultimate price of Chiefs getting an ace.
Yeah, and the reason I said that was because both these compositions don't actually want to start an objective, right? Like, they want to walk into a dragon pit like so and have the other team start, because it is far easier to engage onto the backline when they're focused on a dragon. So Nautilus landed the ultimate onto Heki. Heki's already out of the fight. Shinky just focuses Bambi. Kim Jun's kept alive, and it's really just clinical team fighting. Elo on the backline, really not even taking any damage. But when you play the hard engage comps, you need to be hard engaging, not tanking an objective, and in kind of a trance of, do we fight? Do we do the dragon? Do we fight? Do we do the dragon? And that's what we saw.
And how insane, we're starting to really see, you know, when you've got a composition that is built around an Ezreal with 4 tanks, just how much protection they can provide him with. Bambi dives into 3 members at stun after taunt after everything that he's just unable to escape from. Jinx unable to assist him in looking for that one shot, and the window to execute where that flash was down has passed.
Yeah, and I mean, that window is going to be there for a good while now, because we're going to see that gold lead go out to 3k, and there's probably not a big enough threat to even force him to burn that summoner.
Having a lot of fun now as a result of that. You talk about the gold lead in their favor for the Chiefs, and they're going to find not only a dragon, a successful team fight, but now rotate all that pressure to the top side of this map and pick up a herald as well. The goals are all in the right places right now. You look at Gravitas, it's definitely favoring Jinx with his ability to try and be the AP carry, but it's all pulling up tricks here for the Chiefs Academy with Kim Jin now 3-0-5, 2-0-7 is the Galio. These monsters are becoming a little bit terrifying.
Yeah, agree. I like this play from Gravitas Academy though, forcing on mid-wave, but
2-man taunts.
Oh my
the old ult to try and turn things around. Can nobody try and turn the tide of this fight? It's not going to be enough because Winter is too damn tanky. He takes one. Elo takes a second, and then Gragas comes in. He has to be the difference maker. He's got the goal, and he finds the shutdown. Now Bambi, using that paranoia, snipes one away. And one Mystic shot will seal the deal as Kim Jin does not miss those. It's a quadra kill as Jinx is able to get out of harm's way. Will not sacrifice his bounty, but will watch his team crumble around him.
yeah, Winter are smurfed really hard. They're getting a 2-man taunt onto 2 important targets. Getting him down to lethal as well. I mean, Galio, just the tank mid lane mage assassin, whatever you want to call him, because the damage coming through from him there was absolutely insane. And you know the fight was over when you see Bambi ulti into a Nautilus just for an execute. That's not how this competition plays out. Again, they're the ones getting caught on the objective, and they're allowing Chiefs Academy the window to engage. As we see here.
Look at that.
Yeah. Perfect.
A flash taunts into 2. He has 5 members around him. The Zhonya's buying so much time. But 5 members had their eyes focused on one target, and it's just 3 pickings for Chiefs.
And that's the thing about these R button comps I was talking about. Sometimes the best thing to do is not necessarily start the objective. And in this case, walking up to a mid turret and trying to siege, like, you're not going to go past the turret, right? There's no world in which we're deciding to dive. And so you're just giving Chiefs Academy an opportunity to engage, in which they took perfectly.
And that begs the question as to when your composition is designed to execute on jumping in, getting a kill, and jumping on out. Those last few fights have proven not to be working in their favor, but it does still have the merit that, as you say, both these teams are hoping that the opposition start off the objective first for them to capitalize and for them to turn things around. Now, Baron won't be up in too long, nor will our Soul Dragon, which is going to be a mountain. And you bet your bottom dollar Chiefs are going to be contesting every single one. So there's a question that I want to pose you now here, Jukes. Given the fact that Chiefs are so far ahead, do they start this up, have that confidence factor, and then Gravitas say, well, if we can't win this fight, what do we do?
No, so they can start it if the communication is we are going to turn, okay? So what happens is you start the neutral objective, you have your carries kind of back of pit because they're going to be contesting from the front, and Jarvan says, when they get to this point and he pings the floor, I will turn and engage. And then that way, everyone's on the same page. Galio is ready to ultimate, Jarvan ultimates, and it's all like a, you know, it's a moving car, if you will. But what's been happening is that, hang on a minute.
Well, they're going to just 1-2 combo, and that is a lot of damage. And that's what we wanted to see only moments before on their dive attempt for Kimjin. But this is perfectly timed. Now you've made it a 4v5 going into that next dragon. That's what I think Gravitas have been looking for all 20 minutes of this game.
Look, they made it a 4v5, but they lost Nocturne ultimate, and so they still probably will lose the dragon. The problem with
they've
this...
lost 2 ultimates,
yeah. And that's the thing with these compositions, right? Is that, like I talked about last week, you have to end the fight in the rotation of your ultimates. You can't just have an extended fight and expect to win it, especially with R button comps. So again, really good pick, managing to stall the game, get a neutral objective, but the problem Gravitas Academy are going to have now is that as the game gets on and goes longer, the ultimate threat that they have goes thinner and thinner, because really the only person they want to ult in a 5v5 is Ezreal, right? But now Ezreal has armor, it's going to have a death dance, and so Bambi is no longer able to really one-shot the Ezreal.
And that was something that we were so curious about when they did formulate this draft, right, is that they have all these tanks that should hopefully bridge the gap and provide enough protection for Kimjin to reach that point where he will have that Frozen Fist, he'll have that Death Stance, he'll have that Execution if need be, and essentially have 250 armor. Well, you look at this composition, they're all tanks, they are playing for a Mountain Soul. That is so much resistance that the Lethality Nocturne is just going to do nothing against.
Yeah. And that's what concerns me, right? And this is why I talked about the early game being so important. Because once you fall behind on either composition, you're going to struggle to kill the threat that you need to kill on the enemy team.
Well, begs the question now, what do Gravitas still have left up their sleeve to try and claw this game away, as it feels like it's falling through their grasp. They've fallen down about 4k gold at this stage of the game. They are losing it in terms of turrets, they are losing it in terms of kills, but that's not to say they're completely down and out of it. They just have a very characteristic composition of finding a target and exploding. Yes, they can try and turn to those lanes and go for a kill, but that means they are unable to force a 5v5 afterwards. So, begs the question now, really, how do Chiefs want to play this? Because it feels to me as if they have all the aces up their sleeve as to when we want to force a fight, when we want to do anything, because that's only really Gravitas' opportunity to try and come back. Yeah.
But, you know, the one kind of green light for Gravitas Academy now is the fact that he has his 2 items. These are the 2 golden Aphelios items. Having the Runar's Hurricane and the Infinity Edge means that he's definitely hit a power spike. And, you know, once Ornn hits level 14, giving Aphelios the Molten Edge is going to be really important. And, you know, sometimes we see gold leads can completely, you know, disintegrate because of ornaments. So if, let's say you keep this game at a 4,000 gold deficit, but get Ornn to level 15 and he's able to upgrade 2 key components or 2 key items, then potentially there's not that much of a gold lead anymore. So for me, right now, it's probably just a little bit of damage control from the Gravitas Academy lineup.
Let's see how they can hold on for the meantime. Nothing major to play for, and they have a ton of vision that they need to clear out around this Baron pit, as there are control wards after control wards. Thick and fast, I'm looking at least 4 that have been placed down here by Chiefs, so you definitely aren't going to walk in there and go undetected. There's plenty of CCTV around in the area, but there's 2 minutes on that next dragon. So when we compare the gold leads between the players themselves, not much separates them from a CS standpoint. It's all been about kills this game, that is for sure.
I mean, most games
And,
today actually have been all about the kills.
Oh, for sure. We've seen the only real major sort of takeaway is that if you're playing a support in the mid lane, they're going to fall victim to that, but they're playing for the team.
So Ornn's just ding level 13, so we can scratch some of that gold lead off, right? Because, you know, the value he gets from both those ornaments. You've got to account for some of that gold, and level 14 for me is where we're going to see a massive power spike when Aphelios picks up that, you hate to see it.
True Shot steals it, and Kim Jun will be very happy with that one. Much needed sustain to continue to be a nuisance from afar.
Yep, well, he's nearly got his Death Dance as well, so he's happy with that blue buff, and picked up his, he's finally got his Mirror Mana now too, so things coming along for Chiefs Academy.
Check the Ezreal, he's definitely been doing wonders right now. He's got a bounty on his head, he's got a wanted poster sitting in the Gravitas camp.
It's crazy with how bounties can swing a game so quickly, right? Like, you know, you got a 5,000 gold lead, but kill Ezreal, you lose 1,000. Get an ornament onto Aphelios, you lose a couple thousand there too. So this game can swing, but it doesn't look like Gravitas Academy.
Yeah, nobody's not even going to use the teleport. He has it available. He's just going to stay on outside. He's going to teleport so late on. I'm not sure about that one. Shinky actually is going to look to try and disengage and prevent as many people as possible with his ultimate. Ornn ult comes out too little too late. 4-man knockup can even get access to Kim Jun. He just astral shifts away. No pressure to use the flash summoner. One by one they fall, one by one they go in. Taken out of the fight with CC, taunts and Death Realms, you name it, and they're gone. Back-to-back aces here for the Chiefs Academy as they are just far too strong in this game 4.
Yeah, they're going to drop an inhibitor here for sure, but you know, with the way that Mordekaiser is pathing towards the team, it looks like they're going for the end and they might be able to do it.
Respawn timers are at least 20 seconds for some of these main damage dealers right now. Without those key ultimates, they may just not have enough to provide enough pressure to prevent the steam train. That is the Chiefs Academy. They have one clear objective in mind, that is to end this game 25 minutes in today. That might be the quickest game we've had tonight. Chiefs Academy definitely showing that there's a clear disconnect between these two. Despite both being 1 and 3, they want to show that they are the team that should be far higher in the standings. Now, can Gravitas find one last-ditch effort? And they just
live to fight another day. Potentially picking up a dragon, they might chase them out and try and pick up the the mountain drag, but it will ease on in.
Paranoia isn't too far away, but bear in mind, Kim Jun is so damn strong right now. He can look to try and draw them out as far away from their base as possible and say, why on earth did you chase us? We are still so much stronger than you. We have Baron buff. Did you forget that? Now they pick up another triple kill, send them right back to the fountain again. Say thank you for the opportunity not to play this one out slow. We wanted a quick game. We will get a quick game. We could have gone for the dragon. We could have gone for the reset. But instead, we will go for the end. The cast, it does nothing.
Hopefully, that's why.
Unfortunately for Gravitas Academy, they will fall on down here today. Thumbs up go around. It's all victories as the Chiefs pick up the victory.
Yeah, really good game from Chiefs Academy, right? It was, you know, those compositions, you can tell a lot about a team because they have to move as a team and do things as a team, right? It's not like you can have a little bit of individual flair and win the game. It has to come down to clear, concise shot calling, and I think that's what we saw from Chiefs Academy, and it was a really good game from them.
Well, a fantastic debut there for Mincam to come in there for the departing Pardo. One that was, as you say, a staple in their roster. But regardless, they look as strong as ever. And that's good news if you are a Chiefs Academy fan. Well, that does it for game number 4. We still have one best of one left here in week 5 of the OCS. Do not go anywhere. It is the Dire Cubs taking on RMIT. And welcome back for the final time tonight for game number 5, as it is going to be now Dire Cubs taking on RMIT. And Jules, we mentioned this a little bit earlier in the night. This is going to be the major question mark really for Dire Cubs in particular. Yes, you look at that those league standings right now. They stay undefeated at 3-0. They're in second place just behind Mammoth Academy, but we've only seen them play twice. They had a bye, they had a forfeit. They've shown only real variation is in their jungle, with game 1 being Ubisoft and their second game being the debut of Why Not. So we start to really understand or start to wonder what their style of play is for this Academy roster.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know, right? That's the honest answer. They have 2 junglers who they've been rotating, Ubisoft and Why Not. So really the proof is going to be into getting more games under their belt and watching them play. Do they have a different play style when they play with Ubisoft versus Why Not? I know they don't share the same champion pools, that's for sure. So maybe, there's a team versus team basis. And also important to note that they have some roster changes too coming out.
They do. We have word that they've now substituted out Cupcake, who did play those first few games, and they brought in Emelg.
Yep, and
both big fans of the Bard.
Yeah, both are. Both Bard, Bard extraordinaires. And also important to note that RMIT have also subbed out Jung Middle. They've gone with, so Zangwish and Chungi out. Obviously, Chungi playing in the OPL, so he can't, he's not eligible for the OCS, but coming in is Imperius and Dotty.
Yeah, a bit of a change-up. And, I think if you are going to change your roster, it's there's no better time to do it than in this first half of the season, right? You're looking to try and get some momentum, or you're looking to try and find a roster that you're going to sit with. Because if you're playing for those playoffs, you want to make sure you got enough time under your belt to hit that desirable standing position. And as it stands for RMIT, currently 1 and 2, they will be looking to get themselves well on track to finding that position. I mean, if you look at the standings right now online, you're looking at a lot of these teams joint 3rd and 5th. So there is so much to play for right now. As it stands for Dire Cubs, they'll be quite cozy and happy that they are in second spot. And now we get to see exactly who jungler they bring in. They are going to stick with Why Not, so he's going to get his debut and more. And we saw him have a bit of a stand-up performance on the Lee Sin. You were a little bit critical, not from a standpoint of I don't want to see this, but more like didn't expect that given what you've seen him play in solo queue. But definitely put it to good effect and was able to get some very early tower dives that proved definitive for the Dicubs.
Yeah, I mean, why not? There's, like I said, there's no question about mechanically can you play the champion. It's just what's good and like what works to the way that you play the game and your role in the team. So that's the only reason that I was critical about it. But nevertheless, Graves ban coming on through, Set as well. Set obviously having such a high priority in the OCS and OC region in general, and the Thresh coming on out. That's just potentially a target ban at Wash. So Varus, Aphelios, Zoe, pretty standard bans, nothing crazy, nothing surprising really. Maybe the Thresh, that's about it. Ezreal being first picked is the name of the game tonight, especially. Ooh!
I like this. I'm already excited. And the meta is so defined right now with the likes of Aphelios, Varus, Misfortune, Ezreal, you name it, to see that not only are we getting Enchantress coming back to try and match the Yuumi, we are now going to pair it with a Vayne. And now this is kind of like we were begging for earlier, right there, Juves? Pairing the Lulu or Yuumi with an attack damage play. I mean, the Vayne, it's wonderful.
Well, I don't mind if you don't pair Lulu with an attack damage carry if you have an attack damage carry somewhere else. Like if you have a Camille top lane or something, or you know, or a Kindred jungle or a Grave, like then yeah, whatever, I don't care. But when you have nothing, then that's when I start getting a little bit monkeyous. But
what's interesting, though, Jukes, the fact they've locked in Vayne this early on, is this a mind game of
no?
We think you're going to ban it away, or look, we want to hide the rest of our picks?
I think they're just going to let their other teams drop in later in draft and get better picks elsewhere. So historically, when people take Ezreal, you normally, you know, they've responded with Vayne. Vayne is like quote unquote soft counter or counter pick to Ezreal. But I think like this iteration of Ezreal is just too strong. I don't necessarily think like Vayne hard beats Ezreal by any means. Especially when you pair, you know, you got the Yuumi as well. But nevertheless, I like both bot lane picks, right? You know, this is fun. If Frost and Wash think they can really take it to them on Vayne Lulu, then so be it.
That begs the question, right? What kind of variation on this build will we get? Will we still have a Death Stance AD carry style that is just, you know, relevant across the board, or will we get the standard in that the Ginsu's and the Blade of the Rune King? But regardless, Why Not is going to stick to what worked for him last week. Going to stick with that Lee Sin, and why wouldn't you? And Kalrock is then going to pair here with Emelg with the ever so strong Yuumi Ezreal.
Yep. Trundle coming through in the jungle as well into Lee Sin. I feel like this is a jungle matchup that you see almost every week in the LPL. It's just a Trundle versus a Lee Sin, and they're just punching on and they're just chomping each other, and it's just you know, Trundle's not a mechanics max champion, but you know, they're just mechanics max skirmishing, and you know, may the better player win kind of thing.
So what do we got? So RMIT have denied away 2 bruises, 2 that can look to try and take out somebody from the fight, be it knock them away or look to just lock them in the air to make it an easy pick for the rest of the team to connect with. The response from Dicubs has been that we don't want to make sure that any of these components gets taken away. We already talked about how Mordekaiser with the Death Realm can detach whoever the Yuumi target is, as well as the Syndra just being an absolute menace. So, you know, you're looking at one lane being locked in very early with the Vayne, which I'm still a little bit surprised about, but then saying, look, we're going to find strength elsewhere. I don't know if they wanted to go for the Syndra, but regardless, they've gone for their Galio, so we're looking at protection elements once again.
Yeah, Galio is one of those champions that I feel like somewhere in your composition, you have to supplement him. Like, you have to have something that can just make Galio's life that little bit easier to get like a really good team fight. Because I think most of the times, if you play reactionary on Galio, and what I mean by that is that, you know, the composition RMIT have right now, it's reactionary. So that you aren't engaging, right? You're playing disengage, and if you're just Galio ulting for disengage, then I think you lose a lot of the prowess of his kit. And so I want to see RMIT match Galio pick with something that goes forward, something that potentially gives Galio some backline access, or at least a target to ultimate.
Because when I think of a Vayne, right, I'm looking at them looking to try and split the members apart so that Vayne can chase them down and make what is a 5v5 become a bunch of 5v1s, you know, a bunch of mini skirmishes, 1v1, they take them down with the silver bolts and they go to town with it. But I'm looking at Dicubs and they're showing that, look, we have so much pressure right now. You know, Vayne is going to have a very hard time walking forward because they've got the Petrifying Gauge, you've got the Ornn Ultimate, you've got the Kick. Everything that he's going to have to try and juke and jive out of, that 5v1 situation that we highlight, might not ever be possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Vayne kind of, if you will, fell out of meta, but there's like a multitude of reasons why Vayne isn't picked that much anymore. But part of the reason is that it's just so hard to auto-attack in team fights, right? Like, if Yumi channels a good ultimate, that's double Vayne range, right? Like Vayne can't auto. Cassio and Miasma really, did that. Like Vayne can't tumble.
Can't tumble.
So yeah, it's going to be a very hard game for Frost to play. But a lot of the time, Vaynes thrive in chaotic games, right? Like games where there's no real front to back. Games where it's like, just skirmish heavy and Vayne can get backline access or, ends up being able to 1v1 enemy AD. But also, in a terms of a pure front to back, if it's just ADCs hitting tanks, Vayne's going to win every single time. So there's
every single time.
Yeah, there's realms which Vayne works, but it's just much harder to execute.
So we look at this with Beta Breath and say, look, you've gone for an incredibly hyper-scaling bot lane with an enchanter that can definitely allow it to become a living reality. Ardent Sensor comes online. You're looking at Fiends as well, combined with the kit of the Lulu. That gives Vayne a lot of inflated stats to maybe bridge the gap between his build and what is going to be a cheaper, more conventional here for the Ezreal. But don't forget about the Yuumi. My question is, are they looking to try and go even? Are they looking to try and find major advantages elsewhere in the other lanes? So they have a very strong front line that allows them to say when a team fight comes across, we can buy you enough time for the Vayne to pop off.
Their comp to me seems half disengaged, half engaged. It's very evident that they're playing for Frost, right? It's like, let's pick this composition and let Frost pop off. But how much do you want to put this game into one player's hands and give yourself no tools to win the game? And this is what I talk about like Maokai's nice, sure. I'm a Maokai fan. Anyone that knows me, I love like a tank top laner, but where's your agency to like start a fight or to do something, right? Like these are my concerns for RMIT at the very least. Whereas like I look at Diacarbs, it's like, okay, we can go forward or we can go backwards. If we want to kite back and play on Cassio, we play on her Miasma, we play on her abilities, her rotations. We kite back with Yuumi disengage, right? Yuumi flings out ultimate and we just kite. We can also go forward. We have Lee Sin, a little bit of playmaking potential. We got the Ornhorn to also engage and start a fight. So this is where I like Diacarb's composition a lot because you give yourself two ways to play the game. You can play going forward, you can play going backwards. When I look at RMIT's comp, I don't necessarily see going forwards unless it's like a really good Maokai flank or a Maokai flash route. So that's where I see like the differentials in comps.
And it puts a lot of pressure on Frost, most notably, right? The fact that if he is to fall too far behind or if he's unable to find those successful team fight situations where they can come across with a lead, then, you talk about the idea of scaling and it becomes a talking point and just that alone. So I start to look at this and think, where do they look to try and find these advantages to bridge the gap to make sure that Vayne does become that quote-unquote hyper-scaling monster?
But it's also like, okay, we talk about Vayne being a hyper-scaling monster and, I'm not disagreeing with you. Obviously, Vayne scales extremely well, probably the best tank killer in the game. But like, are we forgetting about Cassiopeia scaling?
But that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You're going into an Ezreal Yuumi and then you say, okay, you've shut that down, but you still got a Cassiopeia to deal with.
That's what I mean. Yeah, like it's not
multiple attacks.
Scaling's not so clear cut. Like Lulu buffs ADs, right? Keeps ADCs alive. Yuumi does the exact same thing, but also works with mages. Like Yuumi can also buff Cassiopeia. So, I feel like I'm harping on about like how much I like Diacarb's draft. In saying that, like I told you, I like Vayne Lulu into Ezreal, right? Like it's historically been a good pick. So they probably can get a lead in lane, right? If they get a lead in lane, they can start the Vayne getting ahead. They can start the Vayne ramping up really early, and then potentially Vayne gets so far ahead in the early game that it's just too hard to deal with, right? Like this Ornn isn't a champion that functions particularly well into Vayne because it's very easy for Vayne to tumble Ornn. Oh, but also Vayne just shreds Ornn. Like Ornn goes to Sunfire Cape and then you're just getting shredded. So like I said, this game's all on Frost, and we're going to see probably a lot of resources put his way.
Now, I start to wonder, right, what the game plan is going to be for this match. I imagine that top lane's going to be left as an island and only going to really be called upon for those teleports down to bot lane to try and make a fight, maybe a numbers advantage for them. But I definitely look at this mid lane matchup and how volatile that can be. You got the Miasma, the kick, everything to try and slow in place the Galio, and I look to try and prevent him. But the flip side of that is, this is going to be a Cassiopeia that has no mobility except for the speed boost if those poisons connect.
Or might have phase drop.
Into Chomp. Yeah, that's my point exactly.
Yeah.
These are two very vulnerable mid laners that the junglers could look to try and execute upon and say, okay, now that you've found success, if you're off the map, the rest of this map have to be scared.
Yeah, so it's a very good Galio matchup pre-base, like before Cassio gets mana. And then even then, when Cassio gets tier, it's still a very good Galio matchup in the sense that Galio has enough base damage to be relevant and scare Cassiopeia. The problem is, the moment that you don't have enough damage, Cassio, you think you've won the trade, and so Cassio has opted in for the Conqueror. The moment that you think that you have won the trade, Dottie, I love that skin. I actually love that skin.
We talk about skin meta. It's derailed your point, but I know that's what you like to look on.
I'm a pink chroma guy, so I think anytime Riot brings out a skin and I buy it and it has a pink chroma, I get that too.
What are you winning from the skin department? But this is the big one, Juice. It's game number 5 of the night. The Dire Cubs, undefeated, taking on RMIT that have drafted themselves a Vayne comp, looking to try and be the goods to shut down this own meta.
Yeah, but you've answered Ornn meta with Maokai meta, so you know it's not. They're not anti Ornn meta. They just didn't get Ornn.
Shut down the tanks, shut down the bruises, prevent the Mountain Soul. I'm almost glad in a way that we didn't get to that final Mountain Soul in the Chiefs game, or we would have seen some disgusting numbers and members that would just be tanking turrets without a care in the world.
Yeah, but this is like kind of my ideal game, right? Like we talk about how much I love tanks, so I'm kind of excited.
Yep, no annoying split push. No Fiora, no Camille's. It's going to be an explosive way to end the night, and this is where we're going to be primarily looking at for the meantime, for the most part of this game, but definitely do not discredit what mid lane can do.
No, mid lane has the potential to actually blow up. Like you said, there's no cleanse coming out of Cassiopeia, so anything that lands sticks. And so like if Galio trades Flash to burn Cassio Flash, then the next time around, Cassio just dies to Pillar. So the reason why Trundle kind of fell out of the meta for a little bit too was because Phase Rush came in. So Trundle Pillar doesn't actually slow you with Phase Rush, and that's why I thought Cassio might take Phase Rush, because it reduces like one of their tools to kill her. But you know, the fact that she's gone for the Conqueror, which makes sense because there's a 3-tank lineup, but leaves her a little bit more susceptible to ganks.
Now what's interesting is, well actually I'll hold that thought for 2 seconds, because Imperius is already coming on through with the level 3 gank. They're looking to try and shut down the Ornn, doing a lot of damage. Unable to get that final bit that would have forced a flash and perhaps a dive underneath the tower, but that will force Zoranis to go on back. 2 talking points, 5 teleports on the map, and Guardian here for Wash's Lulu.
Guardian is pretty, it's getting buffed. It actually is getting buffed, but you know, Guardian is the traditional rune that you take on Lulu, especially in bot lane, because you really need it into a lot of lanes. Like, if you're going to get poked out or hit, then the Guardian is really going to offer so much value. A lot of the time, though, I see bot lanes not really using the Guardian. And so, like, they forget they have a Guardian, and then they don't really stand next to each other. But the teleports is, I think, it has to be maybe the most overpowered rune, right?
Well, we were talking about in draft, right? The fact that they may look to try and collapse on bottom lane and say, look, we're gonna turn the tide. We're gonna look to try and flip the script and make it more desirable for one team or the other. You've got triple teleports that the Dire Cubs can look to try and force on down. If Kawarot gets taken on out, it doesn't really matter for at least the first time anyway. He can just come back to lane. He can hit that power spike and try and keep this Vayne in check for as long as possible, especially during this laning phase. Yeah,
but you see like the Ezreal Yuumi already doing pretty well into this lane. Like Vayne's burnt through the pot, and you know, Vayne is the quote-unquote counter pick to Ezreal, and this is what I was talking about. I think like, you know, traditional old school counter picks, the way that we used to know them, don't really exist anymore in that sense, because itemization is so important, and what you pair your champion with is so important. And so this is why I don't necessarily think the Vayne is like a counter pick for Ezreal, because look how this lane's playing out, right? It's just a continuous skill shot dodging competition. But they now have infinite sustain because of a Yuumi.
There's too many variables, essentially, right?
Yeah.
To make it black and white.
Yeah, like
say Vayne beats Ezreal. Yeah. You know, you've got to take into account everything that's coming their way.
And if you just tell me Vayne's going to run at an Ezreal 1v1, of course the Vayne's going to win. There's not much that would beat Vayne 1v1. You know what I mean? So yeah, we're gonna have to see if they can get lane even by the looks of it, because at the moment, they have the combat summoner advantage in the sense that, well, they don't actually because there's a Yumi, but they didn't opt in for the teleport. Kalrock, however, has the teleport, so the fact that he can trade like this in lane, go means that he'll just be able to cheat back to lane with TP and keep Vayne stuck.
Yep, come back to lane, continue the harassment, keep him in check, but most notably look to try and get that Sheen online as quickly as possible as well. Or the tier, whatever it may be. To not only be a nuisance, but also to scale up just a little bit quicker for more desirable trading patterns. Obviously that heal as the game goes on will become more and more valuable here for Frost Vayne. Very useful combat summoner for the movement speed to chase on down, as we know Vaynes are well adept at doing. But all the early pressure juves will reward Diacarbs with a 6-minute dragon.
Yeah, but Trundle's got a tiny EXP lead. I'm fairly certain that Lee Sin will tick to level 5 after doing this Gromp, but nevertheless, also picking up the respawn Scuttle Crab. And I put an emphasis on which jungler hits level 6 first, because I think if you're able to get the tempo lead in the jungle, hit level 6, then you have a small window in which you can make a play on the map that's uncontested. So for me, like I was talking about, Imperius, yeah, that was close to cancelling.
I believe he actually hit, but it didn't connect, or didn't actually interrupt his recall anyway.
Yeah.
Takes 2 turret shots for him.
I mean, he kind of entered that, right? Now he TP'd back to lane, and now he's going to go home again.
That could have been a big one. That could have delayed the inevitable and would have really highlighted our point from before, right, of using the TP advantage for laning power.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, he still got the full wave in. Vayne still lost 2 waves pretty much. So this wave's going to bounce back and Ezreal will pick up quite a big CS lead. But instead, what they've done, they've used the tempo to flip and now they're going to go to Rift Herald.
8 minutes on the dot is when that Herald comes online, and that's what they're now looking to try and do, and keep Landon in check, who's definitely been giving Zerenis a fair bit of pain and suffering, especially when Imperius came across it as well to a bit of food for thought.
Well, it's not a bad move because Vayne goes base, picks up Berserker Greaves. Ezreal goes base, picks up a tier Mana Crystal. So in terms of trading in lane, it's going to get worse before it gets better for the Ezreal. So what they've done is they've avoided that lane. They've put, you know, both top laners into a matchup in which they'll be able to just wave clear and no one will really end up losing tower. They'll basically play safe until Ezreal gets mana immune and then he can start. They can go back into the Vayne lane. So I really like this split.
Question is, how does Zerenis play this one?
Aggressively.
As we already highlighted it. Definitely will have that strength in the early game, especially when he's got a 2-level advantage as well. Why would you not?
Yeah, but the concern I have here is that I think Maokai fares far better in the 1v2 against Ezreal Yumi than Ornn into Vayne Lulu. So this Rift Herald is really important because they're slowly losing plates and you don't want to give free turret plates over to Vayne.
Ornn is obviously going to be very, very cautious because he does not have innate sustain right now. Going to be fully reliant on that grass to keep himself topped up. But if he gets too aggressive, those silver bolts will stack on up, and it's only going to get worse from 15 minutes later.
He also has
Diacubs are able to pick up this Herald.
He also has no armor. He only has health, right? He's got the catalyst. So, and look, they've already lost the plate, but I don't think for this one's really smart.
Yep, wants to clear out that wave, buy enough time, and Imperius decides, okay, well, if you're going to play like that, we're going to look to try and force out a tower dive. He looks to dash away, he gets polymorphed, he gets deleted, and Imperius picks up first blood.
I'll never get used to seeing a Trundle just squash a tank. Like, how easy was that? It's an Ornn, and sure, yeah, like, Ornn doesn't really have that many items yet, but in terms of base stats, it shouldn't be that easy, but Subjugate is just so funny to watch.
He was definitely jumping. I'm sure he had some McDonald's in his bag right there, very content from the farm in the jungle.
And so what it looks like is that Diacubs initiated the flip, got the Rift Herald, and they're going to lose first turret. All those plates going down, look at the gold lead.
So now, this is the Diacubs' attempt to try and turn things around. The teleport is actually feigned, cancelled, headbutt goes across. Will this be enough to try and turn things around? It definitely won't be. As the gold lead, despite everything being picked up from an objective standpoint, is just completely outplayed from a macro state.
Yeah, first turret goes down by RMIT, so, you know, maybe not the best decision there from Diacubs. Potentially should have flipped back bot, or, you know, worst case scenario is Owner should have just left the turret because they gave away a kill and the tower now.
So, okay, so we'll return to your point from before. So he looks to try and avoid the Vayne for as long as possible. He's going to get that mana immune, then he's going to want to return to this. So at that stage, do you think that's enough to try and find retribution, really, for what this flip was designed to truly achieve?
I was just trying to think about what they were thinking about, right? Like, I thought it was cute. You know,
Sure.
the fact that Ezreal gets the tier, Vayne gets the Berserker grids doesn't mean Vayne can't. Ezreal can't lane. Ezreal will be fine, especially with the Yumi, right? I'm not saying it's they can't go back to lane because they're going to die, but I was like, okay, well they're avoiding the Vayne until he gets his Manamune or gets his pickaxe. This makes sense, but RMIT did a really good job in punishing it, specifically because they have a Trundle jungle, right? Any other jungler, maybe they can't dive that, but I think Zornus took a little bit too much poke. Oops, Flash comes in.
Does indeed. Imperius wants to make that fight happen right now. Gets kicked away and knocks up 2 as they fully disengage, and True Shot Barrage ensures that there's enough damage to prevent any kind of engage. Now, I think really to solidify your point and maybe give further context, it feels like they are navigating their bottom duo basically to whatever objective is available right now.
Yeah, and they're two dragons up, and so it's going to be the Wind Drake or the Cloud Soul rather. So they could have probably hoped for a better one, but because if you really think about it, Yumi can't use it. Ezreal can use it, I guess. Cassio can use it. Lee Sin can use it, but Ornn can't really use it either, so it's not the most optimal. But
so they're going to return to this lane, and okay, so Galio returns. He's now got himself. What's he got? He's got himself the Proto Belt. He's going to answer to the side lane right now. They've actually put their duo mid.
The problem you have with sending Ezreal Yumi to like these lanes is it's not a duo that punishes you. It's a duo that wants to idle. But like, because Galio will be able to just wave clear, sit in this lane, and I was just thinking we might see a tower dive coming on through, but yeah, Galio will just be able to sit in this lane, perma wave clear, and like move whenever he wants. There's no real kill threat, whereas like anywhere that this Vayne Lulu goes has kill threat. So
he does get dived. He's got the taunt. If he has somebody coming to try and provide assistance, he's got the ultimate out. Not to mention he's got the flash too. So you imagine Dottie is pretty safe down in the bottom side of that map. But as you highlight only moments before, both junglers were sniffing around topside for some trouble. It looked like Imperius was potentially looking for a tower dive, but why not was there for the counter gank if need be.
Yep, he was. So why not just remaining relevant? He's still on the map, managing to pick up the Dragon, pick up the Rift Herald, so whilst he has no KP, he's still able to pick up some neutral objectives that have benefited his team, but RMIT out to a 1.5k gold lead early on, probably doesn't mean too much, but Vayne is faring quite well in this game. Ezreal picking up the Manamune, and this is where we start to see, the Vayne counter pick, if you know what I mean. Like, Vayne now with Cutlass, potentially even on the Bork Power Spike, is where you start seeing Vayne trying to run down Ezreal.
And it seems like a pretty fantastic start here for Frost. 15 minutes into this one, has not really been punished, has been allowed to just freely play the game, quite honestly, has gone toe-to-toe with Ezreal. In fact, actually has a very small lead.
But if we say that...
I suppose it all works around to the fact that Diakops said, okay, we're going to forget the Vayne, we're going to focus on objectives instead.
But if we say that, we have to also take into account that Cassio is in the same boat as Vayne, right?
Correct, yeah,
untouched,
absolutely.
20 CS up, basically a kill up, right? Like, the Cassio is literally 1 kill up in terms of gold. So he's chilling, like he's happy as well. And see, this is where we see Vayne Lulu, right? Like, Ezreal can't really trade back because also within minions, but more importantly, the tumble.
That's what really begs the question right now, that they've made that conscious decision to say, we've got to carry, they've got to carry, but we're going to get objectives.
But we'll see, what we'll see?
Far more.
When Ezreal picks up his Frozen Fist, we'll just see him throwing Qs at Vayne, and Vayne can't really do much. Vayne can't really find her way in, so it's just like it's just a niche little matchup where there's windows of opportunity for both. More so Vayne, but Ezreal just playing for his team and just waiting for the right team fight to play out where he can just play at range.
He's going to have to play out of his mind when it comes to those team fights. The amount of skill shots he's going to have to try and juke, so he actually can be a threat. It'll be interesting to see how these ones pan on out, but we are still a wee bit away before that becomes a reality, as Dottie is very, very present on this map, from mid to bot to top. Now he's everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
This is what I was saying though, right? Like, in essence, what RMIT have done, they've picked Galio to just trade farm. Like, they haven't picked Galio to be proactive. They've picked it to just sit in a side lane or sit in a lane and eat farm with a Cassiopeia. Now, I know which one I would prefer if that's all I'm doing.
Well, Diakops right now ton of momentum as they have 2 dragons under the belt. Now that is going to be the second Herald, and good timing for it as well. They may look to try and deploy it before that next dragon comes up in under 30 seconds. Keep RMIT guessing. Keep them going to decide what their macro response is, and it's going to be a big one as we're now starting to see some power spikes come online with Frost now getting that Blade of the Ruin King complete, and Wei is, much like the Ezreal, stacking up that tier.
It's very scary when you verse double tier builders, right? You see Cassio with the Seraphs, Ezreal with the Mana.
They're weak until they're not.
Yeah, and then once you see it become online, it's just really spooky. So Vayne just used the active of Blade of the Ruin King in the mid lane, get a little bit of poke down, but again, nothing really relevant.
So we've got an uninvolved Muramana with an Athene's. That's going to be up against a Blade of the Ruin King with the Ardent Sense. You have to give it right now to the Vayne Lula that they will definitely have the strength, as we've seen in a few of these small skirmishes. But now, this Dragon, uncontested the last 2. Will this be the time for RMIT to say we have hit a power spike, it is our time to shine? It's our time to contest, as it is going to be a full 5v5. Dottie may just be in the range for a hero's entrance. Why not steals it away? He does not miss those. Petrifying gaze onto 3 crucial members. Frost receives the wild growth, gets the heal, has the attack speed. He's going to laser onto 1, all out of the fight right now. And the damage from afar, these twin fangs are coming in thick and fast. But the Miasma, you highlighted it, he cannot do anything. Falls the flash away. But look how much damage it does. No magic resistance. Fully reliant on the Lulu shield. It wasn't there. Carry v carry. Cassiopeia wins.
Yep. And so, I mean, the Miasma, the Cassiopeia ultimate in that team fight coming up clutch. Yes, the kills still go in favor of RMIT, but I think more importantly, they secure the dragon, get 1 kill, burn double summoners from Vayne. So if you're a Diacups fan, you're definitely not mad about that trade. And, you know, RMIT as well can be content with that, picking up 2 kills. But, you know, net neutral, really. As long as they don't lose soul in the next dragon, they're okay with how that played out.
And that was a fight that you had to say potentially favoured RMIT, given the fact that they started things off and lose the dragon, and then Frost has to burn double souls. Compare that to Wei and Karok. They both got their flashes. It's only going to get worse from here.
Well, the reason that Diacups kind of lost out on that fight, because in my opinion, they're probably stronger right there, is because A, they didn't really disengage Trundle ultimate, but B, Why Not played for the smite and not the fight. So all Why Not did was focus on the smite. He kicked Trundle away, and once that happened and used this full combo, he died. So in essence, it was almost a 4v5, because, you know, that was the decision that they made. So next fight, maybe a little different.
Maybe a bit of a fairer representation as to these power spikes, but yeah, without that mobility now, going to be a lot harder for Vayne to try and find full access, or be as aggressive as he will want to be. Seraphs has upgraded, as does the Muramana, so those are those highlights that we were talking about before, that you go from feeling strong to actually being strong.
Yeah, and also important to note that Ezreal is literally like 600 gold away from the Frozen Fist, so that's a very big power spike. Very big power spike. Diacups are really close. They're nailing all of their power spikes, really. When you look at Cassiopeia, look at the Ezreal and Lee Sin.
Here comes Line Up, kicks him out. He's going to force him away. The taunt will come out. That will not give him enough resistances to remain tanky enough. And this is their plan. Shut down the side lanes, summon the Herald, break through the top lane, just open up the map.
Yeah, that's a very nice Lee Sin pick, right? Like attacking the side lane, attacking where you're strong. Going to the Galio, so the Galio can't come to you, right? And look at that. Look at that. Onto the Vayne. Vayne is 100 HP, and it was just Ezreal Yuumi.
RMIT are struggling now to find a response to this big play that Diacups are now just deployed. They are finding victories in the mid lane by turning members back towards their fountain. A Herald charge gets not only 1 tower, a second headbutt to cripple another. And although the gold lead was in favor of RMIT, it is definitely now back to square even.
Potentially they lose mid tower here too, which would be quite big for the context of map pressure. One auto attack from Dead. Maybe those range minions finish it off. Oh, yeah, okay. There you go. Turret down. Mid turret gone now, so Ez Yuumi are going to have a fine time in this mid lane, being able to push that mid wave down. So once Ezreal gets this Frozen Fist, he will actually start to have priority on mid wave.
Now the top side of that jungle is open. Very easy now for the Diacups to sniff at trouble, catch members on the rotation, split push. Shut down as they just did moments before, but more importantly, assert themselves with some vision control to catch if any members were to maybe make a Hail Mary attempt for a Baron.
You know what Vayne should be actually doing? Once Vayne gets prio, so like off this wave, if Vayne can, look bot to kill Ornn. That's what Vayne should really be doing. Going to a side lane, looking to pick the Ornn off repeat, or just at least dipping out of vision and giving Ornn something to think about so Galio can push the wave like he is and rotate to a play.
He's been resigned to wave clearing duties for the most part of this game here, Jubes, and we're going to see if he decides to actually join up or find any value with that hero's entrance.
Okay.
And then that begs the question as to what do they want to do? Well, they're going to look to try and find a fight and try and actually win that fight before the dragon spawns up. Look how much damage he does when the ultimate comes on out. Frost's deleting Karok and saying, I have no sums, but now you don't.
Yeah, and that was just really Vayne finding the opportunity to punish. You know, Kalrok's feeling probably a little bit too confident, and Frost said, no, you know what, I've got my book, I got Recruit Bow and Pickaxe. Baron has started, Cassiopeia and Ornn coming on through.
Now, this is going to be my question only moments before, right? Were they going to sacrifice that dragon and play for Elder? Well, now, no, it's actually going to be a case of we're going to go straight to Baron, knowing that one of your strongest members is down. Big pressure now for Way to try and find value. Flashes forward, stuns him, locks him in place. Seraph Shields provides a lot of negation as a three-man stun comes on out. Diacop's looking to try and do whatever they can to try and shut down Landon. But he's going to be zoned away as RMIT stands strong right now, but there's a lot of pressure for a blue buff-inspired cast to continue the pressure with the poisons from afar. And their chance to shine has been lost.
Yeah, they lose soul now because they tried to commit for the Baron. It was only one kill. You know, Diacubs did a really good job in kiting that out 4v5, stopping them from taking the Baron buff. Miasma coming down from Way, putting out a lot of damage onto the Vayne. Zoranus landing a good ult onto the Vayne. It was just so... Honestly, that fight was so hard for Vayne to watch. My eyes were on Vayne the whole time and couldn't get much done.
Okay, so Diacubs now. Every single dragon has gone their way. That begs the question as to what I was mentioning only moments before, as to do RMIT now look to try and play for their Elder and use that as the difference maker. We know how good a Vayne can be. They've got those two items. We know what an Elder can do to try and assist in that ability for any team, quite honestly. But the fact is that Way is putting out so much pressure. Yes, Galio solo flash taunted. The response was not a flash. He literally pressed Seraphs and said, you can't touch me. I've got Leandries as well.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, right? If Galio's your primary, then how do you follow... Like, imagine the world where someone else flash taunted or flash stunned the Cassiopeia and then Galio was the one that followed. This is what I was talking about in Champions Select. I would love to have seen maybe a tool for Galio to get into fights, but alas, here we are. You know, they still have the win condition in 5 minutes. It's anyone's game still, right? We saw what Frost can do when he gets access to the backline, that is Ezreal, and Frost didn't even have a Rage Blade there, so now that he has the Rage Blade, he's going to tear through the lineup of Diacubs.
I'd love to see a CC stack of just this top half draft, you know, twisted advance into a pillar, into everything thrown their way to force out some summoners to really put this Diacub carry squad in a bit more of a defensive position, because right now they know they are strong, they know they've got everything underway, they've got all this cooldown to basically spam. And if it wasn't hard enough right now for them to get into the fight, you talked about the range advantage that Yuumi will have, especially with the final chapter. It's going to be even worse now.
Yeah, and you know, Yuumi is well on her way to an Ardent Sensor too. Can really put that on the Ezreal and ramp Ezreal's damage up. Maokai almost getting into his Sunfire capture. We'll probably see a lot of key components come through for this this Elder Drake fight, right? Like we'll definitely be seeing Trundle have the Knight's Vow. Maybe Galio looks towards that Morello's. He's sitting on the refresh my memory. Oblivion Orb.
Yes, so he's going for the cursed Morello's.
Yeah, the cursed Morello's. But honestly, this game, not bad. They have a Yuumi, they have Cassio with Conqueror. Like, it makes a lot of sense. So, that's fine. But I think we'll be, again, a bit of a stalemate for 3 minutes. Because the other thing you can do too, right, is that Vayne can solo Elder if you can generate enough pressure somewhere else. But the problem is they can't. They can't with their composition because their composition is Vayne.
See right now though, Diacubs are definitely going to say, well, we have full control given the fact that we have these turrets down that you do not, so we are very free, very confident in our ability to roam around this part of the river, knowing that we're not going to get punished. We have plenty of chance to try and spam things out, and just look at the cooldown reduction on that True Shot Barrage. Combined with his kit, he's spamming it feels like every 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Ezreal is so good right now. You just play for Prio on waves, and sure, like, he was playing seconds in the minion wave there, but the wave gets cleared at the same time. And, you know, maybe for the next wave, he has ult again. So, oh, Vane's going in.
Frost finds it, pops the ultimate, pops the Blade of the Ruin King, looks to lock him in place. 1v3, he's going on in. He's got a back from his team behind him with jungle and support in quick succession. Receives the shield and will disengage away with just that, but actually turns around, goes for the wild growth, gets final tempted on. He now looks to try and tumble into the Galio entrance, but Carrot underneath the turret says hello and goodbye. And you talk about it, the True Shot Barrage would be used for the next team fight, and it finds himself a second kill as Cassiopeia gets amongst the rowdiness. 2 kills. Far too easy for them to achieve as both junglers fall on down.
Yeah, Vayne feeling, Vayne probably feeling like he needed to make something happen at that point in time, and little bit overzealous, went too deep and got kicked by the Lee Sin. I actually missed it, but from all reports, it was a very nice Lee Sin kick, so maybe we can get a replay to see what happened in the mid lane.
We're going to wait and see what happens with this Baron itself. Obviously there is no smite contest, and that's not going to stop RMIT sniffing around in the area for trouble. Give up, and there's no way to contest that one now. Baron is well and truly online. The gold difference now balloons up to say 2,000 gold. And you were talking only moments before about an Elder being a deciding factor. Well, 90 seconds is the time they've set themselves to now.
Yeah, but you know, like it's still going to be 5 members at the Elder Drake, right? So it's not like they're going to lose a game from split pushing. It is still going to be a 5v5. The problem you have when losing Baron though is you give away a lot of EXP. Look at the mid lane difference now. 2 level lead onto Cassiopeia, 1 level lead onto Israel. So RMIT are going to have to mechanics max like they're Faker reincarnated to win this next team fight at Elder Drake.
Wow.
And Diacubs will be happy. Yeah, Diacubs will be happy just to let this one play out and roll out to Elder Drake.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The spiciness of the Vayne is something different. It's something that we've wanted to see in a meta that seems, I don't want to say figured out, but one that is definitely got set in stone picks. Diacubs with this Baron buff will have the perma push the pro with those minions flooding on in, and will have the ability to rotate all the pressure that they presented in the top side of the river. And now move and migrate to the bottom.
Nice vision control coming out of Diacubs. At this point, they're just brute forcing their way into the jungle. They're not necessarily playing the game correctly, right? Like they're not pushing their waves and then walking in for vision. It's just straight disrespect at this point.
Yet they know they are strong, and they know that they have shut down the Diacubs, shut down RMIT, I should clarify, at multiple occasions. But what is left? Karok has no flash, neither does Wei, and neither does Y not. If there was ever an opportunity now for Frost to try and shut down and outplay, he has both summoners available. He has key components required by the rest of his team to make that a living reality. We've just not been able to see the combination, the full potential that RMIT have drafted here together.
I thought you were going to say Wei and Y and leave it at that, because it actually rolls off the tongue.
Could be.
Now,
Missed opportunity.
they need to get mid-wave into the dragon, but like I said, the RMIT are okay if Diacubs start Elder Drake. But this mid-wave contest is always going to benefit Israel. He's just able to land some free poke, land an ultimate as well for good measure, but Landon will just heal off a minion, and worst case scenario, he can TP back if he wants to start the fight on full health. But, you know, Cassiopeia starting up the Elder Drake.
So let's take a quick stock check of the minimap right now. There is only one vision ward there that can obviously be cleared out if need be. There's one behind if they want to force the flank, but they're going to try and take this one head on as you will. It's a one-man knock-up. Landon going to lock them in place with the Nature's Grasp and force them back away. But it's only the Cassiopeia that takes the punishment right now as Frost jumps in aggressively, receives the exhaust, takes the hero's entrance, gets a shield, and looks to try and execute Calrock. He takes so much damage as he flashes forward aggressively into the pit. But he is taking out the Yuumi. He is now looking for more. Petrifying Gaze on the free, locking him in place. This time the Polymorph will connect. This time the carry will fall on down. Shutdown is important. Zerenis, the next one to fall on down. RMIT have waited so damn long to reach this point of the game. 29 minutes in, all the buffs against them. They wait for the Elder, and it's a decisive one at that. Now, Calrock coming all the way back from the base, has no teleport, still has a flash. And why not be the difference maker? He's looking to try and do one more thing, but he cannot find it. He will not be able to steal this. Trisha Brush, however, will take one to the grave with him.
Remember how I said that the only way RMIT would win that fight is if they played it like Faker? I also forgot to mention that the way that they would win that fight is if they caught out the enemy ADC and support simultaneously. So Frost again, so aggressive here in this replay. Again, I thought this was doomed for RMIT, right? The moment you use Trundle ultimate to disengage and walk away, you no longer can kill Zoranus. But Frost finds the opportunity, flashes forward, perfect condemn, gets stunned up, sure, but MHelg is like, wait guys, you forgot about me, gets killed on the back end, and then I don't know what happened to Wei, but Wei was just getting soloed out by the tanks. The tanks were absolutely just mauling Wei in the back line, and Frost, again, you know, had the courage to make this play despite earlier getting caught and losing his team to Baron. Really well played, and we're really seeing this Vayne comp come online now.
I understand the idea that MHelg was going for, right? Jumping off, looking for that one auto attack for the shield that might have been enough to prevent Ezreal having to fall on down there. But in a high tense situation like that, there was only one way and one area that Ezreal wanted to go, and that was to get the hell out of dodge.
And now it becomes scary, okay? Because initially, Yuumi could disengage and stop Vayne in her tracks while there was enough distance to you know, remain relevant and poke Vayne on the way in. But now Vayne has the Quicksilver Sash, so Yuumi can't stop Vayne, right? If it gets QSS really well, bit of a Captain Jack, then Ezreal is going to die.
So, Elder Dragon is now online here for RMIT. They've waited 30 minutes to get to this power spike, but they found it. And now, how effectively can they use this small window of time? Both summoners had to be burned on the Vayne to make that happen. But the summoners that we were highlighting for the carries of the Die Cubs are now back up and online. So as these waves crash on in, as if to emulate that of a Baron buff, we wonder if they are able to find themselves another skirmish to utilize the Elder.
At this point, Landon has flash. I really think he should be flash rooting the target. Maokai really should be looking to dive, because at this point, almost Maokai's base damage is enough to solo kill someone. But, you know, they're probably happy just to use this Elder Drake to secure a Baron, get a tighter grip of control onto this game, and maybe they look for the next Elder. But looks like Diacubs want to fight versus an Elder Drake.
They're trying to force their hand and say, come at us, we want to make that play happen. We're going to start up the Baron, we're going to go for the bait, we're going to go for the dance right there. They're going to lock in place the Cassiopeia. One-man ultimate, Dottie locks him in place, he goes for the Zhonya's, he denies so much time and pressure. He's able to survive, and now the Twin Fangs come out thick and fast. They force flash, they force the full retreat.
Cassio doing so much work.
He is doing so much. He may have just bitten off more than he can chew. Out comes the Elder, out comes the inspiration. Free man, he flashes forward. That's the only taunt that Donnie needs to find all game long. Is it enough to secure the victory? That is the shutdown onto Calrock, as Frost is doing wonders right now. And Landon tanking the tower, trying to allow him to go for a second kill on to the Yuumi. They baited out the fight, they wanted it, they find it. Scary for a moment there, Jubes, but it pays off in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, like, I'll be honest, I wasn't really a believer in this Vayne competition, but RMIT are really proving me wrong. The way Frost is playing these game fights, but they're all complimenting him, they're all giving him the ability to do what he's doing. It's really well played from RMIT, and honestly, the way they found themselves back into the game is really commendable.
Fantastic. Once again, a similar situation where Why Not was forced to try and go for that 50-50 smite steal. Waze finds Wash in his sights, but this time he will not fall on down, as the stopwatch will come in clutch. Very scary for a second there with Cassiopeia potentially turning things around, but Dottie for me, the MVP.
Yeah, Dottie for sure is the MVP here, but Landon pulling the trigger. Yes, he went really far away, but look, his ultimate just caught Cassiopeia on the end. So Cassio and Ezreal were just preoccupied with the Galio and the Maokai. Really nice Zhonya's coming through. Lee Sin Shaw disengage kick. Wei manages to lifesteal up to full health here, but this is where they overreach, right? At this point, RMIT can't do the Baron. But keep walking forward, get rooted, fighting a little bit more than they can chew, and Dottie here with the clutch 3-man taunt. Just an absolute cleanup.
Absolute madman right now, but it's a scary situation. This is an absolute roller coaster, Jeeves. RMIT find back-to-back the biggest power spikes you can, the biggest buffs in the game with Elder and Baron. They find themselves a 6k gold lead, but now they're being picked apart. Both their tanks are falling down. They are being ganked. They are being destroyed.
It's okay.
Disaster.
No, I think it's okay. They don't lose anything, I don't think. Like, they can't lose mid. They have Baron buff, and Elder is, you know, Maokai can TP to Elder. But in that scenario, I was going to say Landon should just die, not use any abilities, press S, because the quicker he dies, the better it is for the team, because he respawns quicker, gets to Elder quicker.
Well, the respawn times at this stage of the game, we're talking 50 seconds. Huge respawn time is, yes, he can teleport back in. He will be up and available. And you'd imagine this is going to be the do or die, the decisive Elder to seal the deal. It's all to play for. Very, very close right now.
So this Vayne is really strong right now, but I also look at Cassiopeia with the upgraded death cap from Ornn now. It's quite scary. So I really don't know who's going to win this next team fight. It's going to come down to execution, whether or not the front line from Landon, Imperius, and Dottie can stall so Vayne can pop off, or can Wei really just make Vayne not able to play the game with a miasma and a really well-placed poison.
Junglers and mids do not have their flashes available, so those plays like we saw before are not available to try and be that, you know, montage play, if you will, to try and close things out and be a big deciding factor. Now, we start to wonder, with everybody up and available again, it is going to be a 5v5. They are looking to try and once again establish control of the mid wave so they can navigate themselves into the pit. The Elder, the major buff, the one that really, well and truly secures the team fight win.
Yeah, they have Baron, but they're getting pushed off the wave in terms of priority, but because Maokai is in the bot side of the map, so they're playing a little bit respectfully, but hopefully Landon doesn't get caught rotating here to his team.
You can see that both Lee Sin and Cassiopeia are well aware of his positioning right now. They've actually got a form of 5-man collapse on this one. They've got vision. The sampling obviously do wonders in trying to counteract that. But how do they set themselves up for this team fight? You can feel the tension. Both teams far too scared to try and start things off with. They would love to find a pick if they could do so. But look at the damage that both teams can actually emit on this Elder. They can shred in so little time.
This is good for RMIT because Vayne stacks up Rage Blade.
There's the question that you raise right now. They sidestep out the true shot cards. Why not kick away the Vayne? Hero Vengeance comes on out. There's going to be a 3-man knock, and the Nope finds one. That's going to be the jungler gone from RMIT right now. The Polymorph comes on out, but still Frost lives. He takes out the Ornn. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Dottie doing whatever he can. A final knock-up, and they cannot get Why Not. However, they get a back-to-back Polymorph. They're going to look for another kill right now. He cleanses everything, and it is the Vayne show as he gets himself a double kill. One last survivor. It is going to be the Ezreal and the Yuumi. Can they wipe out 1v4, or will Frost just jump in and go for the outplay? Well, it's looking like an exhaust, and now we are left in a 2v2 situation. The team have been split apart, and I think Ezreal just wins these.
Okay, I was going to get... Frost played that so well. He flash condemned Cassiopeia into a wall, almost winning his team that fight, but wow. Is Vayne going to go for this? I don't want to talk because I'm so nervous and I'm just watching it. I don't... Okay, the W hits.
Outplay or not, he's going to try and make this play happen right now. He sidesteps the Trisha Bosch, he condemns! He actually does it! He's actually just won this game, it looks like! Frost is a madman. Game over. I tell you what, absolutely it's game over. This guy, give him a pay raise. He's moved to the OPL already. RMIT are a feeder team for OPL success.
Bonus is in, and Cassio's going for TP as well.
Oh no, he sidesteps out R2 of the old. This guy's playing out of his mind. Mechanics Max. He is literally legendary.
Wait, there's another TP.
TP after TP into a 2-man stun. Wait, Frost needs something to hit. He needs to life still. He needs to live. He needs to do something. His team, they respawn, but they crumble once again. Out come the tanks. Can they find a route? Can they find CC? Does he have a lane to hit? He has no jungle camps, nowhere to go. He has to reset.
Okay. Now that we got some stability, Kalrock channeling ultimate pretty much lost that skirmish there. He should have just stuck with the auto attacks and the Qs. Anyway, Frost dancing around that team fight like he's a ballerina from Frozen or something like that. I don't know, I've never watched it, but anyways, okay. That was a crazy team fight. Absolute mechanics max coming out of Frost. Really well played from Lulu as well. I mean, really well played from everyone in that skirmish. Potentially we see Elder fall down before they get here.
They shred through like hot butter right now. Ultimate once again comes out so quick for a way to make these things happen. Redemption is there. The dragon is not going to be stolen away. It goes the way of the Die Cubs, but that is once again the Frost show as he takes out the Cassiopeia. That is a 1-minute respawn timer. Can they find the fight? 5v4.
Okay, do they get Nash or do they fight Nash 4v5? I mean, you have Elder Drake. Kalrock should just stay at a distance and poke them.
They're waiting for the face check. This part of the map is completely blind right now. They have a pink wall towards the enemy blue buffs. They can see the flank were to happen, but the one major threat, the Cassiopeia has been taken away. The True Shot Barrage doing little to nothing at this stage. The pillar comes on out. They are well aware of where the opposition is, and why not do a steal again? Can he make something happen? RMIT are so scared about their health bars. Bear in mind, the Elder just one-shot them even when this Baron is just wailing away. They want to disengage. They force out the wild growth. So damn scary.
Well, when Lulu uses wild growth like that, they lose a lot of their win condition, right? Vayne has to then play safe. Vayne's really scared about, finding who wins that team fight, so they need to wait those key cooldowns. At this point, honestly, you'd be happy dropping Inhibitor. If that's what Diacubs want, then Diacubs should get it, but really close game coming out here. I think that
Mason is on the Baron. Cassiopeia's come back there on the Baron.
Yeah, but I think this is one of those ones where you're happy to give it, only because Elder Drake's going to time out before they can get full use of Elder Drake and Baron. So then in essence, you're only versing a Baron buff, and if that's the worst case scenario after losing an Elder, you'll take that.
Baron and the reset. Frost has one objective in mind. He wants to push through mid, but there's no minion way to assist him, so he's going to be forced to resign by just taking the enemy jungle, pick himself up a red buff. Thank you very much.
I really think this Cassiopeia needs a Void Stance too, but not really having the teamfight impact that I was expecting, because there's so much magic resistance.
I love how aggressive this guy is. As soon as he gets a whiff of trouble, that's it. I'm flash tumbling, I'm ulting, I'm going for it. I'm able to find it, however, there, Jubes. I got quite excited there for a second, but I believe, unless Diacubs are able to find a monumental siege attempt here, we could be playing for a third Elder.
Now we might. I think this Elder Drake's timing out very shortly. We've got the camera on Vayne, so we can't see Elder timer, but would be quite soon. This is the beauty about when you take Drag Soul and the game's still close, you always run the risk of losing it to an Elder.
Late game, it's always terrifying because one mistake spells disaster. There is no easy comeback into this game. You are down and out for a minute solids.
I think Soul's gone now. Elder's gone now.
Elder is gone. The Baron presents itself as a very real threat, and one that I'm sure RMIT should quite honestly be willing to sacrifice in terms of this inhibitor. But Landon may just have slightly different ideas, or at least he's buying time as he hits out there with the Nature's Grasp.
Diacub starting a fight here isn't bad because Vayne has nothing to get Rage Blade stacked off. All the fights that they've lost, it's been because Vayne has had a fully stacked Rage Blade because of Elder or because of Baron. Right, but if Vayne's not hitting anything, she loses a bit of damage, at least at the start of a team fight, because Rage Blade has to stack up.
Yeah, skips the ramp up, skips the ability to be a little bit in part at the start, but that's not going to really slow down the Diacubs here. They found themselves needing to really find advantages. The game's been so close, too close, some would say. We reached the 43-minute mark.
Conqueror stacked up on Cassio now, be careful.
Second inhibitor in their sights, but they are terrified. They are very scared to overstep their reach, not fall victim to the flash top we saw from Dottie only moments before. A bit easy to predict this time around.
They're just double TPing back. I think they wanted to purchase, had items in base here. Void Staff picked up now from Cassio, so if she wasn't doing damage before, she's going to be doing damage now. This is very scary for RMIT. Landon with the flank
on cooldown, using the ultimate once again. Look at try and make that play happen. Here is it. It's going to knock off onto two members. There goes the Lee Sin. Frost fully stacked up, doing damage once again. The Cassiopeia Gaze only finding onto one. There's the double kill. Watch this man chase them down one by one. Who's coming at me? Later Rune King just still all their mobility. He's sidestepping everything. This guy is so damn clean. Put him in Happy Feet the sequel. The movie is great. The penguins are better, but this gameplay is absolutely out of this world.
Wowee, okay. Dude, the way he sidestepped the Cassio poison as well as the Ezreal Q was very fancy. Quick feet there. Okay, so one person I want to give a special shout out to in these team fights because I feel like he's not getting the credit. Landon is soaking so much damage in the front line. Landon and Imperius are just doing so much to stay alive that the Vayne can free hit. So really well played, especially because he's taking continuous twin fangs from Cassiopeia and managing to just survive through it.
He's definitely taking a beating right now. And these petrifying gazes, although you'd want to see them looking to try and lock in place these carries, they are primarily being looked to lock in place the tanks.
Yeah, right.
Stop them in place. You know what I mean? These gazes are looking to try and stop these Malakais and Trundles just advancing at him so that he can look to try and do damage from afar. And that's just creating so much room, really, for this Vayne to say, well, a lot less now for me to try and dodge out. We are playing for that third Elder here, Jubes. 30 seconds.
Yep. I mean, it's not that bad, right? They're not in a bad spot, RMIT, because they didn't lose top lane inhibitor. And they're, it's mid lane inhib, but at this point in the game, whatever, you just one-shot the wave anyway. And so, if I'm RMIT, I want to start Elder here, because Vayne can get Rage Blade stacked up, and will pretty much win any fight if that's the case. Like, you saw why not get absolutely one-tapped in base there. Might fight, maybe.
Attention towards the mid lane first of all. They're going to collect that. Hero's entrance is very available. Twisted advance going to look to try and be used wherever he can find it. That's going to be Frost getting knocked up. Attention onto one side. The way is the focal point, but is he going to be the one that falls on down? Frost in trouble!
Frost is dead. He's been taken out. Cassiopeia finds the moment and flawlessly executes upon it. That's going to be a second. The members of RMIT just crumbling around them, but why not has been taken out of this fight. Can they pick up the Elder? No, they can't, despite having a jungler, but he falls on down. Calrock gets it. Yuumi, Ezreal is the victor. Cassiopeia needed just one team fight, one chance to really put Vayne in his place, and he found that moment. The flash damage deletes. 46 minutes in, we will finally have an outcome.
Well, you've got to feel for both teams, really, right? RMIT did their absolute best to stay in that game. They gave us a banger of a game, and much to the Diacubs, right? Like, the way they played the early game, deserving of a win and managing to turn it around and get the dub here. But what an absolute fantastic game.
A monumental game. What a fantastic way to close out week 5. It gave you everything: nerves, anxiety, stress, and excitement. Obviously, there can only be one victor in this situation, and it will be the Diacubs that once again remain undefeated coming into this week. But for RMIT, they showed us something different. We had to wait at least 30 minutes for it to come online. And with a KDA like 15-3, he's going to be so upset he wasn't able to close it out for the boys.
I think RMIT, with a few tweaks to that draft, can be really happy and proud of their performance. I think there's a few things they could change in just pick ban that would make that game much easier for them. And Diacubs, right? We saw them push to the limit. We saw what they were made of. Push to a little bit of controversy or adversity rather, and they came out on top. So showing they have that experience in that roster to still be able to play late game and keep calm and composed.
Well, speaking of calm and composed, we're going to need a second to do just that. So let's pull up the results and see how Week 5 came to effect, really, as we start off with the very first game of the day. University of Queensland's Union, they took to the Rift up against Pinanet.gg Rise and gave them a game to remember, as Order Academy were back to winning ways, denying UTS of their first victory of the split. Memphis Academy remain undefeated, but the Tigers definitely gave them a chance to be toppled, as that game went the distance at 40 minutes as well, as the Chiefs Academy, with a new jungler and a new style, are able to beat the Gravitas Academy. And as you saw on your screen just there, the Diacubs giving us an absolute nail-biter as RMIT fall down to them here.
Wow, I think we probably had the two best games today in terms of like excitement spectacles I've ever seen in the OCS. And I've been involved in the OCS for, I would say, a good 4 years, I would say.
That's saying something.
Yeah.
For me, excitement, you love to see it. And what we love to see even more than that is what it actually mean. We have standings. We can see exactly where these teams are at as a result right now. And what does it mean when we come to a close into week number 5? Now, obviously, it's going to look a little bit jarring, given the fact that we've had an odd even of teams with 11 in play. So you will see a few asterisks next to some of these teams, which means they've had a bye, so they are behind one game. So, as it stands, Mammoth lead at 5 wins, as the Diacubs, despite being down a bye, in essence, are essentially tied if they are given a chance to play that one as we go through the middle of the pack. And you can see what I'm really referring to, how close it is in this middle of the pack between, 3rd to 8th. You're looking really at a game that separates the majority of these teams, right? 8th and onwards, and that's where things start to go a little bit different. So, it's all to play. The chaos in the middle of the pack right now, as these weeks become more and more important over the next 5, leading into playoffs that will then determine who will be crowned the victor for 2020.
Yeah, and I mean, next week onwards, you want to start to string some wins along, get some momentum, or if you're on a bit of a loss streak, then break that streak, because it's very important come end of season that you're not playing for your last week and you're putting all the pressure on one game. You want to be able to secure your playoffs and be in a really good position before season end.
Well, let's see exactly what pressure these teams will be up. Going into next week, we'll bring up that schedule to see which teams will be playing this time next week, as it will start off with the Die Cubs closing out the night, as they will start up the night up against the Union themselves. RMIT will have a chance for redemption as they take to the Rift against Gravitas Academy. Legacy Genesis out with a bye this week. They'll be back next, and they'll be taking on frontrunners Mammoth, as the QUT Tigers will go up against UTS. A battle of the universities that then gets closed out with all our OPL affair, with Order Academy taking on newcomers Pentnet.GG Rise. And Juves, I ask you this question every single week. You had to be prepared for it. I'm sure you are.
Yeah, what game am I looking forward to the most?
What game are you looking forward to?
I think that the Legacy Genesis and Mammoth Academy game could be a bit of a shocker. As in, like, you know, we could see an upset, not a shocker, as in it would be bad. I should rephrase that. Could be a bit of an upset, maybe. And I think the Order Academy and Pentanet game could be also a bit of a belter. Order Academy play that wombo combo 5-man team comp. Pentanet look good until they don't, if that makes sense, right? Like Pentanet, you know, they're winning a game until they get backdoored. So, yeah.
Unlucky for them.
Yeah, it could be a good series.
Well, that does it for this game. That does it for this night as Week 5 comes to a close. Big thank you to everybody at home, as always, for tuning in and watching and supporting the Oceanic region. Obviously, a big thank you to our sponsors as well. That's McDonald's, that is EPOS, as well as NeoSurf for allowing us to do what we do. And that's to have fun. And Juves, that closes it out for the OCS. But bear in mind, guys, tomorrow it is the OPL. It's on both nights of the weekend. We've got Friday and Saturday back-to-back OPL action. 8 best of ones. It's going to be a lot of fun. You don't want to miss it. It's all happening on this channel tomorrow at 4 p.m. Australian Eastern. And Juves, any final words?
No final words. No final words. You always sign the show off with talking about the OPL the next day, only for me to realize I'm not there. And then
Look,
you end on such a sad note for me, personally.
I just want to give you a platform to have your moment to plug yourself to do what you want to do best, mate. You know, you're a CEO, you're a small business waiting for that government grant. You're trying to grow up.
Hey, follow me on Twitter. No, anyways,
there you go. You heard it here first. Follow him on Twitter, follow him on Twitch. He's got some good emotes. I'm seeing him in chat right now. That does it for us, though, guys. Thank you once again for tuning in. Tune in tomorrow. We'll see you then. Good night. And that's a beautiful Hemo Plague onto multiple members. They shut down all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Ray's doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing.
Hey,
I'm excited.
It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the like mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this, that's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely.
Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on like a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas?
It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning.
Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants. Some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,